Story 1. My sister texted me 2 weeks before her wedding. After talking it over with everyone, we'd prefer if you didn't come to the wedding. It'll be less awkward that way. When I saw my father had heart reacted the message in our family group chat, I just typed back, of course, I'll honor that. And I'll honor it in the estate, too. That was yesterday. Last night, I called the lawyer and signed everything over, not to myself, but to the Children's Cancer Foundation that had helped my daughter before she passed away. At 3 a.m., my phone was lit up with 62 missed calls and texts, including my mother's frantic voicemail. Wait, what do you mean the estate isn't ours anymore? I simply replied, just respecting your wish to keep me out of family affairs. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat this for you. 2 weeks ago, my sister Jessica sent me a text that basically nuked what was left of our family relationship. And last night? I nuked theirs right back. But here's the thing, I don't feel guilty about it. Not even a little bit. You want to know why? Because these people watched my 6-year-old daughter die of cancer and complained that her medical bills were ruining their Christmas plans. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me back up and tell you how a single text message turned me from the family disappointment into the guy who just donated a $2.3 million inheritance to charity out of pure spite. The text came in at 2:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. I was at work, trying to focus on quarterly reports, when my phone buzzed with that particular sound that meant family drama was incoming. Jessica's name lit up my screen, and for a split second, I actually thought she was reaching out to check on me. It had been 3 months since Emma's funeral, and the silence from my family had been deafening. Hey David, hope you're doing okay. After talking it over with everyone, we'd prefer if you didn't come to the wedding. It'll be less awkward that way. Thanks for understanding, red heart emoji. I stared at that message for a full minute. The casual tone. The heart emoji. The way she phrased it like she was doing me some kind of favor. Like I was the problem that needed to be managed. My hands were shaking when I opened our family group chat to see if anyone else had seen this masterpiece. And there it was, Dad's heart reaction on her message. Not a comment, not a let's talk about this. Just a heart. His silent stamp of approval on excluding his own son from his daughter's wedding. Mom had added her own little gem. This is probably for the best, sweetie. We all need to move forward. Move forward. Right. Because apparently, having a dead child was just something you were supposed to move forward from, like a bad breakup or a missed promotion. I sat there in my empty office, because yes, I was working late again, anything to avoid going home to that silent house, and something inside me just snapped. Not the loud, dramatic kind of snap you see in movies. This was quiet. Cold. The kind of realization that settles in your bones and changes everything. These people had been my family for 34 years. They'd watched me grow up, get married, become a father. They'd held Emma when she was born, sent birthday cards, the whole normal family thing. And when everything went to pieces. When Sarah died of pneumonia when Emma was barely 3, leaving me a single dad drowning in grief. When Emma got diagnosed with leukemia at 5 and I spent the next year watching my little girl fight for her life. Where were they? I'll tell you exactly where they were. Emma's diagnosis came on a Thursday morning in October. I remember because it was the day after her 5th birthday party, this tiny, perfect celebration in our living room with exactly 3 guests because she was too sick for anything bigger. The doctor used words like aggressive and immediate treatment and we need to start chemotherapy next week. I called my parents from the hospital parking lot, sobbing into the phone like a broken man. Because that's what I was. My wife was dead, my daughter was dying, and I had no idea how I was going to handle any of it. Oh honey, Mom said, and for a second I thought she was going to be there for us. This is a lot to process. You know your father's been under so much stress at work. Stress at work. My 5-year-old had cancer, and she was worried about Dad's quarterly reviews. We'll help however we can, she continued, but you know things are tight right now with Jessica's wedding planning. Jessica's wedding was 8 months away. Dad got on the phone and cleared his throat in that way he always did when he was about to deliver what he thought was wisdom. Son, you need to understand that life throws curveballs at everyone. The important thing is not to let this define your family's future. Define our future? Emma was our future. She was everything. We'll send some money when we can, he said. Maybe after the holidays. After the holidays. Emma started chemo 3 days later. Here's what nobody tells you about childhood cancer. It doesn't just attack your kid's body. It attacks your bank account, your sanity, your ability to function like a normal human being. Emma needed specialized treatment that our insurance decided was experimental. The appeals process took months. The bills started piling up immediately. I took out a second mortgage. Emptied my 401k. Started a GoFundMe that raised exactly $347 from strangers on the internet who had never met us but still cared more than my own family. Grandma Helen was the exception. Sarah's mom had always been Emma's favorite person, and when she heard about the diagnosis, she drove 8 hours to our house with a suitcase and a checkbook. She moved into our guest room and became my lifeline. Don't you worry about the money, she told me one night after Emma had finally fallen asleep following a particularly brutal chemo session. I've been saving for 50 years, and there's nobody I'd rather spend it on than that little girl. Grandma Helen paid for Emma's treatment. All of it. The experimental drugs, the specialized procedures, the countless nights in the hospital. She held Emma's hand through every needle stick and sang her to sleep when the pain was too much. She was more of a parent to my daughter than my actual parents ever were. Meanwhile, my family kept making excuses. We want to help, but we just put a down payment on the lake house. You know how expensive Jessica's wedding is going to be. Dad's thinking about early retirement, so we need to be careful with our finances. Early retirement. Jessica's wedding. A lake house. While my daughter was dying. The worst part wasn't the money, though. It was the comments. The little remarks that revealed exactly what they thought of us. During one of Emma's brief good periods, we managed to make it to a family barbecue. Emma was wearing a little pink hat to cover her bald head, and she was so excited to see everyone. She'd missed the last 3 family gatherings because of treatment. She looks so different, my aunt whispered to my mother, not quite quietly enough. Well, at least she seems happy, Mom replied in that tone that meant she thought Emma should be grateful for small favors. Jessica spent the entire afternoon talking about wedding venues and complained that the flower girl dress she'd picked out wouldn't look right if Emma was still bald by September. Maybe she could wear a wig? She suggested. Something that matches the wedding colors? Emma was 6 years old and fighting for her life, and my sister was worried about her aesthetic choices. But the comment that still keeps me awake at night came from Dad. Emma had been playing with her cousin Tyler, and she got tired quickly, which happened a lot during treatment. She sat down on the porch steps to catch her breath, and Dad walked over to where I was standing. You know, David, he said, watching Emma rest, maybe this is just nature's way of. Well, you know. Some kids aren't meant for the long haul. Some kids aren't meant for the long haul. My father, Emma's grandfather, looked at his dying granddaughter and essentially said she was defective. Disposable. A mistake that nature was correcting. I should have punched him. Instead, I packed up Emma's things, carried her to the car, and drove home in silence while she asked why everyone seemed sad around her. We never went to another family gathering. Emma died on a Tuesday morning in March. She'd been in the hospital for 2 weeks, and Grandma Helen and I had been taking shifts sleeping in the uncomfortable chair next to her bed. The doctors said it could happen any time, but you're never really prepared for that moment when the machines stop beeping and the silence fills the room like water. Grandma Helen held Emma's hand while I held her other one, and we both cried as quietly as we could because Emma hated loud noises. Even at the end, we were trying to make things easier for her. I called my family from the hospital hallway 20 minutes later. I was shaking so hard I could barely hold the phone. She's gone, I said when Mom answered. Emma's gone. There was a pause. Then, oh, David. I'm so sorry. This must be such a relief for you. A relief. My daughter was dead, and my mother thought I should be relieved. I know it's been so hard, she continued, and now you can finally start moving on with your life. Moving on. There was that phrase again. The funeral's going to be Saturday, I managed to say. Saturday? Oh no, honey, that's Jessica's bridal shower. We've had it planned for months. Could you maybe do Sunday instead? Could I maybe reschedule my daughter's funeral so it wouldn't conflict with a bridal shower? Never mind, I said, and hung up. 4 people came to Emma's funeral. Me, Grandma Helen, Emma's oncologist Dr. Martinez, and Mrs. Patterson from next door who used to bring Emma cookies shaped like butterflies. My family sent flowers with a card that said thinking of you during this difficult time. Thinking of me. During this difficult time. Grandma Helen died 2 months later. The doctors said it was a heart attack, but I knew better. She died of heartbreak. Losing Emma broke something inside her that couldn't be fixed. I was her only heir. The lawyer, Mr. Brennan, called me into his office on a Thursday afternoon and spread the paperwork across his mahogany desk like he was dealing cards. Your grandmother was quite specific about her wishes, he said, adjusting his glasses. The house, the investments, the savings accounts, everything goes to you. She mentioned that you were the only family member who truly understood what mattered. The estate was worth $2.3 million. Grandma Helen had been quietly investing for decades, living modestly while building a fortune that she'd planned to use for Emma's future. When Emma died, she decided I was the only one who deserved it. She also left specific instructions about the other family members, Mr. Brennan continued, pulling out a sealed envelope. She wanted me to read this to you. Inside was Grandma Helen's final message, written in her careful handwriting. David, your family abandoned you and Emma when you needed them most. They chose material things and social appearances over love and loyalty. Emma told me once that she wished she had different grandparents, ones who would visit her in the hospital and read her stories. She deserved better than them. So do you. This money is yours to do with as you see fit. I trust your judgment completely. Love always, Grandma Helen. I walked out of that office with more money than I'd ever dreamed of having, and all I could think about was how empty it felt. Money couldn't bring Emma back. It couldn't undo the months of pain and fear. It couldn't erase the memory of my family's cruelty. But maybe, just maybe, it could serve some kind of justice. I didn't tell anyone about the inheritance. For 3 months, I went to work, came home to my silent house, and tried to figure out what normal was supposed to look like now. My family occasionally sent text messages, brief, superficial check-ins that felt more like obligation than concern. How are you holding up? Thinking of you. Let us know if you need anything. Empty words from empty people. Meanwhile, Jessica's wedding planning kicked into overdrive. The family group chat became a constant stream of updates about flowers and venues and menu tastings. 3 months after Emma's funeral, they were back to acting like nothing had happened. Like Emma had never existed. Like I didn't exist either, except when they needed something. David, can you help Jessica move some furniture this weekend? David, do you have Dad's old golf clubs in your garage? David, can you pick up the wedding cake on Saturday morning? I helped with the furniture. I found the golf clubs. I agreed to pick up the cake. Because despite everything, some stupid part of me still hoped we could rebuild something that looked like a family. Then came Jessica's text message 2 weeks before the wedding. I stared at that message for another 5 minutes after I first read it. After talking it over with everyone, we'd prefer if you didn't come to the wedding. Everyone. They'd had a family meeting about whether to invite me to my own sister's wedding. And they'd voted me out. The heart reaction from Dad felt like a knife twisting in my chest. This was the man who'd taught me to ride a bike and helped me with homework and told me he was proud of me when I graduated college. And he was endorsing my exclusion from our family with a tiny digital heart. I screenshot the conversation and sent it to Mr. Brennan with a simple message: I'd like to make some changes to how I'm handling the estate. He called me back within an hour. David, are you sure about this? Once we execute these documents, there's no going back. I'm sure, I said. I want every penny donated to the Children's Cancer Foundation. The same organization that helped Emma during her treatment. Set up the donation in her name. And your family? They made their choice. I'm making mine. We spent 2 hours on the phone going over the details. The donation would be public, a $2.3 million gift to fund research and family support programs. There would be a small ceremony where I'd present the check, and Emma's story would be part of the foundation's newsletter. Most importantly, the donation would be irreversible. Final. Complete. I'll have the paperwork ready tomorrow, Mr. Brennan said. David? For what it's worth, I think you're doing the right thing. Your grandmother would be proud. I signed the papers at 11 p.m. that night. Mr. Brennan had offered to wait until morning, but I didn't want another second to pass where my family thought they had any claim to Grandma Helen's money. The irony wasn't lost on me. They'd excluded me from their family, so I was excluding them from the only thing they'd probably ever cared about getting from me. I took a picture of the signed donation paperwork and went back to our family group chat. My sister's message was still there, still heart-reacted by my father, still burning a hole in my chest. I typed, of course, I'll honor that. And I'll honor it in the estate, too. Then I turned off my phone and went to bed. I woke up at 3 a.m. to my phone vibrating like it was having a seizure. 62 missed calls. 47 text messages. 3 voicemails. The first voicemail was from Jessica, and her voice was shaking. David, what did you mean about the estate? Call me back right now. The second was from Mom. Wait, what do you mean the estate isn't ours anymore? David, this isn't funny. Call us immediately. The third was from Dad, and he sounded different than I'd ever heard him. Desperate, son, I think there's been some misunderstanding. Let's talk about this like adults. Adults. Right. The text messages were a masterpiece of escalation. It started with confusion. What estate? David, what are you talking about? Then moved to concern. Please call us back. We need to discuss this. Then panic. David, answer your phone. This is serious. And finally, anger. You're being childish and vindictive. This isn't what Grandma Helen would have wanted. You're going to regret this. I read every single message while drinking my coffee at 3:30 a.m., and you know what? I felt calm for the first time in months. Clear. Like a fog had finally lifted. I typed back, just respecting your wish to keep me out of family affairs. Then I turned my phone off again and went back to sleep. By 8 a.m., they were at my door. I heard the cars pulling into my driveway, multiple cars, which meant this was a full family intervention. Through my living room window, I could see Mom, Dad, Jessica, and her fiancé Marcus all getting out and marching toward my front porch like an angry mob. The doorbell rang 6 times before Dad started pounding on the door. David. Open up. We need to talk. I made myself another cup of coffee and sat at my kitchen table, listening to them argue on my front porch about whether they should call the police or try to break in. The irony was beautiful. For months, they'd avoided me like I was contagious. Now they were ready to kick down my door. Finally, I opened it. Good morning, I said pleasantly. This is unexpected. Dad pushed past me into my house without being invited, followed by the rest of them. They arranged themselves in my living room like they were staging an intervention, which I guess they were. Sit down, Dad said, pointing to my own couch. We need to straighten this out. Straighten what out? I asked, remaining standing. I thought I was pretty clear in my message. Jessica was crying. Actual tears. David, you can't do this to us. Do what? Honor your request to stay out of family matters? That's not what I meant, And you know it, she snapped. The wedding invitation was just. We thought it would be easier. For who? Easier for who, Jessica? She looked around the room helplessly. For everyone. You've been so difficult since Emma died. And Sarah. You make everyone uncomfortable. Difficult. I've been difficult by grieving my dead wife and daughter. Mom stepped forward, trying her diplomatic voice. Honey, we understand you're still processing everything, but Grandma Helen's money should stay in the family. I am family, I said quietly. Or I was, until yesterday. You know what I mean, Mom said. Actually, I don't. Explain it to me. The room went quiet. They all looked at each other, realizing they'd backed themselves into a corner. Marcus, poor Marcus who'd probably gotten dragged into this mess, cleared his throat. Look, David, maybe we can work something out. What if you came to the wedding after all? We could figure out the seating arrangements. Figure out the seating arrangements, I repeated. How generous. Dad was getting red-faced, which happened when he realized he wasn't in control of a situation. Son, you're being petty and vindictive. This isn't who you are. Who I am. I laughed, and it came out harsh and bitter. Who I am is a man who watched his daughter die while his family complained about the inconvenience. Who I am is someone who buried his child alone because you couldn't reschedule a bridal shower. That's not fair, Jessica protested. We sent flowers. You sent flowers, I echoed. To your niece's funeral. How thoughtful. The silence stretched out until it became uncomfortable for everyone except me. I'd gotten comfortable with uncomfortable silences over the past few months. Mom tried again, softer this time. David, sweetie, we know we could have handled things better. But family forgives family. That's what Grandma Helen would have wanted. Don't, I said, and my voice came out sharper than I intended. Don't you dare tell me what Grandma Helen would have wanted. She lived with us for 6 months. She saw exactly how this family treated Emma and me. She made her decision based on what she witnessed. She was grieving, Dad said dismissively. People make poor decisions when they're emotional. Like excluding your own son from your daughter's wedding? That shut him up. I looked around at all of them, these people who'd shared my childhood, my holidays, my major life events. These people who were supposed to be my safety net, my support system, my unconditional love. And I felt nothing. No anger, no sadness, no regret. Just nothing. The donation is final, I said. The paperwork is signed and filed. The Children's Cancer Foundation will announce it next week. You can't just give away $2.3 million. Jessica screamed. That money could have changed our lives. It did change a life, I replied. It probably would have changed Emma's life, if any of you had cared enough to help pay for her treatment. We couldn't afford, Mom started. You bought a lake house. That was different. You spent $40,000 on a wedding. That's not the same thing. You're right, I said, cutting her off. It's not the same thing. Emma needed that money to live. You wanted it for toys. Dad stood up, trying to look intimidating. You have 48 hours to reverse this decision, or you're no longer welcome in this family. I actually smiled at that. Dad, they uninvited me from a wedding 2 weeks ago. I think we're already past the point of me being welcome. This isn't over, he said, heading for the door. Yes, it is, I replied. It's been over for months. You just didn't realize it. They left in a convoy of angry engines and slamming doors. I watched from my window as they gathered in my driveway for what looked like a heated strategy session, probably trying to figure out their next move. Let them plan. Let them scheme. Let them call lawyers and look for loopholes. The donation was ironclad, and Mr. Brennan was too good at his job to leave any loose ends. I spent the rest of the morning doing something I hadn't done in months. I cleaned Emma's room. Not to pack it up or change it, just to dust and vacuum and make it neat again. I'd been avoiding it since she died, letting it sit exactly as she'd left it the morning she went to the hospital for the last time. Her books were still scattered across her little desk. Her stuffed elephant, Mr. Peanuts, was still sitting on her pillow. Her art supplies were still spread across the floor where she'd been working on a get well card for another kid in the cancer ward. I sat on her bed and picked up the card she'd never finished. It was a drawing of a rainbow with the words "Feel Better Soon" written in her careful 6-year-old handwriting. Below that, she'd started to write something else, "Love from Emma," and she'd never gotten to finish signing it. I found myself crying for the first time since the funeral. Not the desperate, broken sobbing from those early days, but quiet tears for everything that could have been. Emma should have grown up. She should have had sleepovers and birthday parties and first days of school. She should have had grandparents who adored her and aunts and uncles who spoiled her. She should have had a family that fought for her instead of writing her off. But she'd had Grandma Helen and me, and we'd loved her enough for everyone. Maybe that was enough. Maybe it had to be. The Children's Cancer Foundation called me the next afternoon. The director, Dr. Sarah Chen, wanted to schedule a meeting to discuss the donation and how it would be used. Mr. Harrison, this is an incredible gift, she said when I met her at their offices downtown. With this funding, we can expand our family support program and fund 3 new research projects. She showed me pictures of the kids currently in their programs, bright, brave faces that reminded me so much of Emma during her good days. Kids who were fighting the same battle my daughter had lost. We'd like to establish the Emma Harrison Memorial Fund, Dr. Chen continued. It would provide direct financial assistance to families dealing with childhood cancer, specifically for experimental treatments and support services. The Emma Harrison Memorial Fund. My daughter's name on something that could help other children survive what she couldn't. That's perfect, I managed to say around the lump in my throat. We're planning a small ceremony for next month to announce the donation. Would you be willing to speak about Emma and why this cause matters to you? I nodded, not trusting my voice. And your family? Would they like to be involved in the ceremony? I thought about my family, probably still plotting ways to reverse the donation or punish me for making it. No, I said. It'll just be me. Dr. Chen smiled sadly. Sometimes the most important journeys we take alone. The ceremony was beautiful. About 50 people attended, staff from the foundation, families currently receiving services, local media, and a few politicians who liked being photographed with large donation checks. I spoke for 10 minutes about Emma and Grandma Helen and the importance of supporting families during the worst time of their lives. I managed to get through it without breaking down, though I came close when I talked about Emma's dream of becoming a doctor so she could help other sick kids. Emma believed that helping others was the most important thing a person could do, I said, looking out at the small crowd. This donation is her way of still helping, even though she can't be here to see it. After the ceremony, several parents came up to thank me. One mother, whose 8-year-old son was currently in treatment, grabbed my hands and squeezed them tight. This program helped us when we had nowhere else to turn, she said, tears in her eyes. Your daughter's gift is going to save lives. I drove home feeling something I hadn't experienced in months, peace. Not happiness, I wasn't sure I'd ever feel truly happy again, but peace. Emma's death had meaning now. It was part of something bigger than our family's dysfunction. My phone had been blowing up all day with messages from reporters who'd covered the donation ceremony. The local news wanted to do a follow-up story. The foundation's newsletter wanted to feature Emma's story. There was even interest from a national magazine about families dealing with childhood cancer. What I didn't have were any messages from my family. The donation had been public knowledge for 3 weeks now. My name and Emma's story were in the newspaper. The ceremony had been covered on the evening news. If they'd wanted to reach out, to apologize, to try to rebuild something, they'd had plenty of opportunities. Their silence spoke louder than any voicemail could have. I was okay with that. Better than okay, actually. For the first time since Sarah's death 5 years ago, I wasn't waiting for anyone else to make me feel complete. I wasn't hoping for approval or forgiveness or understanding from people who'd proven they were incapable of giving any of those things. I was free. The only surprise came 6 months later, on what would have been Emma's 7th birthday. I was at the cemetery, sitting next to her headstone with a small birthday cake and 7 pink candles. It was a ritual I'd started after she died, bringing cake on her birthday and Christmas, talking to her about what was happening in my life, reading her favorite books out loud. I was halfway through the giving tree when I heard footsteps on the gravel path behind me. David? I turned to see Marcus, Jessica's fiancé. He was alone, carrying a small bouquet of daisies, Emma's favorite flower. I hope it's okay that I'm here, he said nervously. I've been thinking about coming for months, but I wasn't sure. I gestured to the grass beside me. It's fine. She always liked you. He sat down and placed the flowers next to Emma's headstone. I wanted to apologize. For all of it. The wedding, the way everyone treated you, the things that were said. You don't need to apologize, I said. You weren't part of the problem. I wasn't part of the solution either, he replied. I should have spoken up. I should have done something. We sat in silence for a while, both looking at Emma's name carved in granite. Finally, Marcus spoke again. Jessica's pregnant. I felt a flicker of something, not quite happiness, but not sadness either. Congratulations. She wants to name the baby Emma, he said quietly. If it's a girl. That hit me harder than I expected. Why? Marcus shrugged. Guilt, maybe. Or maybe she's finally understanding what she lost when she lost you. What did she lose? A brother who would have moved mountains for his family. A guy who knew what really mattered. He paused. Someone who could have taught our kids what it means to love unconditionally. I didn't know what to say to that. They're all miserable, you know, Marcus continued. Your parents blame each other for the whole mess. Jessica cries every time someone mentions your name. They know they screwed up, but they're too proud to admit it. Pride, I said. That's all they ever had, wasn't it? Marcus nodded. I tried to get Jessica to reach out after the donation ceremony. She wanted to, but your dad convinced her it would look like they were just after money. They were just after money. Yeah, but not anymore. Now they just want their son and brother back. I looked at Emma's headstone, at the dates that marked her short, brave life. It's too late for that. Is it? The question hung in the air between us like smoke. Was it too late? Could families really come back from the kind of damage we'd inflicted on each other? Did I even want them to? I don't know, I said honestly. Maybe some things can't be fixed. Marcus stood up, brushing grass off his pants. Maybe. But Emma wouldn't want her family to stay broken forever. He left me alone with that thought and a bouquet of daisies. I'm writing this story almost a year after Jessica's text message changed everything. The Emma Harrison Memorial Fund has helped 43 families pay for their children's cancer treatment. 3 kids who were given terminal diagnoses are now in remission, thanks to experimental treatments the fund made possible. Emma's room is still exactly as she left it, but now I go in there regularly. Sometimes to read, sometimes to think, sometimes just to feel close to her. I've started volunteering at the Children's Hospital, reading stories to kids during their chemo sessions. It's hard, but it's also healing in a way I didn't expect. My family and I still don't talk. Jessica had her baby, a girl, and named her Emma Rose. I found out through Marcus, who sends me updates occasionally. He says she has Sarah's eyes and my stubborn chin. I haven't seen pictures. I'm not sure I want to. Sometimes I wonder if I made the right choice. If maybe I should have tried harder to forgive them, to rebuild what we lost. But then I remember Emma sitting on those hospital bed nights, asking why Grandpa thought she wasn't strong enough to get better. I remember the silence after her funeral, the casual cruelty, the way they treated her death like an inconvenience to be managed. Some betrayals are too deep to forgive. Some damage can't be undone. But here's what I've learned: you can choose your family. Not the one you're born into, but the one you build around the values that matter to you. My family now consists of Dr. Chen and the foundation staff, the volunteers at the hospital, the other parents I meet in support groups. People who understand that love means showing up when it's difficult, not just when it's convenient. People who would never tell a dying child that they weren't meant for the long haul. I still get Christmas cards from my parents. Birthday texts from Jessica. Awkward attempts at reconnection that feel more like obligation than love. I don't respond to them anymore. Not out of spite, but because I've learned the difference between people who love you and people who want you to forgive them so they can feel better about themselves. My phone doesn't ring at 3 a.m. anymore. Nobody shows up at my door demanding explanations. They've moved on to other family drama, other crises that require their attention. I've moved on too, just in a different direction than they expected. Sometimes, late at night when I'm reading in Emma's room, I can almost hear Grandma Helen laughing about the whole thing. She always said the best revenge was living well, and I think she'd be proud of how I've chosen to live. Not for them, not against them, but for Emma and all the other kids who deserve better than what this world sometimes gives them. That's family worth choosing. That's love worth keeping. And if my sister ever texts me again asking to be included in something, well, I'll honor that request exactly the way she honored mine. But life has a funny way of testing your convictions when you least expect it. It was a Tuesday evening in late September, almost exactly 2 years after Jessica's wedding text, when Dr. Chen called me at home. I was making dinner for one, as usual, when my phone rang with her number. "David, I have some news I wanted to share personally," she said, and something in her voice made me turn off the stove. "We just got word that one of our research projects is being fast-tracked for FDA approval. The experimental treatment that your donation helped fund? It's showing remarkable results in clinical trials." My hands started shaking. What kind of results? Remission rates of 87% in children with the same type of leukemia Emma had. David, this could have saved her. I had to sit down. The kitchen chair felt like it might collapse under the weight of that information. Emma could have lived. If this treatment had existed 3 years ago, if the research had been funded sooner, if we'd had just a little more time. "I wanted you to know that Emma's contribution to this is going to be part of the research publication," Dr. Chen continued gently. "The Emma Harrison Memorial Fund will be credited as a foundational supporter. Her name is going to be in medical journals, David. Other families will know that their children lived because of what you chose to do in her memory." After I hung up, I sat in my kitchen for an hour, staring at nothing. The what-ifs were overwhelming. What if Emma had been born 5 years later? What if I donated the money to research instead of using it for her treatment? What if? But then I thought about the 43 families who'd already been helped by the Memorial Fund. The kids who were alive today because of that money. Emma might not have lived to see this breakthrough, but she was still saving children. Still fighting cancer from beyond the grave. That night, I called the local newspaper and asked if they'd be interested in a follow-up story about the research breakthrough. Emma's story deserved to be told again. Other families deserve to know that hope existed, even in the darkest moments. The article ran on a Sunday morning, front page of the local section. Local girl's legacy leads to cancer breakthrough, with a photo of Emma from her 6th birthday, the last one she'd celebrated. She was wearing her favorite princess dress and grinning despite the effects of chemo, absolutely radiant with the kind of joy that only children can summon in impossible circumstances. By Monday morning, my phone was ringing constantly. Local TV stations wanted interviews. Parents from across the state were calling to thank me. The foundation's website crashed from the traffic of people wanting to make donations in Emma's name. But the call that surprised me came Tuesday afternoon from a number I didn't recognize. "David? It's your Uncle Tom. My father's brother. I hadn't heard from him since before Emma's diagnosis. He'd moved to Florida years ago and only surfaced for major family events, or in this case, apparently, major family scandals. I saw the article, he said quietly. About Emma and the research breakthrough. I had to call. Okay, I said, not sure where this was going. I need to tell you something that I probably should have said years ago. About your father and the rest of the family. He paused, and I could hear traffic in the background. They knew, David. They knew about Grandma Helen's will. The words hit me like a physical blow. What do you mean they knew? Helen called me about 6 months before she died. She was upset about how they were treating you and Emma. She told me she was changing her will, leaving everything to you because you were the only one who understood what family really meant. I was gripping the phone so hard my knuckles were white. She told you? She was worried they'd contest it after she died. She wanted someone outside the immediate family to know her reasoning. She made me promise not to tell anyone, but David. They figured it out. How? Tom sighed heavily. Your mother went through Helen's papers when she was staying with you during Emma's treatment. Found a draft of the will change. They've known for 3 years that you were inheriting everything. The room started spinning. 3 years. They'd known for 3 years that I was Grandma Helen's sole heir, and they'd still treated Emma and me like dirt. They'd still excluded me from the wedding, still made their cruel comments, still abandoned us when we needed them most. That's not all, Tom continued. Jessica's wedding? The reason they didn't want you there? Your mother was convinced you were going to make some kind of scene about the inheritance. She thought you'd embarrass them in front of their friends. I laughed, but it came out hollow and bitter. A scene about money I didn't even know I had? They were paranoid. Guilty. They knew how badly they'd treated you, and they assumed you were planning some kind of revenge. The wedding exclusion was preemptive damage control. So when I mentioned the estate in my text, they weren't surprised you knew about the money. They were terrified because they thought you were finally making your move against them. I hung up the phone and sat in stunned silence for what felt like hours. Everything I thought I knew about that terrible day was wrong. They hadn't excluded me from the wedding because I was difficult or because I made them uncomfortable with my grief. They'd excluded me because they were afraid of what I might do with the power they thought I already knew I had. The cruelty hadn't been thoughtless. It had been calculated. They'd known exactly what they were risking by treating me badly, and they'd done it anyway because they assumed I was too weak or too beaten down to fight back. But the worst part? They'd watched Emma suffer and die while knowing that I would soon have the means to help other children in her situation. They could have encouraged me to use that future inheritance for good. Instead, they'd probably spent 3 years quietly resenting that the money was going to me instead of them. Every cruel comment, every dismissal, every moment of abandonment had been poisoned by their knowledge of what was coming. They hadn't just failed to love us, they'd actively chosen to hate us while calculating what it might cost them. That revelation changed something fundamental in me. For 2 years, I'd carried a small seed of doubt about my decision to donate the inheritance. Maybe I'd been too harsh. Maybe I'd acted out of emotion instead of wisdom. Maybe there was still a chance for reconciliation. Now I knew better. They'd had 3 years to show love and choose family over money. 3 years to be better people when they thought no one was watching. 3 years to prove that their cruelty wasn't who they really were. Instead, they doubled down on it. I called Mr. Brennan that afternoon and asked him to draft a letter. Nothing legal, the donation was already final, but something that would put the truth on record. Something I could send to my family that would let them know exactly what I knew and when I'd learned it. Are you sure about this, David? He asked. Sometimes it's better to let sleeping dogs lie. These aren't sleeping dogs, I replied. They're rabid ones that need to be put down. The letter was simple and direct. I recently learned that you knew about Grandma Helen's will for 3 years before her death. You knew I would inherit her estate, and you chose to treat Emma and me with cruelty anyway. Your wedding exclusion wasn't about my grief making you uncomfortable, it was about your fear of what I might do with money you thought I already knew about. You had 3 years to choose love over greed. 3 years to show that family mattered more than inheritance. 3 years to prove that Emma's life meant something to you beyond what it might cost you financially. You failed that test completely. The Emma Harrison Memorial Fund has now helped save 72 children's lives through treatment assistance and research funding. Every one of those children is alive because I chose to honor Emma's memory instead of rewarding your betrayal. You excluded me from one wedding. I excluded you from every good thing that will ever come from Emma's legacy. We're even. Don't contact me again. I printed 4 copies and mailed them certified mail to my parents, Jessica, and my aunt who'd made the comment about Emma looking different at that terrible barbecue. Then I blocked all their numbers and changed my locks, just in case. The silence that followed was different from before. More complete. More final. There was no explosion of angry phone calls or desperate voicemails. No family intervention at my front door. Just nothing. I found out later through Tom that the letter had hit its mark exactly as intended. My father had apparently thrown his copy across the room and locked himself in his study for 2 days. Jessica had called in sick to work for a week. My mother had tried to reach Tom to see if he'd help broker some kind of peace, but he told her exactly what he thought of the whole family's behavior over the past 5 years. I told her the truth, Tom said when he called to check on me. That they'd gotten exactly what they deserved, and if anything, you'd been too kind. Tom became an unexpected ally in all of this. He started visiting twice a year, always on Emma's birthday and the anniversary of her death. He'd never met her while she was alive, something he clearly regretted, but he wanted to know about her. Her favorite books, her drawings, her dreams of becoming a doctor. She sounds like she was exactly the kind of kid this world needed more of, he said during one visit, sitting in Emma's room and looking at her artwork still taped to the walls. She was, I replied. And now there are 72 more kids in the world because of her. The number kept growing. The Emma Harrison Memorial Fund became one of the most successful pediatric cancer programs in the state. The research breakthrough Dr. Chen had called about led to a new standard of treatment that was saving children across the country. Emma's name was in medical journals, research papers, and foundation newsletters that reached thousands of families. 3 years after Jessica's wedding text, I got a call from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. They wanted to establish an Emma Harrison Treatment Center, a dedicated wing for pediatric cancer research and care, funded entirely by donations that had poured in after the breakthrough treatment was announced. Your daughter's story has inspired more giving to childhood cancer research than any single case in our organization's history, the hospital director told me. We'd like to dedicate the center in her honor and invite you to speak at the opening ceremony. The dedication was scheduled for a Saturday in October, exactly 5 years after Emma's initial diagnosis. The symmetry felt intentional, like Emma was still finding ways to mark the important moments. I wrote my speech on the plane to Philadelphia, thinking about how to explain what Emma had meant and what she'd accomplished in her short life. How do you capture the essence of someone who'd been brave enough to face death at 6 years old and kind enough to worry about other sick children even while fighting for her own life? The treatment center was beautiful, bright and welcoming, designed to feel more like a children's museum than a hospital. Emma's picture was displayed in the lobby, the same radiant smile from her 6th birthday, now watching over hundreds of children who would receive treatment in her name. When they unveiled the plaque, the Emma Harrison Treatment Center, where hope lives, I finally understood what Grandma Helen had meant about some journeys being taken alone. This wasn't about my family anymore. It wasn't about revenge or forgiveness or any of the small human emotions that had driven me to make that donation. This was about Emma's legacy growing beyond anything we could have imagined. This was about love multiplying instead of diminishing. This was about a 6-year-old girl who'd lost her battle but won the war. After the dedication ceremony, I was approached by a woman with a teenage daughter who looked strikingly like Emma might have at 15, same bright eyes, same stubborn chin. Mr. Harrison? I'm Rebecca Martinez, and this is my daughter Sophia. We wanted to thank you. Sophia stepped forward shyly. I had the same kind of leukemia as Emma. 3 years ago, when I was 12. The treatment that saved me was developed because of her fund. I looked at this healthy, vibrant teenager, alive because of a choice I'd made in anger and grief, and felt something shift inside my chest. This was what it had all been for. Not to punish my family or prove a point or satisfy my need for justice. This was to turn Emma's death into other children's lives. Emma always wanted to be a doctor, I told Sophia. She used to say she wanted to help sick kids get better. I think she would have loved knowing that she got to do exactly that. Sophia smiled, Emma's smile on a face that got to grow up. I want to be a doctor too now. Because of her. That night in my hotel room, I wrote in the journal I'd been keeping since Emma's death. Something I did whenever the grief felt too big or the memories too precious to just keep in my head. Emma, today I met a girl who lived because you died. I know that's not fair, you should have lived too, but I think you'd be happy knowing that your story is still saving people. You're still the doctor you always wanted to be, just in a different way than we planned. I love you, baby girl. Always. I flew home the next morning with a strange sense of completion. Not closure, I don't think you ever truly get closure when you lose a child, but a feeling that the circle had finally closed. Emma's legacy was secure. Her impact was measurable and growing. The family that had failed her was irrelevant to what she'd accomplished. But as my plane descended into my home airport, I saw something that made my stomach drop. There, in the waiting area, was Jessica. She was older than I remembered, thinner, with the kind of tired around her eyes that comes from chronic stress. She was holding a baby, Emma Rose, I assumed, and watching the arrival board like she'd been there for hours. My first instinct was to turn around and leave through a different exit. I'd been clear about not wanting contact with my family, and seeing her there felt like an ambush. But something about the way she was sitting, hunched over protectively around her baby, looking lost and desperate, made me pause. She saw me before I could decide what to do. David, she called out, standing up carefully. Please. Don't leave. I need 5 minutes. Every rational part of me said to walk away. To stick to the boundaries I'd established. To protect the peace I'd finally found. But there was something in her voice that reminded me of Emma asking for just 5 more minutes before bedtime. The same pleading tone, the same desperate hope that maybe this time the answer would be different. Against my better judgment, I walked over. 5 minutes, I said. Jessica looked down at the baby in her arms, a perfect little girl with Sarah's dark hair and what looked like my stubborn chin. Emma Rose was beautiful in that way that all babies are beautiful, but there was something specifically familiar about her face that made my chest tighten. I know you don't want to hear from us, Jessica said quietly. I know you have every right to hate us. But I had to try one more time. Try what? To tell you that you were right. About everything. About what kind of people we were, what we chose instead of love, what we lost when we lost you. Tears started falling down her cheeks. David, I named her Emma because I wanted to remember every day what I threw away. What we all threw away. I looked at the baby, my niece, and felt a complicated mix of emotions I couldn't quite name. Love and resentment and grief all tangled together. She's beautiful, I said honestly. She has your eyes, Jessica replied. Sarah's hair, but your eyes. Just like Emma did. We stood there in the airport terminal, surrounded by the noise of travelers and announcements, and I felt the weight of 5 years of estrangement settling between us like fog. I read about the treatment center, Jessica continued. About the children who are alive because of what you did with the inheritance. I wanted to hate you for giving away that money, but David. Seeing what it became, seeing how many lives Emma saved. I'm proud of you. I'm proud to be your sister, even if I don't deserve to be. The baby started fussing, and Jessica automatically started the gentle swaying motion that all parents learn. It was such a familiar gesture. I'd done it countless times with Emma when she was small, that for a moment I forgot where I was. She's sick, Jessica said suddenly, and my blood went cold. What? Not cancer, she said quickly, seeing my reaction. But she was born with a heart condition. She's going to need surgery next month, and the doctors aren't sure. She stopped, unable to finish the sentence. I stared at this tiny baby who carried Emma's name in my eyes, and felt something crack open inside my chest. Another child in my family facing a medical crisis. Another chance for our family to choose love or selfishness. Are Mom and Dad helping? I asked. Jessica laughed bitterly. They're concerned about overextending themselves financially. Dad actually asked if my insurance would cover everything before he offered to help. Of course they did. Some people never change, no matter how many chances they get. What about Marcus? He's working 3 jobs to try to cover the medical bills. We've already mortgaged the house. I started a GoFundMe, but... She shrugged helplessly. I looked at my niece, this innocent baby who'd done nothing wrong except be born into a family that had forgotten how to love unconditionally, and made a decision that probably would have surprised everyone who knew the story. What's the name of her doctor? I asked. Jessica looked startled. Dr. Peterson at Children's Hospital. But David, I'm not asking for money. I know you don't owe us anything. I just wanted you to know that I understand now. What it feels like to watch your child suffer and feel powerless to help. I'll call Dr. Peterson tomorrow, I said. Emma Rose will have the best care available, whatever it costs. David, no. You don't have to. I'm not doing it for you, I said quietly. I'm doing it for her. And for Emma, who would have loved having a little cousin named after her. Jessica started crying harder, and several people in the terminal were starting to stare. I don't deserve this. No, you don't, I agreed. But she does. And sometimes love isn't about what people deserve, it's about what children need. I looked at Emma Rose one more time, sleeping peacefully in her mother's arms, completely unaware of the family drama surrounding her existence. Send me the medical information, I said. But Jessica? This doesn't change anything between us. I'm helping this baby because she's innocent and she needs help. Don't mistake kindness for forgiveness. Jessica nodded, understanding. Thank you. I walked away without looking back, feeling simultaneously like I'd done the right thing and made a terrible mistake. But as I drove home, I kept thinking about what Emma would have wanted me to do. And I was pretty sure my 6-year-old daughter, who'd worried about other sick children even while fighting her own battle, would have wanted her little cousin to have every possible chance at life. Even if that cousin's family didn't deserve the help. Even if it meant opening a door I'd worked so hard to keep closed. Sometimes love is complicated like that. Sometimes doing the right thing doesn't feel good or clean or simple. Sometimes it just feels necessary, like breathing or gravity or the way the sun rises whether you want it to or not. Emma Rose had her surgery 6 weeks later. It was successful. She would live a normal, healthy life. I never told Jessica that I'd also established a small trust fund for Emma Rose's future education, nothing huge, just enough to make sure she'd have opportunities that her parents' financial struggles might otherwise limit. She would never know her uncle had done that for her. Her mother would never know either. But Emma would know. Somewhere in whatever place she exists now, my daughter would know that her cousin got to live and learn and grow up, just like she'd always wanted to do. And maybe that was enough. Maybe that was everything. Story 2.
My husband had just left for grocery shopping when my 13-year-old daughter grabbed my arm, her face white with terror as she whispered, "Mom, we have to get out right now." When I laughed and asked why, she pointed upstairs and said, "We don't have time, we need to leave this house now." I followed her finger to the tiny red light blinking from the ceiling vent and my jaw dropped. I ran outside with my daughter, grabbed the car keys, and drove straight to the police station. That's when something happened that destroyed my entire world. 25 minutes later, my husband was in handcuffs. Look, I need to tell someone this story because I still can't believe it actually happened to me. 3 weeks ago, I thought I knew my husband. 3 weeks ago, I thought I lived in a safe house with my daughter and our 2 cats. 3 weeks ago, I was completely, utterly wrong about everything. My husband had just left for grocery shopping when my 13-year-old daughter grabbed my arm, her face white with terror as she whispered, "Mom, we have to get out right now." When I laughed and asked why, she pointed upstairs and said, "We don't have time, we need to leave this house now." I followed her finger to the tiny red light blinking from the ceiling vent and my jaw dropped. You know that feeling when your stomach just drops straight through the floor? When your brain tries to process something that doesn't make sense. That was me, staring at what looked like a Christmas light tucked into our upstairs hallway vent. Except Christmas was 4 months away, and David had never been the decorating type. "Emma, what is that?" My voice came out strangled, barely a whisper. "I don't know, but it started blinking about 10 minutes after Dad left." Emma's hands were shaking as she pulled on my sleeve. "Mom, I've seen enough movies. That's not normal." The rational part of my brain wanted to dismiss this as teenage drama. Emma had always been imaginative, prone to seeing patterns where none existed. She'd wake me up at midnight claiming she heard footsteps in the attic, convinced that shadows in her room were moving when they shouldn't be. But the mother part of my brain, the part that had kept her alive for 13 years through pure instinct, was screaming at me to listen. "Okay." The word fell out of my mouth before I could think. "Okay, we're leaving." I grabbed my purse from the kitchen counter, my hands moving on autopilot while my mind raced. David had left 20 minutes ago for what he said would be a quick trip to get milk and bread. He kissed my forehead like he always did, told Emma to help with dinner prep, promised to be back within the hour. The same routine we'd followed for 3 years, so normal it was almost boring. Except now nothing felt normal. The red light kept blinking. Steady. Patient. Wrong. "The cats," Emma said as we reached the front door. Tiger and Shadow were probably napping somewhere, blissfully unaware that their humans were losing their minds over a blinking light. Tiger, our orange tabby who'd adopted us from the shelter 2 years ago. Shadow, Emma's black kitten who slept on her pillow every night and followed her around like a loyal dog. "We'll come back for them." The lie tasted bitter. Something deep in my chest was telling me we wouldn't be coming back, not today, maybe not ever. We ran to my car, and I drove straight to the police station with my daughter beside me, both of us silent except for the sound of our breathing. Emma kept checking her phone, probably texting her friends about the crazy thing her mom was making her do. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see our house exploding behind us like some action movie, but the suburban streets looked perfectly normal. Kids on bikes, neighbors watering lawns, Mrs. Henderson from down the street walking her ancient golden retriever. The world continuing as if my entire reality hadn't just tilted sideways. The police station smelled like industrial coffee and copy toner. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in that greenish glow that makes everyone look sick. The desk sergeant looked like he'd rather be anywhere else when we walked in. Middle-aged, coffee-stained uniform, the expression of someone who'd heard every crazy story in the book. "Can I help you?" His tone suggested he probably couldn't. "There's a blinking red light in our ceiling vent," I said, and immediately realized how insane that sounded. He raised an eyebrow. "Ma'am, is this an electrical issue?" "Because, no." Emma stepped forward, her voice steadier than mine. "It started blinking right after my stepdad left for the store. We think it might be a bomb." The word hung in the air between us like a live wire. Bomb. Such a small word for something that could erase everything you've ever known. The sergeant's demeanor changed instantly. His bored expression vanished, replaced by sharp attention. He called for backup, started asking questions about our address, about David, about when we'd noticed the light. Within minutes, we were sitting in a small office while uniformed officers coordinated what they carefully called a potential explosive device situation. The office had beige walls covered with safety posters and commendation certificates. A dying plant sat on the windowsill, and someone had left a half-eaten sandwich on the desk. Such ordinary things, but they felt surreal when you're waiting to find out if your husband tried to blow you up. That's when Detective Martinez walked in, and that's when my world really started falling apart. She was younger than I'd expected, maybe early 40s, with sharp eyes and the kind of no-nonsense haircut that said she didn't have time for styling. She carried herself like someone who'd seen everything twice and wasn't impressed by any of it. "Mrs. Chen," she said, settling into the chair across from us. I need to ask you some questions about your husband. The way she said it made my blood run cold. Not questions to help us figure this out, but questions about your husband, like he was already a suspect in something. What kind of questions? Detective Martinez opened a manila folder, and I caught a glimpse of photographs. David's face stared up at me from what looked like surveillance footage, except he was wearing clothes I'd never seen before and standing in places I didn't recognize. How long have you been married to David Chen? 3 years. We met online, got married pretty quickly. Why? My voice was getting smaller with each word. I remembered our first date, coffee at that little place downtown. He'd been nervous, stumbling over his words when he talked about his work. I'd found it charming, the way he seemed almost surprised that I wanted to spend time with him. He told me about losing his parents young, about working his way through college, about wanting to find someone to build a quiet life with. All of it had seemed so genuine. And Emma is from your previous marriage? Yes, her father died when she was 7. David's been the only father figure she's had. I looked at Emma, who was staring at the detective with the same expression she got when watching horror movies, fascinated and terrified. Detective Martinez slid a photograph across the desk. Do you recognize this man? It was David, but not David. Same face, same build, but his hair was different, his clothes were expensive looking, and he was shaking hands with someone in what looked like a very official setting. Government building, maybe. That's my husband, but I don't know where this was taken. This photo was taken 6 months ago at the Chinese consulate in Los Angeles. She slid another photo across. This one was taken 3 months ago at a shipping facility in Long Beach. Each photograph felt like a slap. David in places he'd never mentioned, with people he'd never talked about, doing things that made no sense with the man who made me coffee every morning and helped Emma with her algebra homework. I don't understand what you're showing me. Mrs. Chen, we've been investigating your husband for 18 months. He's been using your marriage as cover for what we believe is an extensive espionage operation. The words hit me like physical blows. Espionage. Operation. Cover. My vision blurred at the edges. The room felt too small, the air too thick. This couldn't be real. People like me didn't marry spies. People like me married IT guys who forgot to take out the trash and left their socks on the bathroom floor. That's impossible. David works in IT. He fixes computers for small businesses. Detective Martinez's expression was almost sympathetic. Ma'am, David Chen, or whatever his real name is, has been systematically photographing and documenting sensitive locations throughout Southern California. We believe the device in your home was meant to destroy evidence of his activities. Evidence of what activities? My voice was rising, and I could hear Emma's sharp intake of breath beside me. We think he's been passing information to foreign contacts. The timing of his departure and the activation of what our bomb squad confirms is an explosive device suggests he was planning to eliminate any trace of his operations and disappear. The room was spinning. The man who brought me flowers every Friday was a spy. The man who taught Emma how to drive was planning to blow up our house. The man who held me while I cried about my ex-husband's death was living a completely fabricated life. Where is he now? The question came out as a whisper. Detective Martinez checked her watch. 25 minutes ago, David Chen was arrested at the port of Los Angeles attempting to board a cargo ship with false identification documents. He had $47,000 in cash and what appeared to be encrypted data storage devices. The world stopped. 25 minutes ago. Right around the time the bomb squad would have been examining our ceiling vent. Right around the time David would have realized his careful plan had fallen apart because a 13-year-old girl had noticed a blinking light. I thought about him this morning, kissing my forehead before he left. Had he known it might be the last time? Had there been any genuine affection in that gesture, or was it just part of the performance? Is he talking? I don't know why I asked. I don't know what I wanted to hear. He's requested a lawyer and isn't saying much. But Mrs. Chen, there's more. More. There was more. Because apparently discovering your husband is a spy who tried to murder you isn't enough for one day. The house you've been living in for 3 years? It's not in your name or his name. It's owned by a shell company that we're still tracing. The car he drives is registered to someone who doesn't exist. Even the IT business, we can't find any legitimate clients or tax records. Emma grabbed my hand, and I realized I was shaking. Everything was fake, I said, and it wasn't really a question. We're still investigating, but it appears that David constructed an entire false identity specifically to establish this household. You and Emma were unknowingly providing him with perfect cover, a normal American family in a normal American neighborhood. I thought about our neighbors, the Hendersons and the Yamadas and the college kids who rented the blue house at the end of the street. Had they all been part of David's surveillance? Had he chosen our location specifically because of who lived nearby? The detective kept talking, explaining about ongoing investigations and protection protocols and court proceedings, but her voice seemed to be coming from very far away. I was thinking about 3 years of breakfasts and bedtime stories and Saturday morning cartoons. 3 years of what I thought was rebuilding my life after my first husband's death. 3 years of loving someone who didn't exist. Mom. Emma's voice cut through the fog. Mom, what about Tiger and Shadow? Our cats. Our sweet, innocent cats who had nothing to do with international espionage and fake identities and explosive devices hidden in ceiling vents. Detective Martinez's face said everything before she spoke. I'm sorry. The device detonated during the evacuation attempt. The entire house was destroyed. Emma started crying then, the quiet kind of crying that's worse than screaming. I pulled her against me and stared at the wall behind Detective Martinez's head, trying to process the fact that our pets were gone, our home was gone, our entire life was gone, and the man responsible for all of it was someone I'd shared a bed with for 3 years. Tiger, who used to bring me dead mice's presents and purr so loud he'd wake me up at night. Shadow, who'd been Emma's constant companion through the hardest years after her father died. Gone. What happens now? I asked. You'll be relocated temporarily while we continue the investigation. There's a possibility that David's associates might consider you a security risk, though we believe you were genuinely unaware of his activities. Security risk. Because knowing nothing about your husband's secret life apparently makes you dangerous. We'll also need to interview you extensively over the next few weeks. Everything you can remember about David's behavior, his schedule, his contacts, his travels. I laughed, and it came out sharp and bitter. You want me to help you build a case against the man who I thought loved me but was actually planning to blow me up? Mrs. Chen, I understand this is overwhelming? Overwhelming? I stood up, still holding Emma's hand. My daughter just saved both our lives because she noticed something I would have ignored. My husband of 3 years is apparently an international criminal. My house is a crater. My cats are dead. And you want to know if I remember anything suspicious about the man who made me pancakes last Sunday morning? Detective Martinez nodded patiently. I know it's a lot. It's not a lot. It's everything. It's literally everything I thought I knew about my life. We stayed at the police station for 4 more hours, answering questions and filling out forms and trying to remember details that had seemed unimportant until they became evidence. Emma handled it better than I did, maybe because she'd always been suspicious of David in ways she'd never articulated. Kid instincts, she said later. Something about him never felt completely real. They asked about his travel patterns, his work schedule, the phone calls he took in private. I told them about the overseas calls on the back patio, the business trips that never quite made sense, the way he sometimes knew things, random facts about geography and politics and technology, that seemed too specific for someone who claimed to spend his days fixing crashed hard drives. I told them about the times I'd found him awake at 3 in the morning, sitting at the kitchen table with his laptop, claiming he was catching up on work. About the locked filing cabinet in his home office that he said contained client information. About the subscription to that strange military history magazine that came to the house but that he claimed he'd never ordered. Little things. Things that had bothered me just enough to notice but not enough to question. Things that now seemed like glowing neon signs spelling out danger in a language I'd never learned to read. They put us in a hotel that night, a generic chain place with thin walls and scratchy sheets. Emma fell asleep around midnight, curled up in the bed next to mine with her phone clutched in her hand like a lifeline. But I lay awake staring at the ceiling, thinking about all the signs I'd missed. The way David never talked about his childhood in detail. How he deflected questions about his family, always changing the subject when I asked about his parents or siblings. The fact that he'd never gotten sick, not once in 3 years, like he had some kind of superhuman immune system. How he'd sometimes speak Mandarin in his sleep, even though he claimed to only know basic phrases from college classes. The business trips to cities where he said he was installing networks for new clients, but when I'd asked to see photos of the places he'd visited, he'd always forgotten to take any. The way he'd shower immediately when he came home from work, even on days when he claimed he'd been sitting at a desk all day. How he'd never wanted to take family photos, always making excuses about not being photogenic or preferring to be behind the camera. All those times he'd made me feel desired and beautiful and loved, when really he was probably just maintaining his cover identity. A performance by someone who'd studied how to seem human. Had any of it been real? The way he'd hold me when I had nightmares about Emma's father? The patience he'd shown when teaching Emma to parallel park? The tears he'd cried during that documentary about shelter animals? Or had it all been calculated, every gesture and word and touch designed to keep me compliant and unsuspicious while he carried out whatever mission had brought him into our lives? The next morning, Detective Martinez called to tell us they'd found more devices in our neighborhood. Not bombs, but surveillance equipment hidden in storm drains and telephone poles. David had been watching everything: who came and went, what packages were delivered, which neighbors worked for companies with government contracts. "Your daughter's quick thinking probably saved more lives than just yours," she said. "If that bomb had gone off during the dinner hour, with people walking dogs and kids playing outside." She didn't need to finish the sentence. I could picture it myself: the Hendersons' golden retriever, the college kids grilling burgers in their backyard, the family with the twin toddlers who were always running around their front yard. All of them casualties of David's exit strategy. I thanked her and hung up, then looked at Emma, who was eating Hotel Continental breakfast cereal and reading news articles about international espionage on her phone. "You okay, kiddo?" She shrugged. "I guess. Are you?" Such a simple question with such a complicated answer. Was I okay? My husband had tried to kill me. My entire adult life had been built on lies. Everything I owned was either destroyed or contaminated by association with criminal activity. I was homeless, jobless, and apparently such a good mark for foreign spies that I'd unknowingly harbored one for 3 years. But Emma and I were alive, and that had to count for something. "I think so. Eventually." "Good," she said, and went back to her cereal. "Because I researched witness protection programs last night, and some of them actually sound kind of cool." That's my kid. 13 years old and already researching our next life while I'm still trying to understand how our last one fell apart. Over the following days, we learned more details that made the situation somehow worse and better at the same time. David, whose real name, we discovered, was Zhang Wei, had been operating in the United States for over 8 years. We weren't his first family. There had been another woman in Phoenix, another stepdaughter, another perfectly normal household that had provided cover for his activities. That woman and her daughter had survived their experience, relocating through witness protection after Zhang Wei disappeared from their lives 2 years before he appeared in mine. They'd never known what he really was until FBI agents showed up at their door with photographs and questions. "Does it help to know you weren't uniquely gullible?" Emma asked when I told her about the Phoenix family. I considered this. "I'm not sure. Maybe, I think it does," she decided. "It means he was really good at this, not that you were really bad at spotting liars." Out of the mouths of teenagers. Sometimes Emma's matter-of-fact way of processing trauma made me wonder which one of us was really the adult in this relationship. We also learned that Zhang Wei had been passing information about several defense contractors in our area, including the aerospace company where our neighbor Mr. Henderson worked. The shipping manifests found on his encrypted drives suggested he'd been tracking military equipment shipments for at least 2 years. The FBI agent who briefed us on these details, Agent Sullivan, a soft-spoken woman with kind eyes, explained that Zhang Wei's operation had been sophisticated enough that it had taken them 18 months to identify him as a person of interest. "He was very good at blending in," she said. "The false identity was nearly perfect. If your daughter hadn't noticed that device, he probably would have successfully disappeared." Emma preened a little at this, and I didn't blame her. She'd literally saved lives with her paranoia and movie knowledge. It's been 3 weeks since that day, and we're living in a small apartment across town while the investigation continues. The government is paying for our temporary housing and providing us with new identification documents while they figure out our long-term situation. Emma started at a new school under temporary names, and she's adapting the way kids do, making friends and joining the drama club like none of this ever happened. I'm seeing a therapist twice a week, trying to figure out how to trust anyone ever again. Dr. Peterson says it's normal to question everything, to wonder if the cashier at the grocery store might be a secret agent or if the mailman is taking photographs of our building. She says the paranoia will fade, but some days I'm not sure I want it to. The paranoia feels like protection. If I assume everyone is lying, I can't be fooled again. If I trust no one can use me as cover for crimes I can't imagine. But that's no way to live, and I know it. Emma deserves a mother who can form relationships and build a stable life. She deserves to see that not every man who shows interest in our family is necessarily a foreign operative. Zhang Wei, I can't think of him as David anymore, pled guilty to espionage charges and several others I can't pronounce. He'll spend the rest of his life in federal prison, and he still hasn't explained why he chose us specifically. Agent Sullivan thinks it was partly random. He needed a widow with a child to complete his cover story, and I was simply unlucky enough to match his requirements on whatever dating site he'd been trolling. But she also thinks there were strategic elements to his choice. My ex-husband had worked for a tech company with some government contracts before he died. My job at the library put me in contact with people from various backgrounds and professions. Emma's school was in a district that served families from multiple defense-related industries. In other words, we weren't just good cover. We were good intelligence sources, even if we never knew it. The thought makes me sick. How many conversations had Zhang Wei steered toward topics that seemed like innocent small talk but were actually intelligence gathering? How many times had I unknowingly provided him with information about people I cared about? Mrs. Henderson had mentioned her husband's work projects over coffee. The college kids had talked about their internships at various tech companies. Emma's friends' parents worked for aerospace firms and research labs and military contractors. Zhang Wei had been patient, collecting tiny pieces of information over months and years, building a comprehensive picture of sensitive activities in our area. And I'd been his unwitting assistant, bringing him into social situations where people felt comfortable sharing details they probably shouldn't have. But sometimes, late at night when Emma's asleep and the apartment is quiet, I wonder if there was more to it. If maybe he did care about us, even just a little. If the man who helped Emma with her science fair project and who cried during sad movies was real, even if everything else was fake. Then I remember the blinking red light, and I know better. Agent Sullivan showed me a psychological profile of Zhang Wei that intelligence analysts had put together. Textbook sociopath, she said. Capable of mimicking emotional responses and forming superficial relationships, but fundamentally incapable of genuine attachment or empathy. He was an actor playing a role, she explained. A very good actor, but an actor nonetheless. Nothing he said or did with your family reflected his real feelings, because he doesn't have real feelings the way you and I understand them. This should have been comforting, in a way. It meant I hadn't lost someone I loved, I'd escaped from someone who was using me. But somehow it made everything worse. At least if he felt something real for us, there would have been some authentic human connection in our relationship, even if everything else was a lie. Instead, I'd spent 3 years loving a complete fabrication. A character created by a man who saw me and my daughter as useful props in his elaborate deception. The truth is, I'll probably never understand what happened to us. I'll never know which moments were genuine reactions and which were calculated performances. I'll never know if Zhang Wei felt anything real for the family he was planning to murder, or if we were just obstacles to be eliminated when his mission was complete. What I do know is this: Emma saved our lives because she paid attention when I didn't. She trusted her instincts when mine were compromised by love and hope and the desperate desire to believe that good things could happen to us after everything we'd already lost. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's the only truth that matters now, that we're alive, and we're together, and we're learning how to build something real from the wreckage of something false. The government has offered us permanent relocation through witness protection. New names, new state, new identities. Emma is excited about the possibility of reinventing herself as a sophomore in high school. I'm terrified of starting over again, but also strangely hopeful. This time, I'll know what questions to ask. This time, I'll trust my instincts instead of my loneliness. This time, I won't ignore the red lights. The red light isn't blinking anymore. The house is gone, John Wei is gone, and the life I thought I wanted is gone. But Emma and I are still here, and we're writing our own story now. It's messier than the old one, and definitely scarier, but at least it's true. And Tiger and Shadow, I've decided we'll get new cats when we're settled wherever we end up. Different cats, with different names, in a different house that belongs to us legally and completely. But we'll remember the orange tabby and the black kitten who shared our old life, back when we didn't know we were living a lie. They deserved better than to become casualties of a spy's exit strategy. We all did. I need to tell you about the day I went to see him. John Wei. David. Whatever his name really is. It was stupid. Dr. Peterson told me it was stupid. Agent Sullivan practically begged me not to do it. Emma threatened to report me to Child Protective Services if I went through with it, which was both hilarious and terrifying because she probably could have made a compelling case. But I had to see him. I had questions that were eating me alive, and the only person who could answer them was sitting in federal prison wearing an orange jumpsuit and probably reading spy novels for irony. The Metropolitan Detention Center looks exactly like what it is, a concrete monument to human failure. Gray walls, razor wire, guards who've seen everything and are impressed by nothing. I sat in the waiting room for 2 hours, filling out forms and getting patted down and trying not to think about how many genuine criminals had sat in these same plastic chairs. When they finally brought him out, I almost didn't recognize him. Gone was the slightly rumpled IT guy who forgot to shave on weekends and always had coffee stains on his shirts. This man was lean, sharp-eyed, alert in a way that made my skin crawl. His hair was shorter, his posture different. Even his face looked different, like he'd been wearing a mask for 3 years and had finally taken it off. Sarah, he said my name like he was tasting it, trying to remember what it meant. That's not my name anymore, I said, which was true. We'd legally changed our names as part of the protection program. I was someone else now, someone who hopefully looked less like the kind of person foreign spies would target. He smiled, and it was nothing like the gentle smile I remembered. This smile had teeth. Of course. I imagine a lot of things have changed for you. The casual way he said it made me want to reach across the table and strangle him. A lot of things have changed. Like our entire existence, our sense of safety, our ability to trust anyone ever again. Why? I asked. That's all I want to know. Why us? He studied me for a long moment, and I realized he was calculating something. Even now, even locked up for the rest of his life, he was still working an angle. You really want to know? I wouldn't be here if I didn't. He leaned back in his chair, and for a second I saw a flash of the man I'd thought I married. The one who used to sit at our kitchen table helping Emma with math homework, patient and encouraging even when she got frustrated. You were perfect, he said finally. Not just adequate, not just convenient. Perfect. Perfect for what? For disappearing into. You and Emma, you were so normal. So genuinely, authentically American middle class. No one would ever look at your family and think anything interesting was happening there. His voice carried a hint of admiration that made my stomach turn. Like he was complimenting me on a performance I didn't know I was giving. The widow thing was ideal, obviously. Tragic backstory, but not too tragic. Stable job, responsible single mother, child who needed a father figure. I couldn't have written a better cover story if I'd tried. And Emma's school district? Bonus points. Half the parents work for aerospace companies or tech firms with government contracts. PTA meetings were like intelligence gold mines. I thought about all those school events I'd dragged him to, proud to show off my new husband to the other parents. Bake sales and science fairs and spring concerts where he'd charm everyone with his quiet humor and obvious devotion to his stepdaughter. All of it calculated. All of it harvesting. Did you ever feel anything real for us? The question slipped out before I could stop it. He tilted his head, considering. Define real? You know what I mean. I enjoyed your company. You and Emma were pleasant to be around. You made the assignment more tolerable than it might have been otherwise. Pleasant. Tolerable. 3 years of my life reduced to words you'd use to describe a decent hotel room. Emma saved your life, you know, I said. If she hadn't noticed that light, you would have killed both of us. Something flickered across his face, Surprise, maybe, or calculation. I'm glad she did, he said finally. Are you? Really? Killing you was never the goal, Sarah. You were collateral damage, yes, but not the target. The target was the evidence. You just happened to be in the wrong place. Our house. Our home. My operational base, he corrected. Which you happen to live in. The casual way he dismissed 3 years of our lives, the home where Emma had grown from 10 to 13, where I'd finally started to feel safe again after Tom's death, it was breathtaking in its cruelty. Were you ever going to tell us? Before you left? He looked genuinely puzzled by the question. Tell you what? That you weren't who we thought you were. That everything was a lie. Why would I do that? Because we loved you, I wanted to say. Because Emma called you Dad. Because I was planning to spend the rest of my life with you. But I could see from his expression that none of those things mattered to him. They were just details of the role he'd been playing, no more meaningful than the IT job or the fake childhood stories or the way he pretended to cry during sad movies. The cats, I said instead. Tiger and Shadow. Did you ever care about them at all? For the first time since I'd walked into that room, he looked uncomfortable. They were pets. I fed them, cleaned their litter box. They served their purpose. What purpose? Normal families have pets. It was part of the authenticity. Oh my gosh. Even our cats had been props. Do you know what it's like, I said, to find out that 3 years of your life were completely fake? That every conversation, every moment of intimacy, every shared experience was just someone playing a character? I imagine it's difficult, he said, and his tone was so clinically detached that I wanted to scream. Difficult? My voice was rising, and I saw the guard shift slightly. It's devastating. It's like finding out you've been living in a simulation. Everything I thought I knew about love, about trust, about building a life with someone, all of it was based on a lie. Not all of it, he said quietly. What do you mean? Your love was real. Emma's affection was real. The life you built, the happiness you felt, that wasn't fake, even if I was. I stared at him, trying to process this distinction. You're saying that my feelings were genuine, so that makes it okay that yours weren't? I'm saying that your experience of those 3 years was authentic, even if mine wasn't. The love you felt, the security Emma felt having a father figure, the sense of family you both enjoyed, those things actually happened. They're not negated by the fact that I was performing a role. It was such a strange way to think about it, and I wasn't sure if it made me feel better or worse. But you would have killed us, I pointed out. I would have eliminated potential witnesses and evidence, he corrected. It's not personal. It's personal to us. He shrugged, and the gesture was so familiar, the same dismissive little shoulder movement he'd made 1,000 times when I'd worried about things he considered unimportant, that I felt like I'd been punched. I have another question, I said. Of course you do. The other family. In Phoenix. Did you care about them either? His expression didn't change. They served their purpose at the time. And when your purpose changed, you just left them? I received new orders. I followed them. New orders to seduce a widow in California and use her family as cover for industrial espionage. More or less, yes. I thought about the woman in Phoenix, whoever she was. Had she asked these same questions? Had she sat in a room like this, trying to understand how someone could fake love so completely? Are there others? Other families you've used? That's classified. I laughed, sharp and bitter. Classified? You're in prison for the rest of your life. What are you protecting? Operational security is operational security, he said, like he was reciting from a manual. Even now, even caught and convicted and locked away forever, he was still a spy first and a human being second. Maybe he'd never been a human being at all. One more question, I said. This is quite the interrogation. Were you ever going to come back for us? If your mission had required it, if staying with our family had been strategically valuable, would you have tried to maintain the relationship? He considered this seriously, which somehow made it worse than if he'd just dismissed it. Possibly, he said finally. You were excellent cover. If the situation had warranted it, continuing the marriage would have been the logical choice. Excellent cover. 3 years of marriage reduced to a performance review. I stood up to leave, and he looked surprised. "That's it?" he asked. "That's it." "I thought you'd have more questions." "I do. But you've answered the only one that really matters." "Which was?" "Whether any of it was real. You've made it very clear that it wasn't." I walked toward the door, then turned back. "For what it's worth," I said, "you were a good actor. Emma really believed you loved her. I really believed you loved me. You should be proud of your performance." "Thank you," he said, and he actually looked pleased by the compliment. That's when I knew for certain that there was nothing human left in him to appeal to. Whatever Zhang Wei had been before he became a professional liar, that person was long gone. I never told Emma about the prison visit. Dr. Peterson says that was probably wise, that children don't need to know every detail of their trauma. Emma's doing well in her new school, making friends, joining clubs, acting like a normal teenager who hasn't been through anything more dramatic than a regular divorce. Sometimes I wonder if she's compartmentalizing the way I am, shoving the scary parts of our experience into a mental box marked things we don't think about. Sometimes I wonder if that's healthy or if we're both just postponing a psychological reckoning that will catch up with us eventually. But watching her laugh with her new friends, seeing her excited about the school play auditions, hearing her complain about normal teenage problems, it feels like healing. Maybe that's enough for now. Agent Sullivan calls every few weeks with updates on the case. Zhang Wei's network was larger than they initially realized, stretching across multiple states and involving dozens of operatives. The information he collected over 8 years of operations has compromised numerous defense projects and put countless people at risk. "You should know," she told me during our last call, "that your ex-husband's work contributed to some significant security breaches. The defense contractor where your neighbor worked had to scrap an entire project because of information Zhang Wei passed along." I thought about Mr. Henderson, walking his ancient golden retriever every evening, completely unaware that his dinner conversation about work projects was being transmitted to foreign intelligence services. Is he in trouble? Mr. Henderson? No, he did nothing wrong. But his career has been affected. It's hard to get security clearance when your personal information has been compromised, even if it wasn't your fault. Another casualty of Zhang Wei's operation. Another life altered by a man who saw people as resources to be exploited. The government is still deciding what to do with us long term. The Witness Protection Program is designed for people who testified against dangerous criminals, not for people who accidentally provided cover for foreign spies. We're in a bureaucratic gray area, protected but not quite officially relocated. Emma votes for California. New start, good weather, far from anything that reminds us of our old life. I'm leaning toward the Pacific Northwest, smaller cities, more privacy, fewer defense contractors to accidentally befriend. Dr. Peterson thinks the location matters less than the mindset. You can't run from trauma, she says. It travels with you. The goal is to integrate the experience into your sense of self, not to pretend it never happened. Easy for her to say. She's never discovered that her husband was a spy, but she's probably right. The paranoia is fading slowly, replaced by a different kind of awareness. I notice things now that I didn't before, the way people answer questions, the details they volunteer versus the ones they keep to themselves, the difference between someone who's sharing their real life and someone who's performing a version of themselves. It's not paranoia exactly, just attention. The kind of attention I should have been paying all along. Emma says I'm becoming weird about dating, which is fair because I am. The few men who've asked me out since we moved have been subjected to what she calls CIA-level interrogation. Where did you grow up? What's your mother's maiden name? Can you provide references from people who knew you in high school? Mom, she said after I spent 45 minutes grilling the nice librarian who'd asked me to coffee, normal people don't require a full background check for casual dating. Normal people don't marry foreign spies either, I pointed out. That's not going to happen again. How do you know? Because, she said with the confidence of someone who's 13 and believes she understands everything, lightning doesn't strike twice. I wanted to tell her that lightning absolutely does strike twice, that some people are just more likely to be hit than others, that there might be something about me that attracts deception and danger. But maybe she's right. Maybe I've learned enough to recognize the warning signs now. Maybe the next man who shows interest in our family won't be able to fool me the way Zhang Wei did. Or maybe I'll never trust anyone enough to find out. The thing that haunts me most isn't the betrayal itself, it's how completely I fell for it. I pride myself on being observant, on reading people well, on protecting Emma from anything that might hurt her. And yet I lived with a foreign spy for 3 years without suspecting anything more serious than the occasional white lie about work stress. What does that say about my judgment? What does it say about my ability to keep Emma safe in the future? Dr. Peterson says this kind of self-blame is normal but counterproductive. Professional operatives are trained to be convincing, she reminds me. Their job is to fool people. The fact that Zhang Wei succeeded doesn't mean you're gullible, it means he was good at his job. But I was more than just fooled. I was grateful. Grateful that this wonderful man had chosen our little broken family. Grateful that Emma finally had a father figure who seemed to genuinely care about her. Grateful that I didn't have to face the future alone. That gratitude made me complicit in my own deception. I wanted to believe in Zhang Wei so desperately that I ignored red flags I might have noticed with someone I cared about less. The locked filing cabinet. The phone calls in languages I didn't recognize. The way he never seemed to have old friends or family photos or stories about his childhood that went beyond basic facts. The computer equipment that seemed too sophisticated for small business IT work. I saw all of these things. I just chose to interpret them charitably because the alternative, that the man I loved was lying to me, was too painful to consider. That's the part that scares me most about the possibility of dating again. Not that I might meet another spy, the odds of that are astronomical, but that I might meet another liar, and my desire for companionship might make me ignore the obvious signs again. Emma seems to have processed the whole experience differently. She's angry, yes, but it's a clean kind of anger directed at Zhang Wei specifically rather than at the world in general. She doesn't seem to doubt her ability to recognize trustworthy people in the future. Kids are better at spotting fake adults than adults are, she explained to me. We haven't learned to ignore our instincts yet. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's why she noticed the blinking light when I would have dismissed it. Maybe that's why she always seems slightly wary of Zhang Wei even though she couldn't articulate why. Or maybe she's just more resilient than I am. 13-year-olds bounce back from trauma in ways that 40-year-olds don't. Their sense of self isn't as fixed, their worldview isn't as established. They can adapt to new realities without feeling like their entire understanding of life has been shattered. I envy her that flexibility. I wish I could just shrug off 3 years of deception and move forward with confidence that the next chapter will be better. Instead, I lie awake at night wondering what other foundational assumptions about my life might be wrong. Is my best friend really my friend, or is she just being polite? Is my boss genuinely supportive, or is he manipulating me for reasons I can't see? Are the new neighbors actually friendly, or are they gathering intelligence for some purpose I can't imagine? This is what paranoia feels like, not dramatic delusions, just a constant low-level suspicion that nothing is quite what it seems. It's exhausting. But it's also protective. And after what happened with Zhang Wei, I'd rather be paranoid than naive. The red light isn't blinking anymore, but I've learned to look for other signs. Different signs. Subtler signs. Signs that might help me recognize the next person who tries to use my family as cover for something dark. Because there might be a next person. Zhang Wei chose us partly because of who we are, trusting, isolated, useful. Those qualities haven't changed just because we've moved and taken new names. Emma and I are still the kind of people who make good targets. We're still a single mother and daughter looking for connection, still vulnerable to someone who offers stability and affection. The difference is that now we know we're vulnerable. Now we know to ask questions. Now we know that sometimes the people who seem most trustworthy are the ones you should trust least. It's a hard lesson, but it might save our lives again someday. And if it doesn't, if despite everything we've learned, we somehow find ourselves in danger again, at least this time we'll be paying attention to the red lights. All of them.
Story 3.
My parents didn't feed my son any food for 4 days while my husband and I were on our honeymoon. My mom said, "He's just a visitor, he doesn't need food," while my father added, "It's just a waste feeding him. He never finishes his plate anyway." My son collapsed from hunger and was rushed to the hospital. What the doctor said left everyone shocked. Then my parents called crying, "It was just a misunderstanding." But the text messages they had sent my sister told a different story, teaching them a lesson for dumping their brat on us. So, I took everything they loved and left nothing. You want to know what real betrayal looks like? It's not your husband cheating or your best friend stealing your promotion. Real betrayal is trusting the people who raised you with the most precious thing in your world, and having them nearly kill him for sport. My parents starved my 7-year-old son for 4 days straight while I was on my honeymoon. They took pictures. They laughed about it. They called it teaching us a lesson. When he collapsed from hunger and landed in the hospital 12 hours from organ failure, they had the nerve to call it a misunderstanding. But I found their text messages. I saw what they really thought. And when I was done with them, they had nothing left. Let me tell you exactly how I destroyed the people who gave me life, and why they deserved every second of it. My name is Sarah Chen, and until July 15th of last year, I thought I had loving parents who adored their only grandchild. I was 32, working as a marketing manager, raising my son Ethan as a single mom until David came into our lives 3 years ago. David wasn't just my boyfriend, he became Ethan's father in every way that mattered. When we finally decided to get married, everything felt like it was falling into place. The wedding was small, intimate, exactly what we wanted. For our honeymoon, we'd booked 4 days at a cabin in the Adirondacks. Nothing fancy, just time to be newlyweds without the chaos of daily life. The only complication was Ethan. He's always been small for his age, barely hitting the 25th percentile on growth charts, with these enormous brown eyes that make him look even more fragile. Finding childcare for 4 days felt overwhelming until the obvious solution presented itself. Of course we'll take him. My mother had gushed when I brought it up over Sunday dinner. It'll be wonderful having our grandson all to ourselves. We never get enough time with him. My father nodded enthusiastically, ruffling Ethan's dark hair. We'll have a blast, won't we, buddy? Maybe I'll teach you how to use my new fishing rod. Ethan had bounced in his chair with excitement. Can we make s'mores too, Grandpa? As many as you want, Dad promised, winking at me. Don't worry, sweetheart. He'll be spoiled rotten by the time you get back. At the time, I'd felt so grateful. So lucky to have parents who were eager to help, who loved spending time with their grandson. Looking back now, I can see the signs I missed, the way my mother's smile never quite reached her eyes when she talked about taking Ethan, the questions that started a few weeks before the wedding. How much does Ethan typically eat in a day? She'd asked during one of our weekly phone calls. Mom, you've fed him dozens of times. You know what he likes. Well, yes, but I mean quantities. He never seems to finish his plate when we have family dinners. Always picking at his food. I'd laughed it off. He's 7, Mom. His stomach is tiny. He eats when he's hungry. But the questions kept coming, getting stranger each time. Did I think he was too picky? Was I concerned about food waste? Didn't I worry that I was indulging his preferences too much? Children in my day ate what was put in front of them, she'd said more than once. Maybe it's time Ethan learned that the world doesn't revolve around his preferences. I should have been alarmed. Should have recognized the resentment brewing underneath her concerned grandmother act. But I was buried in wedding planning, work deadlines, and the thousand small details of blending our lives together. I brushed off her comments as typical generational differences. The night before our wedding, Ethan stayed over at their house so David and I could have a quiet morning before the ceremony. When I called to check on him, everything seemed perfect. He's already asleep, Mom reported. Wore himself out playing in the backyard. He's excited about staying with us while you're gone. Thanks again, Mom. I know he'll have a great time with you. Oh, we have lots of activities planned, she said, and something in her tone made me pause. But then David was pulling me into bed, whispering about how tomorrow we'd officially be a family, and I forgot all about the odd inflection in her voice. I should have trusted my instincts. The wedding was perfect. Small ceremony in David's parents' backyard, just close family and friends. Ethan walked me down the aisle in his little navy suit, grinning so wide I thought his face might split in half. When the officiant asked who was giving me away, Ethan piped up with "I am," and got the biggest laugh of the day. My parents seemed normal that day. Happy, even. They took tons of photos, danced with Ethan, told everyone how proud they were. My father gave a toast about how David was the son he'd always wanted and how happy he was to see our family complete. If they were already planning what they'd do to my son, they hit it perfectly. Thursday morning, we left for the cabin at sunrise. I'd said goodbye to Ethan the night before, he was still asleep when we loaded the car, and I didn't want to wake him. My last image of him was peaceful, curled up in the guest bed at my parents' house with his favorite stuffed elephant tucked under his arm. The drive upstate was beautiful. David held my hand while I dozed against the window, completely relaxed for the first time in months. We were married. We were happy. My son was safe with people who loved him. Everything was exactly as it should be. The cabin was even better than the photos online. Tiny but cozy, with a fireplace and a kitchen just big enough for 2 people to cook together. We spent Thursday afternoon hiking the nearby trails, picking wildflowers, talking about our future. That evening, we cooked dinner together and made love in front of the fireplace like something out of a romance novel. I tried to call my parents before bed, but it went straight to voicemail. They're probably busy with Ethan, David said reasonably. Maybe they went to see a movie or something. I left a brief message asking them to call me back, then forgot about it. We were on our honeymoon. They were capable adults. Ethan was fine. Friday brought more hiking, more perfect moments, more of that intoxicating feeling of being newlyweds. I tried calling again that evening, still voicemail. Now a tiny thread of worry was starting to wind through my contentment. Try again tomorrow, David suggested. If you can't reach them then, we'll drive back early. But when I tried Saturday morning, the call went through. Oh, hello dear, my mother said, her voice strangely flat. How's the honeymoon going? It's wonderful, Mom, but I've been trying to reach you for 2 days. Is everything okay? How's Ethan? A pause that lasted just a beat too long. He's fine. Just being his usual difficult self about food. Ice formed in my stomach. Difficult how? What do you mean? Oh, you know how he is. Won't eat what we make, always asking for specific things. We're just helping him learn to be less picky. Mom, what exactly does that mean? Another pause. Well, we've told him he needs to eat what's on his plate before he gets anything else. He's being stubborn about it, but he'll come around. The ice spread through my chest. Has he eaten today? Sarah, you worry too much. He's not going to starve himself. When he gets hungry enough, he'll eat. Mom, answer the question. Has my son eaten food today? I really need to go. We'll talk more when you get home tomorrow. The line went dead. I stared at the phone, my hands shaking. David was watching me with growing alarm. What did she say? Something's wrong. Something's really wrong with Ethan. We threw everything into suitcases and were on the road within an hour. The 3-hour drive back felt like an eternity. I called my parents over and over, voicemail, voicemail, voicemail. I tried my father's cell, the house phone, even called their neighbors. Nothing. Maybe their phones are dead, David suggested weakly, but I could hear the worry in his voice too. All of them? For 3 days? I called my sister Jessica, who lived 2 states away. She hadn't heard from them either, but she did remember something that made my blood run cold. Sarah, Mom mentioned something weird when I talked to her earlier this week. She said something about how you and David never paid them for babysitting, and how maybe it was time you learned what free childcare really cost. She said that? I thought she was just being dramatic, you know how she gets. But now that you're saying there might be a problem. I hung up and immediately tried my parents again. Still nothing. By the time we reached the outskirts of town, I was in full panic mode. My hands were shaking so badly that David had to take my phone to dial. Then, as we pulled into our driveway to drop off our bags before heading to my parents' house, my phone rang. Unknown number. Mrs. Chen? This is Dr. Elizabeth Martinez from St. Mary's Hospital. Your son Ethan was brought in about an hour ago by ambulance. The world stopped spinning. What happened? Is he okay? Where are my parents? Mrs. Chen, I need you to come to the hospital right away. Your son is stable, but he's been admitted for severe dehydration and malnutrition. He's extremely weak and his blood sugar is dangerously low. Malnutrition. The word echoed in my head like a gunshot. I don't understand. He's been with his grandparents? They should have been feeding him. Silence on the other end of the line. Then, carefully, Mrs. Chen, when was the last time your son had a substantial meal? Wednesday night, before I left. But my parents, based on his condition and blood work, I'd estimate your son hasn't had adequate nutrition in approximately 4 days. 4 days. The entire time I'd been gone. We're coming right now, I managed to choke out. David drove like our lives depended on it while I tried desperately to reach my parents. Finally, as we pulled into the hospital parking lot, my father answered his phone. Sarah. Thank goodness you called. There's been a terrible misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I screamed into the phone. My son is in the hospital for malnutrition. What did you do to him? Now Sarah, you need to calm down. The boy is being dramatic. You know how children exaggerate when they don't get their way. Their way? He's in the hospital. The doctor said he hasn't eaten in 4 days. My mother's voice came through the background. He's just trying to get attention. You spoil him too much, Sarah. We were trying to teach him some discipline. Discipline. They called starving my child discipline. Where are you? I demanded. We're at home. Look, maybe we should have called you, but we didn't want to ruin your honeymoon over the boy being fussy about food. I hung up and ran toward the hospital entrance, David right behind me. The pediatric ward smelled like disinfectant and fear. Dr. Martinez met us at the elevator, a middle-aged woman with graying hair and eyes that had seen too much. Your son is in room 314, she said without preamble. Before you see him, I need to prepare you for his condition. She led us to a small consultation room and closed the door. Ethan is severely dehydrated and malnourished. His blood sugar levels indicate he hasn't had adequate food in several days. He's lost approximately 9 pounds since you left. That's a significant percentage of his body weight for a child his size. 9 pounds. My tiny son had lost 9 pounds in 4 days. He's also showing signs of psychological distress. He keeps asking if he's in trouble, if he's been bad. Mrs. Chen, what exactly did you tell his caregivers about his eating habits? Nothing unusual. He's always been a light eater, but he eats when he's hungry. I told him he likes mac and cheese, chicken nuggets, apples with peanut butter, normal kid food. Dr. Martinez made notes on her clipboard. Did you give them any instructions about restricting his food intake? Restricting? No, of course not. I told them to feed him whatever he wanted. I see. She looked up at me with an expression I couldn't read. Mrs. Chen, your son was found unconscious in his grandparents' backyard this morning. A neighbor called 911 when she saw him collapse while trying to reach some low-hanging apples on their tree. The room started spinning. Unconscious? His body had begun breaking down muscle tissue for energy. His kidneys were showing early signs of stress. If he hadn't been found when he was. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Can I see him now? She nodded and led us down the hallway. Nothing could have prepared me for what I saw when we walked into room 314. Ethan looked like a skeleton. His cheekbones stood out sharply in his pale face, his eyes looked enormous and sunken, and his little arms were so thin I could see every bone. He was hooked up to an 4 heart monitor and what looked like a feeding tube. Mama? His voice was barely a whisper. I rushed to his bedside, careful not to disturb any of the equipment. I'm here, baby. Mama's here. I'm sorry I was bad, he whispered, tears leaking from the corners of his eyes. I tried to be good, but I was so hungry. My heart shattered into a million pieces. You weren't bad, sweetheart. You weren't bad at all. Grandma said I was being difficult. She said I couldn't have food until I learned to appreciate it. I looked at David over Ethan's head, and I saw my own rage reflected in his eyes. What exactly did Grandma and Grandpa do, baby? Ethan's story came out in halting whispers. How my mother had made him breakfast Wednesday morning, but when he didn't finish all of it, she'd taken his plate away and told him he couldn't have lunch until he learned not to waste food. How she'd offered him the same cold, congealed eggs and toast for lunch, and when he couldn't eat them, she'd said no dinner either. How this had continued, meal after meal, day after day. The same cold, spoiled food offered over and over, with no alternatives, no snacks, no mercy. I asked for water, and Grandpa said I could have some from the hose outside. But only a little, because I needed to learn that water isn't free either. They'd been rationing his water. My parents had been slowly dehydrating and starving my son while I danced at my wedding and hiked mountain trails on my honeymoon. I tried to reach the apples on their tree this morning, Ethan continued. But I got dizzy and everything went dark. Dr. Martinez pulled me aside while David stayed with Ethan. Mrs. Chen, I'm obligated to report this to Child Protective Services. This appears to be a clear case of intentional neglect and abuse. Good, I said, surprising myself with a venom in my voice. I want them prosecuted. There's something else. Your son mentioned that his grandmother took pictures of him asking for food. She apparently found his hunger amusing. Pictures. They documented their cruelty like it was entertainment. I want to see my parents, I said quietly. Mrs. Chen, I understand you're angry, but perhaps you should wait until. I want to see them now. My parents arrived at the hospital 2 hours later, carrying flowers and wearing expressions of wounded innocence. Sarah, darling, my mother began, rushing toward me with arms outstretched. We're so sorry about this misunderstanding. I stepped back, my hands clenched into fists. Don't you dare touch me. My father straightened his shoulders, putting on his stern patriarch act. Sarah, I understand you're upset, but there's no need for dramatics. The boy is fine. Fine? I could barely speak through my rage. He's lost 9 pounds. He was 12 hours from organ failure. Children are resilient, my mother said dismissively. He's always been thin. A few missed meals aren't going to kill him. A few missed meals? You starved him for 4 days. We didn't starve him, my father snapped. We offered him food. He chose not to eat it. You offered him the same spoiled breakfast over and over again. My mother's mask finally started to slip. He needed to learn not to waste food. You've spoiled him, Sarah. Made him think he can just pick and choose what he wants to eat. He's 7 years old. Old enough to learn that actions have consequences, my father said coldly. That's when I knew. This wasn't about teaching Ethan anything. This was about punishing me. This was about me, wasn't it? I said slowly. You were angry about something, so you took it out on my son. They exchanged glances, and I saw the truth in their faces. We've been taking care of that boy for free for years, my mother said, her voice rising. Babysitting whenever you needed us, never asking for so much as gas money. And then you go off on your fancy honeymoon and just expect us to drop everything and watch him again. You volunteered. We felt obligated. What were we supposed to say? No, we won't help our own daughter? My father nodded along. It was time you learned what childcare actually costs. Maybe now you'll think twice before just assuming we'll always be available. They tortured my child to teach me a lesson about taking them for granted. Get out, I said quietly. Sarah, don't be ridiculous, get out. I screamed, causing heads to turn throughout the pediatric ward. Get out before I call security. You're our daughter, my mother said, tears starting to flow. That's our grandson in there. You can't just watch me. Security arrived within minutes and escorted my parents from the building. As they were led away, I heard my mother call back, Sarah, please. We love you both. It was just a misunderstanding. But I was done with their lies. The Child Protective Services investigation began the next day. The caseworker, Patricia Coleman, was a woman in her 50s with short gray hair and eyes that had seen every form of cruelty humans could inflict on children. I've been doing this for 23 years, she told me as we sat in another sterile hospital conference room. This is one of the most clear-cut cases of intentional child abuse I've ever encountered. She laid out photos on the table, pictures the hospital had taken of Ethan's condition when he was admitted. His protruding ribs, the hollow circles under his eyes, his stick-thin arms and legs. The medical evidence is damning, she continued. Your son shows classic signs of prolonged food deprivation. But what's particularly disturbing is the psychological component. He keeps apologizing for being bad and asking if he's in trouble. They made him think it was his fault. Exactly. And that suggests this wasn't just neglect, it was deliberate psychological torture. Patricia interviewed Ethan gently but thoroughly. His story was consistent. My parents had withheld food as punishment for not finishing meals, had mocked his hunger, and had treated his suffering as amusing. Your son mentioned that his grandmother took pictures. Do you know anything about that? I didn't, but I had a feeling I was about to find out. The answer came that evening, in the form of a sobbing phone call from my sister Jessica. Sarah, she choked out, I need to tell you something. Mom and Dad. They sent me messages while you were gone. What kind of messages? Pictures. And texts. Oh gosh, Sarah, I should have called you. I should have done something, but I thought they were just. I don't know what I thought. Jess, what did they send you? I'm forwarding them to you right now. Sarah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The messages that came through to my phone made me physically sick. The first message was sent Thursday evening, about 12 hours after David and I had left for our honeymoon, day one with the little prince. Already demanding snacks an hour after breakfast. Time someone taught him the world doesn't revolve around his preferences. Attached was a photo of Ethan holding an empty bowl, clearly asking for more food. My mother had apparently found this amusing enough to document. Friday's messages were worse. Day 2. The brat is crying for food now. Maybe if Sarah didn't spoil him so much, he'd appreciate what he gets. Teaching them both a lesson about taking us for granted. The photo showed Ethan sitting at their kitchen table, tears streaming down his face, staring at a plate of what looked like moldy eggs. He says he's hungry. Boo-hoo. Children in Africa are hungry. This one just needs to learn some gratitude. Saturday brought more cruelty. Day 3. He's getting quieter now. Good. Maybe he's finally learning that tantrums don't work on everyone. The attached photo made me vomit. Ethan was lying on their couch, visibly thinner than he'd been just days before, staring at the ceiling with hollow eyes. Caught him trying to sneak food from the pantry last night. Put a lock on it this morning. If he wants to be sneaky, he can go without. Sunday's messages were the most damning. Day 4. He's barely moving now. Just lies there most of the time. Perfect. Maybe now he'll appreciate his cushy life when mommy gets back. Found him trying to reach the apple tree this morning. Pathetic. At least he's not whining anymore. The final message was sent at 11:47 a.m. Sunday, just minutes before Ethan collapsed. Neighbor called an ambulance. The little actor is really committed to his performance. Hope Sarah appreciates the lesson we've taught her precious prince. Even as my son lay unconscious in their backyard, possibly dying, my mother was still calling it an act. I called Patricia Coleman immediately and forwarded her everything. Mrs. Chen, she said after reviewing the messages, I need you to understand how significant this evidence is. Your parents documented their intent to harm your child. They took photographs of his suffering for entertainment. This isn't neglect, it's premeditated abuse. What happens now? Now we press charges. And we make sure this never happens to another child. The prosecutor assigned to the case was Amanda Rivera, a mother of 2 who took one look at the evidence and declared it the most clear-cut case of child abuse she'd ever seen. They literally created a photo diary of their crimes, she told me during our first meeting. The text messages show premeditation, ongoing intent to harm, and complete lack of remorse. This is going to be a slam dunk. My parents hired a lawyer, some expensive criminal defense attorney from the city, who immediately tried to spin the situation as a generational misunderstanding about child-rearing practices. My clients are from a different era, he argued in pretrial motions. They believed they were teaching the child valuable lessons about gratitude and not wasting food. But the evidence was too overwhelming. The photos, the messages, the medical records, everything painted a picture of two adults who had deliberately tortured a child for their own amusement. The media picked up the story after the arraignment. Local grandparents charged with starving grandson ran in the county newspaper. The details were too horrific for people to ignore. Within days, everyone in town knew what Robert and Margaret Chen had done to their own grandson. My parents' lawyer tried to get a plea deal, reduced charges in exchange for a guilty plea, but Amanda Rivera wasn't interested. They documented everything, she told me. The jury needs to see exactly what these people are capable of. This case is going to trial. While we waited for the trial, I watched my parents' carefully constructed life crumble around them. My father had been a deacon at St. Paul's Methodist Church for 34 years. He'd led Bible studies, organized charity drives, and been looked up to as a pillar of moral authority in their community. When the pastor learned what he'd done to Ethan, he was asked to resign immediately. "We cannot have someone who tortures children in a position of spiritual leadership," Reverend Williams told the congregation the Sunday after the charges were filed. Robert Chen's actions are antithetical to everything our faith teaches about protecting the innocent. My mother fared no better. She'd been president of the Riverside Garden Club for 8 years, volunteering at the library, organizing neighborhood social events. When the other members learned she'd taken photographs of my starving son for entertainment, they voted her out unanimously. Margaret's betrayal of basic human decency makes her unfit for any position of trust in our community, the club's statement read. Their neighbors started avoiding them. Parents warned their children to stay away from those people who hurt kids. At the grocery store, people stared and whispered. Their favorite restaurant asked them not to return after other customers complained about eating near child abusers. I wish I could say I felt bad watching their social life disintegrate, but I didn't. Every sideways glance, every whispered conversation, every invitation that didn't come, it was all deserved. They'd taken my son's innocence and nearly his life. Now they could see how it felt to be powerless and alone. The financial reckoning, but social ostracism wasn't enough for me. Not after what they'd done. My parents lived comfortably but not extravagantly. They owned their house outright, a modest 3-bedroom ranch they'd bought when I was born. My father had a decent pension from his 30-year career as an accountant. They had about $127,000 in savings and retirement accounts. Nothing spectacular, but enough for a comfortable retirement. What they valued most, though, was their reputation and their sense of financial security. They'd worked hard to build both, and they were proud of their position in the community. I decided to take all of it away. I hired the best civil attorney I could find, Margaret Lawson, a woman with a reputation for being absolutely ruthless in family court. What they did to your son constitutes intentional infliction of emotional distress, child endangerment, and assault, she explained during our first meeting. The fact that they documented their intent makes this an easy case. We can go after everything they have. The lawsuit was comprehensive. Medical expenses for Ethan's hospitalization and ongoing therapy, pain and suffering, punitive damages, lost wages from the time I'd had to take off work, everything we could legally claim. The text messages are going to be crucial, Margaret explained. They show clear intent to cause harm, not just to your son but to you. They literally say they were teaching you a lesson. That transforms this from simple neglect into calculated revenge. My parents' lawyer tried to argue that they were elderly, on fixed incomes, and that losing their home would be excessive punishment. Margaret wasn't sympathetic. Your clients took photographs of a starving child for entertainment, she told the judge during one hearing. They documented their cruelty like it was a science experiment. The only excessive thing here is what they did to an innocent 7-year-old. The civil suit moved faster than the criminal case. Within 6 months, we had a judgment for $450,000, more than enough to force them to sell their house and liquidate their retirement savings. But I wasn't done yet. You see, my parents had made one crucial mistake in their text messages to Jessica. They'd revealed exactly what they thought of me, of Ethan, and of our family. Teaching them a lesson for dumping their brat on us, one message had read. Maybe now she'll think twice before expecting free babysitting, said another. They'd called my son a brat. They'd treated caring for their own grandson as a burden. They'd seen his hunger and suffering as tools to punish me for some imagined slight. They'd shown me exactly who they really were. Now I was going to make sure everyone else knew too. I started with their church. The Sunday after the criminal trial began, I walked into St. Paul's Methodist during morning service and asked to address the congregation. Reverend Williams tried to decline politely. Mrs. Chen, I understand this is a difficult time for your family, but perhaps we could discuss this privately. Did you know, I said loudly enough for everyone to hear, that your former deacon took photographs while my 7-year-old son begged for food? The sanctuary went dead silent. 300 people turned to stare at me. I pulled out my phone and projected the photos onto the wall using the church's own presentation system, the same system my father had used for years to lead Bible studies. These are the pictures Robert Chen sent to my sister while my son slowly starved, I announced. Day by day, photo by photo, documenting a child's suffering for his own amusement. The congregation gasped as the images filled the wall. Ethan getting progressively thinner and more desperate, while my parents made jokes about teaching him gratitude. And these are the text messages that went with them, I continued, reading their words aloud. He's crying for food now. Boo-hoo. Children in Africa are hungry. This one just needs to learn some gratitude. My father stood up in the back of the church, his face purple with rage. Sarah, you stop this right now. Like you stopped when my son collapsed from hunger? That's enough, he shouted. These people don't need to hear. They need to hear exactly what kind of man they've been following, I shot back. They need to know that their spiritual leader tortured a child for fun. The congregation erupted in horrified murmurs. Several people got up and walked out, not to avoid the confrontation, but to avoid sitting in the same building as my father. Reverend Williams took the microphone from me gently but firmly. I think we've heard enough. Robert, Margaret, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. As they were escorted out by church volunteers, I heard my mother call back desperately, please, this is all a misunderstanding. We're good people. But the damage was done. Within hours, every member of their congregation knew exactly what they'd done to their grandson. Next was my mother's garden club. The Riverside Garden Club met monthly at the community center, and my mother had been a fixture there for nearly a decade. She'd organized fundraisers, planned events, and been genuinely respected by the other members. I showed up to their September meeting with a folder full of evidence. Ladies, I announced as I walked into the room, I need you to know what Margaret Chen does to children when their parents aren't around to protect them. I laid out the photographs on their meeting table, the same table where my mother had planned Christmas parties and spring plant sales. The images looked even more horrific in the cheerful, well-lit room. These are pictures she took of my son while he starved, I explained calmly. She sent them to my sister with captions about how pathetic he looked and how he needed to learn gratitude. The room filled with gasps and horrified whispers. These women had known me since I was a child, they'd watched me grow up, celebrated my achievements, welcomed me into their community. Mrs. Patterson, who'd been my mother's co-chair on multiple committees, picked up one of the photos with shaking hands. Margaret, she whispered, how could you do this to your own grandson? My mother tried to explain, tried to minimize, tried to make excuses. But the pictures spoke for themselves. I was trying to teach him discipline? By starving him? Mrs. Rodriguez interrupted. Margaret, this child looks like he's dying. You took photographs of his suffering, added Mrs. Kim, holding up another image. You documented this like it was entertainment. The vote to remove her from the organization was unanimous. She was banned from all future meetings and events. As she gathered her things to leave, she looked at me with tears streaming down her face. Sarah, please. I'm your mother. My mother wouldn't have tortured my child, I replied coldly. But I still wasn't finished. The neighborhood campaign. My parents' neighborhood was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business. They'd lived on Maple Street for 32 years, watched their neighbors' children grow up, attended block parties and holiday celebrations. Their reputation there was important to them. They were the stable, respectable couple who kept their lawn perfect and always volunteered for community events. I made sure every single person on their street knew exactly what they'd done. I printed copies of the most damning text messages and photos and put them in every mailbox on Maple Street. I posted them on the neighborhood Facebook group with a detailed explanation of what had happened to Ethan. These are your neighbors, I wrote. These are the people you've been trusting around your own children. Robert and Margaret Chen tortured my 7-year-old son for 4 days and took pictures while he begged for food. They called him a brat and said they were teaching him a lesson about gratitude. When he collapsed from hunger, they said he was acting and called him pathetic. The response was immediate and brutal. Within hours, my parents' phones were ringing with calls from horrified neighbors. Parents who'd let their children play in my parents' yard suddenly remembered urgent reasons to keep them inside. Mrs. Henderson, who'd been their next-door neighbor for 15 years, posted a comment that got over 100 likes. I can't believe I've been living next to monsters. My grandchildren will never set foot on their property again. The neighborhood block party that fall, an annual tradition my parents had helped organize for years, was moved to avoid their street entirely. The Homeowners Association voted to ban them from attending community meetings. Children who used to wave and say hello now crossed the street when they saw my parents coming. Parents warned their kids to stay away from those people who hurt children. Within a month, my parents had gone from respected community members to pariahs in their own neighborhood. But the social consequences were just the beginning. The criminal trial began in November, 4 months after Ethan's hospitalization. The courthouse was packed, partly with media, partly with community members who wanted to see justice served. Prosecutor Amanda Rivera laid out the case methodically. The medical evidence showing Ethan's near-death condition. The photographs documenting his progressive deterioration. The text messages revealing my parents' deliberate cruelty and complete lack of remorse. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, she said during opening statements, this is not a case about misguided discipline or generational differences in child rearing. This is about two adults who deliberately tortured a 7-year-old child and documented their crimes for entertainment. She showed the jury every photo, read every text message aloud. I watched the jurors' faces as they absorbed the evidence: shock, disgust, anger. Several of them had children or grandchildren of their own. When she projected the final photo, Ethan unconscious in my parents' backyard, so thin his ribs were clearly visible, I heard one juror gasp audibly. My parents' lawyer tried his best to create reasonable doubt, but there wasn't much he could work with. The evidence was too clear, too well documented. My clients are not monsters, he argued. They're elderly people from a different generation who made a serious error in judgment. They believed they were teaching their grandson valuable lessons about gratitude and not wasting food. But when Amanda Rivera cross-examined my father, the mask slipped completely. "Mr. Chen," she said, showing him one of the photos he'd sent to Jessica, "what lesson were you teaching your grandson when you took this picture of him crying from hunger?" He needed to learn that he couldn't just demand food whenever he wanted it. He was asking for food because he hadn't eaten in 2 days. Children don't need to eat as much as parents think they do. "Mr. Chen, your grandson lost 9 pounds in 4 days. How is that teaching him about gratitude?" My father's face hardened. Maybe if Sarah had raised him with more discipline, we wouldn't have needed to correct his behavior. There it was. Even on the witness stand, facing criminal charges, he was still blaming me for what they'd done to Ethan. "So this was really about punishing your daughter, wasn't it?" Amanda pressed. "No, that's not. You sent text messages saying you were teaching them a lesson for dumping their brat on us." "Who did you mean by them, Mr. Chen?" Silence. "You meant Sarah and her son, didn't you? You were angry at your daughter, so you took it out on her child." "That's not how it was." "Then how was it, Mr. Chen?" Explain to the jury how starving a 7-year-old for 4 days was in his best interest. My father couldn't answer. Because there was no answer that didn't make him look like exactly what he was, a cruel man who'd tortured an innocent child to satisfy his own resentment. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours. Guilty on all counts: child endangerment, abuse, and assault. The judge sentenced them to 2 years in prison, followed by 5 years probation and mandatory counseling. As they were led away in handcuffs, my mother looked back at me one last time. "Sarah, please," she called out. "We're still your parents. We still love you." I felt nothing but cold satisfaction. The civil trial came 6 months later, and it was even more devastating for my parents. Now they faced losing everything they owned on top of their criminal convictions. Margaret Lawson had done her homework. She'd calculated every expense related to Ethan's care, every hour of work I'd missed, every therapy session he'd need for years to come. "Your Honor," she argued, "my client's son will require ongoing psychological treatment for the trauma these defendants inflicted. He still has nightmares about starving. He hoards food in his bedroom because he's afraid adults might take it away again. The damage they caused will affect him for years, possibly for life." My parents' lawyer tried to argue that they were elderly, on fixed incomes, and that losing their home would constitute excessive punishment. "They're 72 and 68 years old," he pleaded. "Taking their house would leave them homeless." Margaret wasn't sympathetic. "Your clients took photographs of a starving child for entertainment. They documented their cruelty like scientists studying lab rats. If they're homeless, they can remember that every time they took a picture of that little boy begging for food, they were choosing this outcome." The final judgment was $485,000. Medical expenses, therapy costs, pain and suffering, punitive damages, everything we'd asked for and more. To pay it, my parents had to sell their house, liquidate their retirement accounts, and surrender my father's pension. They were left with essentially nothing. They moved into a cramped 1-bedroom apartment in the worst part of town, driving a 15-year-old car with a failing transmission. My father, at 72, had to find work at a hardware store to make ends meet. My mother took a job answering phones at a call center. Every month, they had to send me a check as part of the court-ordered payment plan. Every month, they were reminded of what they'd done to my son. It's been 18 months since that horrible July weekend, and my parents are still paying the price for what they did. They lost their house, their savings, their community standing, their friends, everything that had given their lives meaning and structure. They went from respected retirees to convicted child abusers scraping by in poverty. My father's arthritis makes his hardware store job increasingly difficult, but he can't afford to quit. My mother hates her call center work but needs the income to pay rent on their tiny apartment. They have no friends, no social circle, no community involvement. Everyone in town knows what they did. Parents cross the street when they see them coming. Store clerks watch them suspiciously, as if expecting them to hurt children at any moment. The criminal convictions mean they can't volunteer anywhere that involves children. No church programs, no community events, no opportunities to rebuild their reputation through service. They're completely isolated, financially ruined, and socially destroyed. And I sleep perfectly well at night. The most important part of this story isn't my revenge, it's my son's healing. Ethan spent a week in the hospital while doctors restored his nutrition and monitored his recovery. Physically, he bounced back faster than anyone expected. Children are resilient in ways that constantly amaze me. Emotionally, the healing took longer. For months, he hoarded food in his bedroom, terrified that adults might take it away again. He'd wake up crying from nightmares about being hungry and alone. He constantly asked if he was being bad whenever he didn't finish a meal. Dr. Patricia Wells, the child psychologist we found, was incredible with him. She helped him understand that what happened wasn't his fault, that asking for food when you're hungry is normal and healthy, that the adults who were supposed to protect him had been wrong. Some grown-ups make very bad choices, she explained to him during one of their sessions. But that doesn't mean all grown-ups will hurt you. Your mama and David love you and will always keep you safe. It took almost a year, but slowly, Ethan began to trust again. The hoarding stopped. The nightmares became less frequent. He started eating normally, without the fear that food might be taken away. David officially adopted him 6 months after the trial. We're a real family now, legally and emotionally, with no shadow from my parents hanging over us. Ethan still sees Dr. Wells occasionally, but he's thriving. He's back to being the sweet, curious, trusting child he was before my parents nearly destroyed him. And that's why I don't regret a single thing I did to them. My parents have tried to contact me several times since the trials ended. Phone calls I don't answer, letters I return unopened, attempts to approach me in public that I walk away from. But 6 months ago, they cornered me in the grocery store parking lot. I was loading groceries into my car when I heard my mother's voice behind me. "Sarah, please. Just listen to us for 1 minute." I turned around to find them both standing there, looking older and more haggard than I'd ever seen them. My father's face was deeply lined with stress, and my mother had lost so much weight that her clothes hung loose on her frame. "We know we can never take back what we did," my mother continued, her voice breaking. "But we want you to know how sorry we are. We think about Ethan every single day. We see his face in our dreams." "Good," I said simply. My father stepped forward, his pride clearly warring with his desperation. "Sarah, we've lost everything. Our house, our savings, our friends, everything we worked for our entire lives is gone." "And? We're your parents," he said, his voice cracking. "Doesn't that mean anything to you anymore?" I looked at these two broken people who had given me life, raised me, and then tried to destroy the most precious thing in my world. "You stopped being my parents the moment you decided to torture my child for your entertainment," I said quietly. "You chose to hurt an innocent 7-year-old because you were angry at me. You took pictures while he begged for food. You called him a brat and said you were teaching him gratitude while he slowly starved. We made a terrible mistake," my mother began. "No," I interrupted. "A mistake is forgetting to pack his lunch or giving him food he's allergic to. What you did was deliberate, calculated cruelty. You planned it, executed it, documented it, and enjoyed it." My father's face hardened, and for a moment, I saw a flash of the man who had starved my son. "So that's it? You're going to destroy us completely over one bad decision?" "One bad decision?" I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You made dozens of decisions over 4 days. Every time Ethan asked for food and you said no. Every time you took a picture of his suffering. Every time you sent my sister a message joking about his hunger. Every single one of those was a choice to continue hurting him." "He's fine now," my mother said desperately. "He recovered. Children are resilient. He's fine because I got him medical treatment in time. He's fine because doctors saved his life after you nearly killed him. He's fine despite what you did to him, not because of it." "What do you want from us?" my father demanded. "We've been punished. We've lost everything. How much more do you need?" "I want you to understand something," I said, stepping closer to them. "Every time you can't pay your rent, remember the photos you took of my starving son. Every time your boss yells at you at that hardware store, remember how you laughed at his tears. Every time you eat a meal, remember that you denied food to a hungry child for days." My mother started crying again. "Sarah, please. We're still your family?" "No," I said firmly. "My family is my husband and my son. You're just two people who used to be important to me before you showed me who you really are." I got in my car and drove away, leaving them standing alone in the parking lot. That was the last time I spoke to them. The consequences of my parents' actions, and my response to them, spread far beyond just our immediate family. My sister Jessica was devastated by her role in the situation. She blamed herself for not calling me when she received those horrible text messages, even though I've told her repeatedly that she's not responsible for our parents' choices. "I should have known they weren't joking," she said during one of our long phone conversations. "I should have realized they were really hurting him." "Jess, you couldn't have known. No reasonable person would look at those messages and think, oh, they're literally starving a child. You thought they were being dramatic grandparents, not documenting actual abuse." But she still carries guilt about it. She's cut off all contact with our parents and moved across the country to put physical distance between herself and the situation. The extended family has mostly sided with me, though a few relatives initially tried to play peacemaker. My Aunt Carol called a few months after the trial, suggesting that family should stick together and that maybe it was time to start healing. I sent her the photos. She never brought up reconciliation again. My parents' friends and acquaintances have largely abandoned them. Mrs. Patterson from the garden club told me at the grocery store that she couldn't even look at my mother anymore. I keep thinking about my own grandchildren, she said. How could anyone do that to a child? How could anyone take pictures of it? The community college where my father used to teach part-time accounting classes asked him not to return. The library where my mother volunteered stopped scheduling her for any shifts. Everywhere they built connections and relationships, doors closed. They became cautionary tale in our town, a warning about how quickly a life can unravel when people's true nature is revealed. The most important voice in this whole story is Ethan's, and now that he's older and has processed much of what happened, he's able to articulate his feelings about it. A few months ago, he asked me why his grandparents had hurt him. Did they not love me, Mama? He said, his big brown eyes serious and thoughtful. I chose my words carefully. I think they loved the idea of having a grandson, but they didn't love you enough to put your needs first. When they were angry at me, they took it out on you, and that was wrong. Are you still angry at them? Yes, baby. I'm still angry. What they did to you was unforgivable. He nodded solemnly. I'm glad they can't hurt other kids now. That's the thing that makes me most proud. Despite everything he went through, Ethan's first concern is for other children. He understands that my parents' punishment protects other kids from suffering the way he did. Dr. Wells says this perspective is actually a sign of healthy processing. He's not consumed with anger or fear, he's developed a clear understanding of right and wrong and feels secure in the knowledge that the adults in his life now will always protect him. Ethan has internalized that what happened to him was unacceptable, she explained during one of our sessions. He knows he didn't deserve it, and he knows that others don't deserve it either. That's remarkable emotional intelligence for a child his age. Sometimes I catch him looking at photos from before that terrible weekend, pictures of him laughing with my parents at family barbecues, opening presents at Christmas, playing in their backyard. His expression is thoughtful but not sad. I miss the grandparents I thought I had, he told me once. But I don't miss the ones who really existed. That level of clarity and emotional maturity amazes me. My son is stronger than I ever imagined, and he's taught me that healing doesn't require forgiveness, sometimes it just requires truth. The question of forgiveness, people ask me sometimes if I'll ever forgive my parents. If enough time passes, enough punishment is served, enough remorse is shown, will I eventually let go of my anger and rebuild some kind of relationship with them? The answer is no. This isn't about holding grudges or being unable to move on. I've moved on beautifully. My life is full of love, joy, and happiness. Ethan is thriving. David and I are stronger than ever. We've built a life free from toxicity and abuse. But forgiveness implies that what they did was forgivable, and it wasn't. They didn't make a mistake in a moment of stress or anger. They didn't accidentally cause harm through poor judgment. They deliberately, systematically tortured my child over multiple days while documenting their cruelty for entertainment. They called him a brat. They laughed at his suffering. They took photographs of his deteriorating condition like he was a science experiment. When he collapsed from hunger and was rushed to the hospital, their first concern wasn't his well-being, it was covering their tracks and avoiding consequences. Even during the trials, they never showed genuine remorse. Every apology was followed by excuses, justifications, or attempts to minimize what they'd done. We're sorry, but children don't need as much food as parents think. We're sorry, but he was being difficult about eating. We're sorry, but we were trying to teach him discipline. They're not sorry they hurt Ethan. They're sorry they got caught. And that's why forgiveness is impossible. You can't forgive people who aren't actually remorseful, who would probably do the same thing again if they thought they could get away with it. My parents revealed their true selves during those 4 days in July. Everything that came before, all the years of seeming love and care, was just a mask they wore when it was convenient. When they thought no one was watching, when they had complete power over a helpless child, they chose cruelty. That's who they really are. It's been 18 months since my world was turned upside down, and I can honestly say that life is better now than it was before. Yes, losing my parents was painful. Grieving the people I thought they were, accepting that the grandparents I'd imagined for Ethan never really existed, that was hard. But removing toxic people from your life, even when they're family, creates space for authentic love and healthy relationships to flourish. David and I are closer than ever. Going through trauma together either breaks couples apart or bonds them permanently, and we're definitely in the latter category. He stood by me through every court hearing, every difficult decision, every moment when I questioned whether I was doing the right thing. You protected our son, he tells me whenever I wonder if I went too far. That's what good parents do. Ethan is not just surviving but thriving. He's confident, curious, and secure in the knowledge that his parents will always choose his well-being over everything else. The trauma he experienced, while terrible, hasn't defined him or limited his ability to trust and love. We've built new traditions, new holiday celebrations, new family rituals that center around the three of us. Christmas morning is joyful instead of stressful. Birthday parties are fun instead of obligatory. Family dinners are peaceful instead of tense. I no longer have to manage my parents' expectations, accommodate their passive-aggressive comments, or worry about their judgment of my parenting choices. The relief of that freedom is indescribable. Our extended family relationships have actually strengthened. My sister Jessica and I are closer than we've ever been, bonded by our shared recognition of who our parents really were. David's parents have fully embraced their role as Ethan's grandparents, giving him the loving, stable older generation influence he deserves. Friends who I'd lost touch with over the years reached out when they heard what happened, offering support and solidarity. The community rallied around us in ways that still bring tears to my eyes. "That little boy is lucky to have you as his mother," the prosecutor told me after the trial. "You did everything right." And I believe that now. I protected my child with everything I had. I sought justice when the system tried to minimize what had happened. I made sure the people who hurt him faced real consequences for their actions. I have no regrets. Last month, I received a letter from my father. Not a plea for reconciliation or forgiveness, just an update on their situation, written in his careful accountant's handwriting. He told me about my mother's failing health, the stress of their financial situation, the loneliness of their social isolation. He described their tiny apartment, their struggling finances, their complete lack of community or support. "We know we brought this on ourselves," he wrote. "We know we deserve everything that happened to us. But we want you to know that we think about Ethan every day, and we understand now how badly we hurt him. We understand that you'll never forgive us, and we don't expect you to. We just wanted you to know that we realize what we lost when we chose to hurt that precious little boy." I read the letter twice, then put it in the shredder with all the others. Because understanding the consequences of your actions isn't the same as being truly sorry for them. And being sorry isn't the same as deserving forgiveness. My parents chose to torture my child when they thought no one would stop them. They documented their cruelty like it was entertainment. They called him names and laughed at his suffering. They made their choice. I made mine. They'll spend the rest of their lives paying for what they did to Ethan. Every month when they struggle to pay rent, every holiday they spend alone, every time someone recognizes them as those people who starve their grandson, they'll remember that they chose this path. And my son and I will continue building a life full of love, security, and the absolute certainty that the people in our family would never, ever hurt each other for sport. That's justice. That's protection. That's what good parents do. The people who gave me life nearly took my sons. I made sure they lost everything that mattered to them, just like they tried to take everything that mattered to me. The difference is, I succeeded. And I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Some people say family is everything, that blood is thicker than water, that you should always forgive your parents no matter what they do. Those people have never had to pull their child's emaciated body out of a hospital bed while doctors explain how close he came to dying. Those people have never seen photographs of their baby begging for food while the adults who were supposed to protect him laughed and called him pathetic. Those people have never had to explain to a 7-year-old why the people who claimed to love him chose to hurt him instead. When someone shows you who they really are, believe them. When they hurt your child, destroy them. When they call it a misunderstanding, make sure they never forget that you understood perfectly. My parents thought they were teaching me a lesson about gratitude and respect. Instead, they taught me exactly how far I'm willing to go to protect my son. And the answer is, all the way.
Story 4.
At the airport, my 9-year-old daughter and my ticket was canceled. I checked my phone and my husband messaged, "Have fun walking home, and take that ugly girl with you, I know she isn't mine." His mistress messaged, "We're already at the resort using your tickets. Enjoy being stranded." I didn't panic or cry, just booked a taxi home, and sent them one email. 5 minutes later, they were begging me to stop before it was too late. My husband David thought he was so clever. Standing there at JFK with our 9-year-old daughter Emma, watching the gate agent shake her head with that practiced airline sympathy. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but these tickets have been canceled. The cardholder requested a refund this morning." Emma looked up at me with those big hazel eyes, my eyes, not David's muddy brown ones, and I felt something crack inside my chest. Not break. Crack. Like ice before it shatters completely. The boarding announcement echoed through the terminal. Families were lining up with their carry-on bags in vacation excitement. Emma had been talking about this trip for weeks, practicing her swimming strokes in our backyard pool, packing and repacking her little suitcase with seashells she planned to compare to the ones we'd find in Turks and Caicos. That's when my phone buzzed. "David, have fun walking home, and take that ugly girl with you, I know she isn't mine." I stared at those words until they burned into my retinas. Ugly girl. Ugly girl. This man had watched me give birth to Emma. He'd held her when she was colicky at 3 months, walking the hallway at 2 a.m. while I recovered from my C-section. He taught her to ride a bike just last summer, his hands steady on her shoulders as she wobbled down our driveway, cheering when she finally pedaled away on her own. The second message came from a number I didn't recognize, but the profile picture made my stomach drop. Blonde hair extensions, fake tan that looked orange under airport lighting, the kind of smile that screamed I steal other women's husbands for sport. Unknown, we're already at the resort using your tickets. Enjoy being stranded. A photo followed. David and this woman, Cassandra, I'd learn later, raising champagne glasses on a beach I'd been dreaming about for months. The Turks and Caicos resort where we were supposed to renew our vows for our 10th anniversary. Where Emma was supposed to build sandcastles while David and I remembered why we fell in love before careers and mortgages and his constant criticism wore us down to polite strangers sharing a house. Emma tugged at my sleeve. Mommy? What's wrong? Why can't we go on vacation? Did we do something bad? The innocence in her voice broke something fundamental inside me. This perfect little human who still believed the world was fair, who trusted that adults would protect her, who had no idea her father had just called her ugly and abandoned her at an airport like unwanted luggage. I looked down at her, this child who deserved better than the father who'd just betrayed us both, and something settled in my chest. Not panic. Not the rage I probably should have felt. Something much more dangerous, absolute clarity. Change of plans, sweetheart, I said, my voice steady as glass. We're going home to handle some business. But what about our vacation? You promised we'd see the ocean. We will, baby. I promise. Just not today. The taxi ride home cost me $437, but I didn't blink. Money was about to become the least of David's problems. Emma fell asleep against my shoulder somewhere on the Long Island Expressway, her small hands still clutching the boarding pass that would never be used, and I spent those 2.5 hours thinking. Planning. David always said I was too emotional, too reactive. He complained that I let my feelings cloud my judgment, that I couldn't think strategically like he could. He was about to learn exactly how wrong he was. The driver kept glancing at me in the rearview mirror. You okay, lady? You look like you're planning someone's funeral. Something like that, I said. By the time we pulled into our driveway, the house David and I had bought together 7 years ago, the house where Emma took her first steps, the house I'd been planning to leave after I figured out how to afford it, I knew exactly what I was going to do. I tucked Emma into bed with promises of pizza for dinner and movie marathon. She was exhausted from the emotional whiplash of the day, but she trusted me to make everything okay. That trust felt like a weight and a gift at the same time. Then I went to my home office, the one David constantly mocked as my little project room, and opened my laptop. See, here's what David never bothered to learn about his wife in 10 years of marriage. I wasn't just Emma's mom. I wasn't just the woman who made his dinner and pretended not to notice the lipstick on his collar or the way he started working late every Tuesday and Thursday. I was Sarah Chen Morrison, and before I became a Morrison, I was the youngest forensic accountant ever hired by Hartwell and Associates. I could trace money through shell companies across 3 continents. I could unravel financial conspiracies that made federal prosecutors weep with joy. David thought I'd given up my career for Emma. What I'd actually done was go freelance, working from home on cases that paid better than his middle management salary ever would. Cases he knew nothing about because he never asked what I did all day. In his mind, I spent my time doing laundry and watching daytime television. In reality, I'd helped the FBI recover $43 million in fraud proceeds just last year. I cracked my knuckles and got to work. It took me exactly 47 minutes to access David's laptop remotely. He'd always been careless with passwords, still used baseball 123. For everything, the same password I'd watched him type 1,000 times. His laptop was connected to our home network, and I built that network myself 3 years ago when he was too cheap to hire someone professional. What I found in his browser history made me laugh out loud. Not a happy laugh. The kind of laugh that would have scared him if he'd been there to hear it. David wasn't just cheating. He was embezzling. For 8 months, he'd been skimming money from his company's client accounts. Small amounts at first, a few hundred here and there, easy to hide in the daily flow of transactions. But it had escalated. In the last 2 months alone, he'd stolen nearly $60,000. All of it funneled into accounts I could trace back to Cassandra Williams, age 26, Instagram influencer with 12,000 followers, a shopping addiction, and a taste for married men with access to other people's money. The resort tickets. The champagne. The designer bags I'd seen in her photos, the ones that cost more than our mortgage payment. The jewelry she flaunted in selfies with captions like "blessed" and "living my best life." All purchased with stolen money. But David had made one crucial mistake. He'd been sloppy with a digital trail, and worse, he'd used our joint credit card to book the original tickets to Turks and Caicos. When he canceled them to rebook under his and Cassandra's names, the refund had gone back to our account. My account too. I had everything. Bank records, email receipts, even screenshots of his WhatsApp conversations with Cassandra where they joked about how stupid I was, how I'd never figure out where the money for their expensive lifestyle was coming from. "Mommy's so clueless," one message read. "She thinks you actually make enough for these vacations. Poor thing probably thinks your company gives great bonuses." "Poor little Sarah," Cassandra had replied. "At least she has that bratty kid to keep her company while we're living it up. Though honestly, the kid is kind of weird looking. Are you sure she's even yours?" "I hope not," David had written back. "Emma's got none of my good features. Sarah's genes really did a number on her. That bratty kid. Weird looking. None of my good features." I sat back in my chair and smiled. A real smile this time. Then I started typing. But first, I made some phone calls. My former boss at Hartwell and Associates was delighted to hear from me. "Sarah, how's the freelance life treating you?" "Very well, actually. Listen, I've got a situation. Potential embezzlement case, federal implications. Are you still tight with Agent Morrison at the FBI's Financial Crimes Unit?" "Agent Morrison? That's funny, same last name as you." "Different Morrison, thankfully. Can you put me in touch? I've got some evidence that needs immediate attention." Within an hour, I had a direct line to the FBI. Within 2 hours, I had a case number. Within 3 hours, I had assurance that any evidence I provided would be fast-tracked for investigation. Then I called my divorce attorney. Jennifer Walsh had handled 3 of my friends' divorces, and she had a reputation for being absolutely ruthless when it came to protecting women's assets. "Sarah? Wasn't expecting to hear from you. David finally show his true colors? In spectacular fashion. How quickly can we file papers? If you're willing to pay rush fees, I can have everything ready by tomorrow morning. What's the situation?" I gave her the overview. The cheating, the embezzlement, the abandoned daughter at the airport. Jennifer's silence stretched so long I thought the call had dropped. "Oh my gosh, Sarah. He really went nuclear, didn't he? Don't worry. By the time I'm done with him, he'll be lucky to get supervised visitation. There's something else. Emma isn't his biological daughter. Can you prove that?" "I can now." The third call was the hardest one. Marcus Chen answered on the second ring, his voice carrying that same gentle warmth I remembered from 10 years ago. "Sarah? Is everything okay?" "Marcus, I need to tell you something, and I need to ask you for something impossible." "Tell me." "Emma is your daughter." The silence on the other end of the line lasted forever. When Marcus spoke again, his voice was shaky. "Are you sure?" "I've always been sure. David was so excited about being a father, and you just started your residency. I thought I was doing the right thing. 10 years, Sarah. 10 years I could have known her." "I know. I'm sorry. But Marcus. She needs you now. David just abandoned us at the airport and called her ugly. She doesn't know the truth about her paternity yet, but she's going to need a real father in her life when all this comes out." "When what comes out?" I told him about the embezzlement, about my plan, about what was going to happen to David over the next few days. "My gosh," Marcus breathed. "You're going to destroy him." "He destroyed us first. I'm just making sure there are consequences." "And Emma? How is she handling all this?" "She's resilient. She's stronger than I ever was at her age. But she's going to need stability, and love, and someone who thinks she's beautiful exactly as she is." "She is beautiful," Marcus said quietly. "I've thought about her every day for 10 years. I've wondered what she looks like, what she's interested in, if she inherited your stubbornness or my terrible jokes." "She got both," I said, laughing for the first time all day. "Marcus, I know this is a lot to ask. I want to meet her. Properly, I mean. As her father." "Are you sure? Because once this gets out, once the legal proceedings start, it's going to be messy. David won't go quietly." "Sarah, I've been waiting 10 years to be Emma's father. A little mess doesn't scare me." After I hung up, I sat in my office for a long time, looking at the family photos on my desk. Most of them were of Emma and me. David was in maybe a quarter of them, usually standing slightly apart, usually looking like he'd rather be somewhere else. Emma deserved better. We both did. I opened a new email and started typing. The email I sent was beautifully simple. To david.morrison@pinnacleaccounting.com, cassandra.williams.lifestyle@gmail.com, cc, r@pinnacleaccounting.com, compliance@pinnacleaccounting.com, tips@sec.gov, agent.morrison@fbi.gov. Subject: misappropriated client funds, documentation attached. David and Cassandra. I hope you're enjoying your vacation. The champagne looks lovely in your photos, and the resort seems even more beautiful than the brochures promised. Attached, you'll find comprehensive documentation of the $58,347 in client funds that have been systematically stolen from Pinnacle Accounting over the past 8 months. The paper trail leads directly to accounts controlled by Ms. Williams, funded through a sophisticated but poorly executed embezzlement scheme. Also attached, timestamped screenshots of your WhatsApp conversations, banking records, forensic analysis of digital transactions, and recorded phone calls. New York is a one-party consent state, in case you've forgotten your legal training. David. David, I've CC'd your HR department, the SEC, and Agent Morrison from the FBI's Financial Crimes Unit. They're very interested in your case. Cassandra, you might want to start thinking about a good lawyer. Embezzlement charges aside, accepting stolen money makes you an accessory after the fact. The federal sentencing guidelines for financial crimes have gotten quite strict lately. For what it's worth, I genuinely hope you enjoyed today. It's the last day of freedom you're going to have for quite some time. Emma and I will be fine. Unlike some people, we have integrity. Regards, Sarah. P.S. David, you're right about one thing. Emma isn't yours. Her father is Dr. Marcus Chen, the pediatric psychiatrist you used to complain was too good for his own good when we ran into him at college reunions. The paternity test results are in the attached files as well. Emma will be so excited to finally meet her real dad next weekend. He's already asked if she likes miniature golf and ice cream. Unlike you, he remembers how to talk to children without making them feel small. P.P.S. The divorce papers will be served tomorrow morning. I'm filing for full custody, full asset protection, and spousal support. Given the criminal charges you're about to face, I don't anticipate much resistance from the court. I attached 93 pages of evidence and hit send at 3:47 p.m. Eastern, 12:47 p.m. Turks and Caicos time. My phone started ringing at 3:52. David's voice was so shrill I had to hold the phone away from my ear. Sarah. Sarah, what have you done? You can't send that. You have to take it back. Take what back? I asked, spooning ice cream into bowls for Emma and me. She was building a blanket fort in the living room, completely absorbed in creating something beautiful from the chaos of our day. That email. Those files. How did you even? I'm a forensic accountant, David. Did you forget? Or did you just never care enough to remember what your wife actually does for a living? This isn't about your job. This is about our marriage. You can't just. Our marriage ended the moment you called my daughter ugly and left us stranded at an airport. My voice stayed level, controlled. Actually, no. Our marriage ended months ago when you started stealing money to fund your affair. I just didn't know it yet. Silence. Then, the FBI? Sarah, you sent this to the FBI? And your boss? And HR? And the SEC? Oh, and I forwarded copies to 3 journalists I know who specialize in white-collar crime. Your story should make for interesting reading. Local accountant steals client funds to impress Instagram influencer. It has a nice ring to it. This is insane. You're being vindictive. You can't destroy my life because you're upset about what, David? About you stealing money? About you abandoning our daughter at an airport? About you calling her ugly? I took a deep breath. Or about you cheating on me with someone who's young enough to be your daughter? Cassandra's 26. She's not. She's closer in age to Emma than she is to you. Think about that for a minute. Another phone was ringing in the background. Then another. Oh, I said sweetly. Sounds like you're getting some calls. Better answer those. I imagine your boss is very interested in having a conversation. And David? The FBI moves fast on financial crimes these days. I'd enjoy the beach while you can. I hung up. The phone rang again immediately. This time it was Cassandra. You psychotic witch. She screamed. Do you have any idea what you've done? The FBI just called me. The FBI? That was fast, I mused, settling into the blanket fort with Emma. Though I guess financial crimes get priority treatment these days. You have to fix this. Delete those files. Tell them it was a mistake. I can't delete emails that have already been downloaded by federal investigators, Cassandra. That's not how technology works. Emma looked up from her coloring book. Who's yelling, Mommy? Someone who made bad choices, I said, hitting the speaker button. She's learning about consequences. This is all David's fault. Cassandra's voice cracked through the phone. I didn't know it was stolen money. He told me he got a promotion. The WhatsApp messages suggest otherwise. Particularly the one where you called Emma a bratty kid and questioned whether she was weird looking. That's not going to play well with a jury. Emma's eyes widened. Someone said I was weird looking? I muted the phone and pulled her close. Someone who doesn't matter said something mean. But you know what? We're going to meet someone this weekend who thinks you're the most beautiful, intelligent, amazing girl in the world. Really? Who? Your dad. Your real dad. She was crying now. Please. I'll pay it back. I'll sell everything. I'll delete all the photos. Just make this go away. I'm not a magician, Cassandra. I'm just a woman whose husband thought she was too stupid to notice when $60,000 went missing from their marriage. I'm just a mother whose child was called ugly by the man who was supposed to protect her. I hung up again. Emma was staring at me with those big hazel eyes. Daddy's not my real daddy? No, sweetheart. He's not. Your real dad is a doctor who helps children when they're sad or scared. He's been thinking about you every day since you were born, and he can't wait to meet you properly. Is that why Daddy was always mean to me? Because I'm not really his? The question broke my heart. Oh, baby. No. Daddy was mean because something is broken inside him. It has nothing to do with you. You are perfect exactly as you are. Will my real dad be nice to me? He's the nicest person I know. And he's going to love you so much. She nodded solemnly and went back to her coloring. But I noticed she was drawing a family now, a woman, a little girl, and a man with a stethoscope around his neck. The calls from David and Cassandra continued for the next 4 days. First angry. Then pleading. Then desperate. David was fired on Thursday. The FBI raided his office on Friday. By the following Monday, both he and Cassandra were under federal indictment for embezzlement, money laundering, and wire fraud. The story made the local news with the headline, "Local Man's Vacation Photos Lead to Federal Embezzlement Charges." The reporter called me for comment. I declined to appear on camera, but I did provide a statement. As a forensic accountant, I believe financial crimes hurt everyone, the companies victimized, the families destroyed, and the trust that holds our communities together. I'm grateful that justice is being served. I didn't mention the airport. I didn't mention the text messages. I certainly didn't mention the part about Emma's paternity. That was between David, Marcus, Emma, and me. What I did mention was the tip line I'd established for other spouses who suspected financial impropriety. Within a week, I had 12 new cases and a waiting list 3 months long. But more importantly, Marcus was coming to dinner on Saturday. Marcus arrived at exactly 6 o'clock, carrying flowers for me and a wrapped present for Emma. He looked older than I remembered, there were lines around his eyes that hadn't been there in college, and his dark hair had gray threads at the temples. But his smile was exactly the same, gentle and genuine. Emma had been nervous all day, changing clothes 3 times and asking me questions like what if he doesn't like me? And what if I'm not smart enough? I'd assured her that was impossible, but I understood her anxiety. Finding out your entire life had been built on a lie was a lot for anyone to process, especially a 10-year-old. Emma, I called. Someone's here to meet you. She came down the stairs slowly, wearing her favorite dress, the blue one with stars on it that David had always said made her look like she was trying too hard. Marcus's face lit up when he saw her, and I watched him take in every detail. The way she tucked her hair behind her ear when she was nervous. The way she stood with perfect posture because her ballet teacher had drilled it into her. The way she looked at the world with curious, intelligent eyes that missed nothing. Hi, Emma said quietly. Hi yourself, Marcus said, kneeling down to her eye level. I'm Marcus. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a very long time. Mommy says you're my real dad. I am. And I know this is confusing and probably scary, but I want you to know something important. You don't have to call me Dad right away. You don't have to call me Dad ever, if you don't want to. I'm just happy to be here with you. Emma considered this seriously. What should I call you then? Whatever feels right to you. Marcus is fine. Or Dr. Chen, if you want to be formal. Or hey you, if you're feeling silly. She giggled. Hey you is funny? I thought you might like that. Now, I brought you something, but I don't know if it's the right thing. I don't know what you're interested in yet. He handed her the wrapped box. Emma tore off the paper to reveal a telescope, not a toy one, but a real beginner's telescope with multiple lenses and a sturdy tripod. I love space, she gasped. How did you know? Your mom mentioned it. But I love space too, so maybe we can learn about it together? Did you know that Jupiter has 79 moons? That's way more than Earth. I did not know that, Marcus said, his voice full of genuine wonder. What else can you teach me about planets? Emma launched into an explanation about the solar system that lasted through dinner prep, dinner itself, and dessert. Marcus listened to every word, asked thoughtful questions, and never once looked bored or checked his phone. When she showed him her collection of space books, he sat on the floor with her and let her explain the difference between asteroids and meteors. I watched them from the kitchen doorway while I cleaned dishes, and for the first time in months, I felt something like peace settle in my chest. Around 8 o'clock, Emma yawned. I should probably go to bed soon. But can we look through the telescope first? If it's okay with your mom, Marcus said. We set up the telescope on the back deck. The night was clear, and Marcus helped Emma adjust the focus until she found Saturn. I can see the rings. She squealed. They're real. Marcus, look. He peered through the eyepiece and made appropriately amazed sounds. Then he lifted Emma up so she could see better, and she wrapped her arms around his neck like she'd been doing it her whole life. This is the best day ever, she whispered. After Emma went to bed, with promises that Marcus would come back soon to help her find more planets, we sat on the deck sharing a glass of wine. Any regrets? He asked quietly. I thought about it. David was awaiting trial, probably going to serve serious prison time. Cassandra had pled out for 18 months and full restitution, plus her social media career was essentially over. Their story had become a cautionary tale in financial circles, and my phone hadn't stopped ringing with new clients who wanted to hire the woman who'd taken down her own husband. Emma was thriving. Her grades had improved dramatically once David's constant criticism was removed from her life. She laughed more. She took risks. She'd started asking questions about everything instead of staying quiet to avoid setting David off. No, I said finally. No regrets at all. Not even about the way you handled it? It was pretty comprehensive. I smiled. Marcus, let me tell you something about comprehensive solutions. David didn't just cheat on me or steal money. He tried to abandon his daughter at an airport and called her ugly. He forfeited the right to mercy the moment he did that. She really is beautiful, Marcus said. And brilliant. And funny. I can't believe I missed 10 years of her life. You're here now. That's what matters. There's one thing I need to know, Marcus said eventually. How long have you known? That Emma was mine? I looked at him, this man who'd spent 3 hours listening to a 10-year-old explain astrophysics with the same attention he'd give a medical colleague. Since the day she was born, I said. She had your eyes from the very beginning? David's eyes are brown, mine are hazel. Emma's are green, just like yours. Then why? Because I was 25 and scared and you were starting your medical residency and working 80-hour weeks. Because David wanted to be a father so badly, and I thought I was being noble by letting him. Because I was stupid and young and I thought I was doing the right thing. Marcus nodded slowly. I understand. But Sarah, if you ever need to make another decision about Emma's welfare, I want to be part of that conversation. I want to be her father in every way that matters. She's lucky to have you, I said. We're both lucky to have each other. All three of us. 6 months later, I testified as the government's key witness in David's sentencing hearing. I wore a navy blue suit and pearl earrings, the picture of professional competence. Emma sat in the gallery with Marcus, who'd taken the day off from his practice to be there for support. When the prosecutor asked me to describe how I discovered the embezzlement, I kept my voice steady and my facts clear. I didn't mention the airport text messages specifically. I didn't describe the moment I realized my husband thought I was too stupid to notice missing money. I certainly didn't explain how his cruelty to Emma had transformed my hurt into something far more dangerous. Instead, I focused on the forensic evidence. The digital trails. The systematic theft that had victimized not just Pinnacle Accounting, but the clients who trusted them with their financial futures. The pattern of deception that had escalated over months. In my professional opinion, I concluded, this was not a crime of opportunity or desperation. This was a calculated scheme designed to fund a lifestyle the defendant could not afford through legal means. The defendant showed no regard for the victims of his crimes, the company that trusted him, or the family he betrayed. David's lawyer tried to paint him as a man who'd made mistakes while going through a midlife crisis. The prosecutor painted him as a calculating thief who'd stolen money from retired teachers and small business owners. The judge sentenced David to 4 years in federal prison. With good behavior, he'd be out in 3. As I left the courthouse, I passed Cassandra on the steps. She looked older, tired. The Instagram influencer polish had worn off completely, leaving behind someone who looked every one of her 26 years and then some. "Sarah," she said quietly. "Can we talk?" I stopped. "What about?" "I want you to know." "I'm sorry." "About Emma. About what we said about her. She didn't deserve that." I studied her face. She seemed genuine, but I'd learned not to trust appearances. "You're right," I said finally. "She didn't. I saw her in there. With that man." "Her real father?" "Yes." "She looks happy." "Really happy." "She is." "Will you ever be able to forgive us?" I thought about Emma, who was probably at that very moment telling Marcus about her day at school, secure in the knowledge that she had adults in her life who thought she was extraordinary. I thought about the life we'd built without David's constant negativity, his financial stress, his wandering eye and cruel tongue. "Cassandra," I said gently, "forgiveness isn't something I owe you. It's something I give myself. And I forgave both of you the moment I decided Emma and I deserved better." I walked away before she could respond. That night, Emma, Marcus, and I went out to celebrate, not David's sentencing, but Emma's acceptance into the gifted program at her school. She'd been working with a tutor Marcus had found, and her confidence in math and science had skyrocketed. "I want to be a forensic scientist," Emma announced over dessert. "Like Mommy, but for solving crimes instead of finding stolen money." "That's an excellent career choice," Marcus said seriously. "You'll need strong science skills and attention to detail. Both of which you clearly have." "Will you help me study?" she asked. "Every step of the way," he promised. Later, after we tucked Emma into bed, Marcus and I sat on the couch going through college brochures. Not for Emma, she was only 10, but for a joint program Marcus had found where I could get a master's degree in criminology while maintaining my forensic accounting practice. "You sure you want to do this?" he asked. "It's a lot of work on top of everything else." "I've discovered I like taking down bad guys," I said. "Might as well get better at it." My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "David, the lawyer says if I show remorse and take responsibility, I might get early release. Will you write a character letter for me? For Emma's sake?" I deleted the message without responding and blocked the number. Marcus noticed. "David? Trying to manipulate me into helping him get a reduced sentence. Are you tempted?" I looked at Emma's artwork covering our refrigerator, pictures of our new family, drawings of planets and telescopes, a Mother's Day card that read my mom is a superhero who catches bad guys. Then I looked at Marcus, who'd seamlessly stepped into Emma's life like he'd been there all along. "Not even a little bit," I said. 2 years later, Emma and I were sitting on a beach in Hawaii, watching her build the most elaborate sandcastle I'd ever seen. Marcus had flown out to join us for the second week of our vacation, the first real vacation I'd taken since the airport incident that changed everything. "Mommy," Emma said, carefully placing a seashell tower on her castle wall, "I'm glad David isn't here." The words should have made me sad. Instead, they filled me with a fierce kind of joy. "Why's that, sweetheart?" "He always said my castles were messy and too complicated. Marcus says they're architectural marvels." She grinned. "And he explained what that means." "It means your castles are amazing," I said. "And so are you." She nodded seriously, then went back to her construction project. In the distance, I could see Marcus jogging along the waterline, his psychiatrist training apparently extending to a dedication to physical fitness that David had never possessed. My phone was off, tucked away in the hotel safe. For 2 weeks, I'd been completely unreachable by anyone except the people I loved. It was the first time I'd felt truly free since before David. That evening, after Emma was asleep, Marcus and I sat on our hotel balcony sharing a bottle of wine and watching the sunset. "Any word from David lately?" he asked. "He writes letters sometimes. Trying to guilt me into bringing Emma to visit him in prison. I throw them away." "And Emma? Does she ask about him?" "Not anymore. She did for a while, right after the trial. But I think she's realized that the David she thought she knew never really existed. The real David was always the man who called her ugly at an airport. Marcus nodded. Kids are remarkably resilient when they feel safe and loved. She's never been happier, I said. Her teachers say she's blossomed. She has friends now. She asks questions. She takes up space in the world instead of trying to disappear. That's what happens when children know they're valued exactly as they are. We sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the waves roll in under the starlight. There's one thing I still wonder about, Marcus said eventually. What's that? The paternity test you mentioned in that email. Was that real? I turned to look at him, this man who'd stepped into Emma's life with such gentle certainty, who'd never once made her feel like anything less than a gift. Does it matter? I asked. He considered this. No, he said finally. It doesn't. She's mine now either way. Then that's all the answer you need. But I smiled as I said it, thinking about the test results I'd gotten 2 years ago, the ones that confirmed what I'd always known. Emma was Marcus's daughter in every possible way, and had been since the day she was born. 3 years later, Emma was 13 and preparing for her high school entrance exams. She'd skipped a grade with Marcus's encouragement and my support, and was applying to specialized STEM programs that would challenge her brilliant mind. David had been released from prison 6 months earlier. He'd served 2.5 years of his 4-year sentence, and according to the probation officer who'd contacted me, he was working at a gas station in Phoenix and living in a halfway house. He'd sent one letter asking to see Emma. I'd shown it to her, let her read it herself. What do you think? I'd asked. Emma had folded the letter carefully and handed it back to me. I think some people don't deserve second chances, she'd said with a maturity that broke my heart. Especially when they never ask for forgiveness for the first chance they wasted. I'd thrown the letter away and never mentioned it again. My forensic accounting practice had exploded. I now had 6 employees and a client list that included 3 federal agencies. The airport case, as it became known in financial crime circles, had made my reputation. I'd testified in dozens of federal cases, helped recover millions in stolen funds, and earned a reputation as someone you absolutely didn't want to cross if you were playing fast and loose with other people's money. But more importantly, I'd helped dozens of spouses uncover financial infidelity. Women who'd suspected something was wrong but didn't know how to prove it. Men whose wives had been hiding shopping addictions or gambling problems. People who needed the truth so they could make informed decisions about their futures. You've become the patron saint of betrayed spouses, Marcus had joked after a particularly high-profile case made national news. I prefer financial vigilante, I'd replied. Marcus and I had been married for a year now. A small ceremony in our backyard, with Emma as the maid of honor and his parents flying in from California to meet their new granddaughter. Emma had designed the invitations herself, complete with constellations around the border and the words of family written in the stars. During the ceremony, Marcus had included vows to Emma as well as to me. I promise to be the father you deserve, he'd said, his voice thick with emotion. To support your dreams, to challenge your mind, and to always, always tell you how beautiful and brilliant you are. Emma had cried. I cried. Even Marcus's stoic father had wiped his eyes. David hadn't been invited, obviously. We'd legally terminated his parental rights 2 years earlier, and Marcus had officially adopted Emma. Her last name was now Chen Morrison, hyphenated to honor both her biological father and the woman who'd fought for her. The adoption hearing had been one of the happiest days of my life. The judge had asked Emma if she understood what adoption meant. It means Marcus will be my dad forever, even if something happens, Emma had said. And it means I don't have to worry about David trying to take me away from my real family. And how do you feel about that? The judge had asked. I feel like the luckiest kid in the world, Emma had answered. Now, watching her practice her presentation for the science fair, a project on forensic chemistry that she developed with help from one of my FBI contacts, I marveled at the confident young woman she'd become. Gone was the anxious child who'd flinched at raised voices and tried to make herself invisible. This Emma took up space, asked difficult questions, and expected to be heard. Mom, she said, looking up from her poster board, do you think Dad can come to the science fair? I know he's busy with patients, but he wouldn't miss it, I assured her. He's already blocked off the whole afternoon. She beamed. Good. I want him to see the fingerprint analysis I did. And I used some of your techniques for tracing the chemical evidence. I'm proud of you, sweetheart. For the project and for everything else. Everything else? For being brave. For being kind. For being exactly who you are, without apology. Emma came over and hugged me, all long legs and wild hair and fierce intelligence. At 13, she was already taller than me, with Marcus's green eyes and my stubborn chin. "I'm proud of you too, Mom," she said. "For not letting anyone make you small. For showing me that when people hurt you, you don't have to just take it." "What do you mean?" "I mean you could have just divorced David and moved on. But you made sure he faced consequences for what he did. You made sure other people like him couldn't hurt their families the same way. That's real justice, not just personal revenge." I pulled back to look at her. "When did you get so wise?" "I learned from the best," she said, grinning. "Plus, Dad's been teaching me about psychology, and you've been teaching me about accountability. I figure between the two of you, I might actually understand how the world works." That night, after Emma had gone to bed, Marcus and I sat in our home office going over the latest case files. A software executive in Seattle whose husband had been using company funds to support a gambling addiction. A teacher in Miami whose wife had taken out credit cards in her name to fund a secret drug habit. Stories that were variations on the same theme: betrayal, deception, and the shattering of trust between people who'd promised to love and protect each other. "Do you ever get tired of it?" Marcus asked. "Dealing with the worst parts of human nature all day?" "Sometimes," I admitted. "But then I think about the clients I've helped. The women who got out of abusive relationships because I proved their husbands were hiding money. The men who saved their retirement funds because I uncovered their wives' secret spending. The children who ended up in better situations because the truth came out. And Emma? Emma is my reminder that sometimes the worst thing that happens to you can lead to the best thing. If David hadn't abandoned us at that airport, I might never have had the courage to leave him. Emma might have grown up thinking his treatment of her was normal. We might have spent years trapped in a marriage that was slowly poisoning all of us." Marcus reached over and took my hand. "Do you think she'll be okay? With everything she's been through?" I looked at the photo on my desk, Emma at her 8th grade graduation, grinning widely between Marcus and me, holding a certificate for academic excellence and another for community service. She'd started a program at school to teach younger kids about financial literacy, inspired by watching me work. "She's more than okay," I said. "She's extraordinary. And she knows it now, which is the most important thing." My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Unknown, Sarah, this is David. I got your number from the prison release paperwork. I've been clean for 6 months and I'm in therapy. I know I don't deserve it, but I'd like a chance to apologize to Emma in person. I've changed." I showed the message to Marcus. He read it and shook his head. "What do you think?" I asked. "I think leopards don't change their spots," he said. "And I think Emma has made it clear she doesn't want contact with him. But what if he really has changed? What if keeping Emma from him is wrong?" Marcus looked at me with those kind green eyes that Emma had inherited. "Sarah, love, David didn't lose the right to be Emma's father because he made a mistake. He lost that right because he systematically abused a child's trust, called her ugly, and abandoned her at an airport. Some actions have permanent consequences." I deleted the message and blocked the number. "Besides," Marcus added, "Emma already has a father. One who thinks she hung the moon and would never, ever make her feel like she was anything less than perfect." The science fair was held on a Saturday in the school gymnasium. Emma had been nervous all week, but when the judges came to her station, she presented her project with the confidence of someone who knew her material inside and out. "Forensic chemistry can help solve crimes by analyzing trace evidence," she explained, pointing to her display. "For example, if someone touches a surface, they leave behind oils and sometimes even DNA. By using the right chemical reactions, we can make those fingerprints visible." The judge, a retired police detective, nodded approvingly. "And you did all this analysis yourself?" "With supervision from my mom, who's a forensic accountant, and some guidance from Agent Patterson at the FBI. But yes, all the actual work is mine." "Impressive. What got you interested in this field?" Emma glanced over at Marcus and me, standing at the edge of the crowd. "I learned that sometimes people do bad things and think they won't get caught. But if you know how to look for evidence and how to follow the trail, you can prove what really happened. I want to help people find the truth." Marcus squeezed my hand. "That's our girl," he whispered. Emma won first place in the chemistry category and third place overall. But more importantly, she glowed with pride as she carried her ribbon over to show us. "Did you see how the judges reacted?" she asked excitedly. "They said my methodology was college level." "We're so proud of you," I said, wrapping her in a hug. "Can we celebrate with ice cream?" she asked. Absolutely, Marcus said. I know a place that has 37 flavors. As we walked out of the school together, Emma chattering about her project between Marcus and me, I felt that familiar sense of gratitude wash over me. Not gratitude for David's betrayal, exactly, but gratitude for the life that had emerged from it. The marriage built on honesty instead of lies. The daughter who felt safe to shine instead of hide. The career that let me help other people escape their own versions of financial hell. Mom, Emma said as we climbed into the car, I've been thinking about college. You're 13, I laughed. You have time. I know, but I want a double major in chemistry and criminal justice. Maybe minor in accounting. Is that too much? Marcus and I exchanged glances in the rearview mirror. Sweetheart, I said, with your brain and your work ethic, I don't think anything is too much. Good, she said, settling back in her seat with her ribbon. Because I want to be ready when I grow up. There are a lot of bad people in the world who think they're smarter than everyone else. Someone needs to prove them wrong. I smiled, thinking about a 9-year-old girl standing in an airport, confused and hurt, not understanding why her father had abandoned her. That little girl had grown up to become someone who would never let injustice go unchallenged, who would never accept cruelty as normal, who would spend her life protecting other people from the kind of betrayal we'd experienced. David had intended to hurt us. Instead, he'd created his own worst nightmare, a woman who dedicated her life to exposing financial predators, and a daughter who would grow up to catch the kind of criminals he'd become. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even. Sometimes it's getting better. And sometimes, if you're very, very lucky, it's raising a daughter who will make the world safer for everyone else's children too. Epilogue: 5 years later, Emma graduated high school at 16 and was accepted to MIT with a full scholarship. Her acceptance letter mentioned her exceptional academic performance and demonstrated commitment to using science in service of justice. She'd spent her senior year interning with my firm, and had already helped crack 2 cases involving cryptocurrency fraud. David never contacted us again after that blocked text message. According to a Google search Emma did for a school project on recidivism, she was nothing if not thorough. He'd been arrested again in Arizona for check fraud. Some people never learn. Marcus had been promoted to chief of pediatric psychiatry at his hospital. He specialized in helping children who'd experienced trauma, and his waiting list was 6 months long. Emma often joked that she'd given him excellent practice for his career. As for me, I'd written a book about financial infidelity that became a bestseller. The proceeds funded a nonprofit that provided free forensic accounting services to abuse survivors who needed to hide assets from their abusers. We'd helped over 300 women in 5 years. The airport case, as my colleagues still called it, had become legendary in financial crime circles. Law enforcement agencies used it as a training example of how digital evidence could unravel complex fraud schemes. Business schools taught it as a case study in the consequences of ethical failures. But for me, it would always be the day my real life began. The day I learned that sometimes the most devastating betrayal can become the foundation for something beautiful. The day I discovered that being underestimated is the most powerful weapon a woman can have. And the day I realized that the best way to protect your child from the cruelty of the world is to teach her to be strong enough to change it.
Story 5.
My mother turned 65, but none of my siblings showed up. She sat alone with her cake while my siblings partied together in Paris, posting selfies with the caption "Living our best life." I took her to dinner instead, watching her pretend not to check her phone for their messages. The next day, while I was cooking her favorite pasta, a stranger knocked on her door and handed me a folder, signed by my mother herself. What happened next hit like a storm. No one saw it coming. The next morning, all of my siblings were back. I need to tell you something that's going to sound completely insane. My mother orchestrated the most brilliant revenge I've ever witnessed, and I was the only one who saw it coming. What she did to my siblings will haunt me for the rest of my life, not because it was cruel, but because it was absolutely perfect. It started 3 weeks ago when Mom turned 65. Picture this, a woman who raised 4 children mostly alone after Dad died when I was 12, sitting at her kitchen table with a store-bought chocolate cake and exactly 1 candle. Me on one side, 3 empty chairs where my siblings should have been on the other. Sarah, Marcus, and twins Jake and Jamie were in Paris. Not for work, not for some emergency, they were there because they wanted to be. Living their best life, as their Instagram stories kept reminding everyone who followed them. The photos made my stomach physically turn. Champagne glasses clinking against the Eiffel Tower backdrop while Mom sat in her faded floral dress that I'd seen her wear to every special occasion for the past 5 years, pretending not to check her phone every 30 seconds. Maybe they're just running late with their calls, she said, cutting herself the tiniest slice of cake with hands that shook just slightly. I watched her face in the dim kitchen light, memorizing every line of disappointment she thought I couldn't see. The way her mouth stayed carefully neutral, the way she blinked just a little too often. I'd driven 3 hours from my apartment in the city to be there. 3 measly hours that my siblings couldn't manage from their fancy downtown apartments, let alone from another continent where they'd spontaneously decided to vacation together. Without inviting her. Without even mentioning it until the photos started appearing on social media like digital slaps to the face. Mom, you know they're busy, sweetheart. Important people have important things to do. She smiled, but it was the kind of smile that makes you want to punch something. The kind that says she's been practicing it in mirrors for years. The silence stretched between us, filled only by the tick of Dad's old grandfather clock and the sound of her phone not ringing. Finally, she set down her fork without taking another bite. Tell me about your job, Emma. How's the teaching going? So I did. I told her about my 5th graders, about the little girl who'd finally started reading above grade level, about the chaos of standardized testing season. She listened like it was the most fascinating thing in the world, asking follow-up questions and remembering details from conversations we'd had months ago. That's when it hit me, really hit me, that I might be the only person in her life who actually talked to her anymore. Not at her, not around her, but to her. Like she was a real person with thoughts and feelings instead of just a mom-shaped obligation. The next evening, I was back at her house making her favorite penne arrabbiata because I couldn't stand the thought of her eating microwave dinners alone when the knock came. Not the doorbell, 3 sharp, authoritative raps like someone who meant business and wouldn't be ignored. Mom was upstairs changing into her nightgown, so I answered. The man on the porch wore an expensive suit that probably cost more than I made in a month and carried a leather briefcase that looked like it belonged in a corporate boardroom or a mafia movie. His shoes were polished to a mirror shine, and his hair was perfectly styled despite the evening humidity. Sarah Mitchell? He asked, consulting a tablet in his hand. No, I'm her daughter. Emma. His eyes flicked up from the screen, assessing me with the kind of professional courtesy that somehow managed to be both polite and dismissive. Is Mrs. Mitchell available? I have some documents that require her immediate attention. Something cold and sharp settled in my chest, like swallowing an ice cube whole. What kind of documents? He opened his briefcase with practiced efficiency and pulled out a thick manila folder that looked important and official and absolutely terrifying. Estate planning materials. She requested these be delivered today specifically. I stared at the folder like it might spontaneously combust. Estate planning? Yes, miss. Everything's been prepared according to her exact specifications. He handed me the folder with a practiced smile that didn't reach his eyes. She'll need to review and sign page 12, 15, and 23. The notary will be here tomorrow at 10 sharp. Before I could ask another question, and I had about 50 of them queuing up in my throat, he was walking back to his car. A black sedan that looked either government-issued or mafia-owned, I couldn't decide which. The kind of car that seemed to absorb light instead of reflecting it. Mom. I called up the stairs, my voice cracking despite my best efforts to sound normal and not like I was about to have a panic attack in her hallway. She appeared at the top of the stairs in her pink flannel nightgown, looking smaller than I remembered. More fragile. The overhead light created shadows under her eyes that made her look older than her 65 years. What is it, honey? I held up the folder like it was evidence in a murder trial. Some lawyer just delivered this. Said you were expecting it. For just a moment, maybe 2 seconds, maybe less, her expression changed. The mask of confused elderly mother slipped just enough for something sharp and calculating to flash in her eyes. Something that reminded me suddenly and viscerally of Dad, who'd been a brilliant strategist in his business dealings before the cancer took him. Then it was gone so fast I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Oh my, she said, walking down the stairs with careful, measured steps. I wasn't expecting anything like that. I opened the folder with hands that had started trembling. The first page made my knees weak. Last will and testament of Margaret Elizabeth Mitchell. The second page was worse. The third page made me sit down hard on her paisley couch, the one she'd had reupholstered twice because she couldn't bear to get rid of something Dad had picked out. Mom. My voice came out strangled, like someone was squeezing my windpipe. According to this, you're leaving everything to the Humane Society. She took the folder from my trembling hands and flipped through it slowly, methodically, like she was reading Shakespeare instead of legal documents that would destroy my siblings' lives. But I saw how her finger traced certain lines, how she barely paused on technical language that would have confused most 65-year-old women who'd never dealt with anything more complicated than a mortgage. Well, she said finally, her voice perfectly calm. That's interesting. Interesting? Mom, this cut Sarah, Marcus, and the twins out completely. Not a penny. Not even your grandmother's engagement ring or Dad's watch collection. Nothing. They get absolutely nothing. She turned to page 12, the signature page where her name would make this nightmare legally binding. I suppose that would be unfortunate for them. The way she said it made my skin crawl. Not sad, not conflicted, not even angry. Just matter of fact. Like she was commenting on the weather or the price of groceries. You can't be serious about this. Can't I? She looked up at me, and this time the sharp look didn't fade away. It stayed, boring into me like she was seeing something I didn't even know was there. Tell me, Emma. When was the last time any of them called me just to talk? Not to ask for money for house down payments or business investments, not to update me on their lives like I'm their personal diary service. When did they last ask how I'm feeling? How I'm sleeping? Whether I'm lonely? I opened my mouth to argue, then closed it because honestly, I couldn't remember. I genuinely could not remember the last time Sarah had called without needing something. Or Marcus. Or either of the twins. When's the last time they visited without wanting something? She continued, her voice getting quieter but somehow more intense. When's the last time they remembered my birthday without Facebook reminding them? When's the last time they invited me somewhere instead of making me beg to be included in their lives? I thought about Sarah's last visit. She needed Mom to babysit her kids while she went to a work conference. Before that, Marcus had stopped by to borrow Dad's tools. The twins had come for Easter, but spent the entire time on their phones and left right after dinner without helping clean up. They're in Paris, I started weakly. They chose Paris over me. Her voice didn't rise, but each word landed like a physical blow, like she was throwing stones at my chest. They chose champagne and selfies and living their best life over celebrating the woman who sacrificed everything to give them opportunities they're now using to ignore her. She stood up and walked to the window, looking out at her garden where she spent hours every day because she had nothing else to do. No grandchildren to chase, no children to cook for, no family dinners to plan. Do you know what Sarah said when I mentioned my birthday last month? She said, "Oh, is that coming up? I'll have to check my calendar." Like my birth was a dental appointment she might be able to squeeze in if nothing better came up. My stomach twisted into knots because I remembered that conversation. I'd been there when Sarah said it, and I'd cringed but hadn't said anything. Marcus hasn't taken me to lunch in 2 years. Not once. But he had time to take 3 separate business trips to Vegas this year. The twins bought a house with money I gave them for a down payment, and they've never even invited me to see it. I found out they'd moved from Facebook photos. I stared at her, really seeing her for the first time in years. Mom had always been the peacekeeper, the forgiver, the woman who made excuses for everyone else's bad behavior. The woman who worked double shifts as a nurse to pay for Sarah's law degree, who mortgaged her house to help Marcus start his business, who babysat the twins' kids every weekend so they could have couple time. When had she become this clear-eyed person who saw through everyone's selfishness? The notary comes tomorrow at 10, she said, settling back into her recliner with the folder in her lap like it was a favorite book. I think I'll sign it. I spent the night on her couch, staring at the ceiling and trying to process what I'd learned. Every few hours, I'd hear her moving around upstairs, the bathroom, the kitchen, back to her room, but she never came down to talk. Part of me wondered if she was up there planning something else, some other shoe that was about to drop on my siblings' heads. At 9:30 the next morning, I was making coffee with hands that still weren't quite steady when my phone exploded with notifications. Sarah, Emma, what the hell did you do? Marcus, call me right now, this is not a joke. Jake, Mom's lawyer called us. Fix this immediately. Jamie, I'm booking the first flight home. This is your fault somehow. Apparently, the lawyer, the same impeccably dressed man who'd delivered the documents, had called each of my siblings that morning to inform them of their mother's revised estate planning decisions. He'd been professional, courteous, and absolutely devastating in his delivery. I was still reading the increasingly frantic and accusatory texts when the black sedan pulled up again. Same man, same briefcase, but this time he brought a notary, a stern-looking woman with gray hair and no-nonsense glasses, and what looked like a very expensive camera setup. Mrs. Mitchell, he said when Mom answered the door dressed in her best navy dress and pearls, are you ready to proceed? I am, she said, and her voice was steadier than I'd heard it in months. What happened next was like watching a master chess player make her final, devastating moves against opponents who hadn't even realized they were playing a game. She signed every page slowly, deliberately, reading each clause aloud for the camera. The notary witnessed and stamped each signature with bureaucratic precision. The lawyer's assistant recorded everything on video, making sure to capture Mom stating her full name, the date, and her confirmation that she was signing of my own free will and sound mind, without coercion or undue influence from any party. For the record, Mrs. Mitchell, the lawyer said, his voice professionally neutral, you understand that this document supersedes all previous wills and testaments? I do. And you understand the implications for your surviving children? I understand completely. She looked directly into the camera. My children, Sarah, Marcus, Jacob, and James are receiving exactly what they've given me in recent years. Nothing. The whole process took 20 minutes. 20 minutes to undo 30 years of assumed inheritance, 30 years of my siblings taking for granted that Mom's money would eventually become their money. After they left, Mom made herself a cup of tea like nothing earth-shattering had just happened. Mom, I said carefully, still processing what I'd witnessed. Do you want to talk about this? What's to talk about? she said, settling into her chair with her crossword puzzle book. I made a decision based on how my children have chosen to treat me. But what if they change? What if they start visiting more, calling more? She looked at me with something that might have been pity mixed with a sadness so deep it made my chest ache. Emma, sweetheart. People don't change because they inherit money. They change because they realize what they're about to lose. My phone rang. Sarah, of course. Emma, you have to do something, she said without preamble, her voice tight with barely controlled panic. I just got off the phone with Mom's lawyer. She's lost her mind. She seemed pretty clear-headed to me. This is about Paris, isn't it? Look, we planned this trip months ago, and Mom said she understood, did she? Or did you tell her she should understand and then assume she agreed? Silence. Long, uncomfortable silence filled with the sound of Sarah realizing she couldn't actually remember what Mom had said about the trip. Sarah, when's the last time you visited her? I was there for Christmas. It's March. I've been busy with the partnership track at the firm. You know how demanding corporate law can be. Marcus started a whole new business with the money she lent him. The twins bought that house with her down payment gift. What have you given her lately besides excuses and reasons why you're too important to spend time with your mother? Another silence, longer this time. I could practically hear her scrambling for justifications that wouldn't come. This isn't fair, Emma. She can't just cut us out because we have lives. Actually, I said, she can. It's her money. Money she earned working night shifts and double overtime to put you through law school, by the way. You don't understand the pressure I'm under. I understand that Mom sat alone on her 65th birthday while you posed for Instagram photos in Paris. I hung up on her. That evening, my phone didn't stop ringing. Sarah called 6 times before giving up and switching to texts. Marcus left 4 voicemails, each one more desperate than the last. The twins started a group text that quickly devolved into accusations, panic, and increasingly creative curse words. But Mom? Mom watched her evening news shows, did the crossword puzzle, and watered her plants like it was any other Tuesday. She seemed more relaxed than I'd seen her in months, like she'd been carrying around a weight I hadn't noticed and had finally set it down. Wednesday morning brought the first surprise visitor, and it was a doozy. Marcus showed up at 7 a.m., still in his wrinkled travel clothes from what must have been a red-eye flight from wherever he'd been for work. His usually perfect hair was disheveled, he needed a shave, and his eyes were red-rimmed from exhaustion or crying or both. He rang the doorbell 16 times in rapid succession like he was sending Morse code. Mom finally answered, looking perfectly put together in her morning robe and slippers. Mom, we need to talk. Do we? She said mildly, like he was a door-to-door salesman trying to sell her something she didn't need. I drove straight from the airport. I canceled 3 meetings, left my assistant scrambling to reschedule everything, and I'm running on about 2 hours of sleep. I'm exhausted, I'm confused, and I desperately need to understand what's happening here. She stepped aside to let him in, and I watched from the kitchen as my 38-year-old brother, successful businessman, father of 2, owner of 3 investment properties, completely fell apart in Mom's living room. I'm sorry about Paris, he said, and he was crying actual tears that left tracks down his unshaven cheeks. I'm sorry I haven't been visiting enough. I'm sorry I haven't called more often. But Mom, you can't just erase us like this. You can't pretend we don't exist. Can't I? She said, settling into her chair with her morning coffee like she was watching a mildly interesting television show. You've been erasing me for years. I just made it official. That's not how I see it. How do you see it, Marcus? He wiped his face with his sleeve, looking suddenly 12 years old again. Like the boy who used to run to her for comfort after nightmares. I see a mother who raised me and loved me and sacrificed for me and deserves so much better than what I've been giving her. Mom nodded slowly, thoughtfully. That's progress. So you'll change the will back? No. The word hit him like a physical blow. He actually staggered backward a step. Mom, the will stays as is. But Marcus? She leaned forward slightly, and her voice got gentler. You're welcome to visit me anytime. You're welcome to call just to chat. You're welcome to treat me like your mother instead of an obligation you check off your mental to-do list. And then you'll change it back? She smiled, and it wasn't entirely kind. It was the smile of someone who'd finally learned to play the game everyone else had been playing for years. We'll see. Sarah arrived that afternoon with an enormous bouquet of flowers that must have cost $200, a bag of expensive chocolates, and barely controlled hysteria radiating from every pore. She kept apologizing and hugging Mom and talking about how much she'd missed her, all while looking around the house like she was cataloging what she was about to lose. The twins showed up together Thursday morning, because of course they did everything together, with what I swear was an actual PowerPoint presentation about family bonds and forgiveness and second chances. Jamie had printed out photos of them as children, and Jake kept referencing psychology articles he'd clearly Googled in desperation. Each of them went through the same cycle: shock, anger, bargaining, and finally a kind of desperate affection I hadn't seen from any of them in years. They were attentive and caring and helpful in ways that would have been touching if they weren't so obviously motivated by terror. Mom was gracious but unmoved. She accepted their apologies, listened to their promises, made them lunch, and maintained that the will would stand as written. By Friday, all 4 of my siblings were staying at the local Holiday Inn, the only decent hotel in our small town, taking turns visiting Mom like she was holding court. They brought groceries and actually cooked meals instead of expecting her to wait on them. They did yard work they'd ignored for months, fixed things around the house they'd never noticed were broken, and called her multiple times a day to check in. It would have been heartwarming if it weren't so obviously calculated. Like watching people perform love instead of feeling it. "They're trying to prove they've changed," I said to Mom as we watched Marcus weed her flower beds through the kitchen window. He was attacking the dandelions with the kind of focused intensity he usually reserved for business deals. "I know," she said, sipping her tea. "Do you believe them?" She considered this for a long moment, watching her son work in her garden for the first time in probably a decade. "I believe they're capable of change. I don't believe this version of them will last once they think they're back in the will." "So this was all a test?" "No, Emma." She turned to look at me, and her expression was sadder than I'd expected. Sadder and more tired and somehow older. This was me finally accepting that my other children see me as a resource to be managed rather than a person to be loved. That hit me harder than I expected, like a punch to the solar plexus. "Mom, but you know what I've learned this week? They're not incapable of loving me. They just forgot they were supposed to." Saturday evening, after a week of intensive family bonding that felt like emotional boot camp, Mom asked all 5 of us to come to dinner. Sarah cooked badly, but she cooked. She actually stood in Mom's kitchen for 2 hours making something that was supposed to be chicken marsala but looked more like chicken tragedy. Marcus brought wine from his personal collection, the expensive stuff he usually hoarded for clients. The twins actually put their phones away during the meal and participated in conversation like functional human beings instead of social media zombies. For 2 hours, we sat around Mom's dining room table and had the kind of conversation we used to have when I was young and Dad was still alive and the siblings still lived at home. We talked about childhood memories, current events, hopes for the future. Sarah asked Mom about her arthritis and actually listened to the answer. Marcus mentioned wanting to bring his kids to visit soon and sounded like he meant it. The twins shared actual personal information instead of just updating everyone on their professional accomplishments. It was perfect. It was exactly what family dinners should be. It was also heartbreaking, because I could see Mom storing up every moment like she was afraid it wouldn't last. Like she was taking mental photographs of her children acting like they loved her. After dinner, she asked us all to stay for coffee and dessert. "I have something to tell you," she said, settling back into her chair with the fresh cup of tea and the kind of serious expression that made everyone immediately nervous. My siblings tensed visibly, probably expecting her to announce some terminal illness or another legal bombshell. "The will I signed on Tuesday is legally binding and will remain unchanged indefinitely." Sarah started to protest, but Mom held up her hand in a gesture that somehow commanded absolute silence. "However," she continued, "I've been thinking about your grandmother's engagement ring, your father's watch collection, and some of the other family heirlooms that have been in our family for generations." Hope flickered across 4 faces like candle flames in the wind. "I've decided to give those items away now, while I'm alive to see you enjoy them." "Really?" Sarah's voice cracked with relief so profound it was almost painful to hear. "Yes. But not to you." The silence that followed was deafening. You could have heard a pin drop in the next county. "I'm giving them all to Emma." I nearly choked on my coffee. "Mom, no, Emma has been the only one of my children to consistently treat me like a person worth knowing instead of a bank account worth inheriting. She visits because she wants to spend time with me, not because she needs something. She calls because she misses talking to me, not because Facebook reminded her it was my birthday." My siblings stared at me with expressions ranging from hurt to fury to something that looked almost like respect. Sarah's face had gone completely white. Marcus looked like he might throw up. The twins just stared at their hands like they were trying to disappear. "The money will go to the Humane Society as specified in my will," Mom continued matter-of-factly. "But the family treasures, the things with real sentimental value, the things that connect us to your father and your grandparents, will go to the child who treasured me." Marcus started crying again, these horrible silent tears that shook his whole body. Sarah looked like she'd been physically slapped. The twins seemed to be having some kind of telepathic conversation with their eyes. "However," Mom said, and something in her tone made everyone look up with desperate hope. "That could change." "What do you mean?" Jake asked quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I mean I'm 65 years old, and I hope to live another 20 or 30 years. That's a long time. Long enough for people to prove that this week wasn't just about money and inheritance." She stood up slowly, setting her teacup on the side table with careful precision. "You're all welcome in my home anytime. You're welcome to call, to visit, to be part of my life in whatever ways feel genuine to you. And if, over time, I see that you're here because you love me and not because you're managing a potential inheritance." She shrugged eloquently. "Well, wills can always be revised. Codicils can be added. And the heirlooms?" Sarah asked, her voice small and broken. The heirlooms stay with Emma unless she decides otherwise. She's earned them through 30 years of consistent love and attention. That night, after my siblings had gone back to their hotel to lick their wounds and probably plot their next moves, I stayed to help Mom clean up the dishes and process what had just happened. "You didn't have to do that," I said, washing plates while she dried them with methodical precision. "Give me the heirlooms, I mean. That felt like punishing them." "Did it?" she said thoughtfully. "Or did it feel like finally rewarding the child who's been loving me consistently for 30 years? I thought about that while scrubbing Sarah's burnt chicken off a pan that might never be the same. "Both, maybe." "Maybe," she agreed. "But Emma, I need you to understand something important. This was never really about the money." "I know." "Do you?" "Because your siblings are going to spend the next several months, maybe years, trying to prove they've changed. Some of that proving might be genuine. Some of it will be performance art. You're going to have to watch me navigate that emotional minefield, and it might be painful for everyone involved." She was right. It was going to be complicated and messy and probably heartbreaking in new and creative ways. "But here's what I learned this week," she continued, hanging up the dish towel with careful precision. "I trained them to treat me poorly by accepting poor treatment for so long. I taught them that I would always forgive, always understand, always make excuses for their neglect and selfishness. And people will only treat you as well as you insist they do." "So this was about teaching them?" "This was about teaching me," she said quietly, staring out the kitchen window at her garden. "Teaching me that I deserve better than crumbs of affection. Teaching me that love isn't supposed to be one-sided. Teaching me that I can demand respect and genuine care from my own children." 6 months later, the changes have been fascinating to watch unfold. Sarah calls Mom twice a week now, and they actually have real conversations that last longer than 5 minutes. She's brought Mom to lunch 6 times and hasn't mentioned work or her cases or her stress levels once during any of those visits. Instead, they talk about books, gardening, and Sarah's memories of Dad. Marcus has driven up with his kids 5 weekends in a row. Real visits that last the whole weekend, not just quick stops to grab something or drop off grandchildren for babysitting. He's teaching his son to use Dad's old woodworking tools while Mom teaches his daughter to bake the same cookies she used to make for us when we were small. The twins have started including Mom in their group texts, not the important business ones, but the silly daily stuff that makes her feel like part of their lives instead of just updated about their lives. They send her pictures of their meals, their pets, funny things they see on the street. Small things that add up to inclusion. None of them have asked about the will. Not once. Not even hinted at it. I think they finally realized that asking would prove they haven't really changed at all. And Mom? Mom is genuinely happier than I've seen her since Dad died. She has her children back, not perfectly, not without ongoing effort and occasional setbacks, but genuinely. She has grandchildren who know her as a person instead of just the lady who gives good birthday presents and Christmas money. The will still stands. The money still goes to the Humane Society. But honestly, I don't think any of us care about that anymore. Well, almost any of us. Last week, I found a new folder on Mom's kitchen counter. Another legal document, this one much shorter and less dramatic than the first. A codicil to her will. It establishes a trust fund for my siblings' children, my nieces and nephews, to be funded from the estate she'd previously left entirely to charity. Not enough to make my siblings rich, but enough to pay for college tuitions and maybe help with first houses someday when they're adults. The kids, it turns out, are inheriting the money their parents almost lost through their own selfishness. I haven't told my siblings about it yet. Mom asked me not to, and I understand exactly why. She wants their attention and affection to be genuine, not motivated by restored financial expectations for their children. But I also understand what she's really doing on a deeper level. She's protecting the next generation from the mistakes their parents made. She's making sure that her grandchildren will benefit from her life's work and sacrifices, even if she had to terrify their parents into remembering how to love her properly. It's brilliant, actually. Terrifying and manipulative and psychologically sophisticated and absolutely brilliant. Because here's the thing I realized about 6 months into this whole process, my mother didn't suddenly become calculating and cold and strategically minded. She'd always been this smart, this capable of complex planning and emotional intelligence. She'd just been using those skills to enable my siblings' neglect instead of challenging it. She'd been managing their selfishness instead of confronting it. Now she was using those same skills to rebuild her family from the ground up. And it was working better than anyone could have predicted. Last Sunday, we all had dinner together again. Not because Mom demanded it, not because anyone was trying to prove anything to secure an inheritance, but because Marcus asked if we could make it a regular weekly thing. He said his kids were asking when they could see Grandma again, and Sarah mentioned that she actually looked forward to these dinners all week. Sarah brought her famous, still terrible, brownies, but this time she laughed about how bad they were instead of pretending they were good. The twins actually helped clean up without being asked and stayed an extra hour just talking. Mom told the same stories she's been telling for 30 years about our childhood and Dad's quirky habits, and for the first time in decades, everyone listened like they were hearing them for the first time. Watching them interact, I almost forgot about the legal documents, the calculated manipulations, the week of panic and scrambling that had brought us all back together. But sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed staring at the ceiling of my apartment, I remember the look in Mom's eyes when she first saw that folder from the lawyer. The way she traced those legal documents like she'd written them herself. The way she'd said "that's interesting" in that perfectly neutral tone. And I wonder, how long had she been planning this? How many lonely birthdays, ignored phone calls, and forgotten holidays had she endured while quietly crafting the perfect psychological lesson for her ungrateful children? How many nights had she lain awake figuring out exactly how to make them understand what they were losing? How long had my sweet, gentle, self-sacrificing mother been secretly becoming someone capable of sophisticated emotional warfare? The woman who used to cry during commercials about rescue animals had systematically dismantled my siblings' assumptions about their future and rebuilt their relationships with her from scratch. She played a game none of them realized was happening until it was too late to win through their old methods. Sometimes I catch her watching them during our family dinners with this small, satisfied smile that reminds me of a chess master who's just achieved checkmate in a game her opponents didn't even know they were playing. I think I'm proud of her for finally demanding the love and respect she deserved. I think I'm also a little afraid of what other moves she might have planned. But mostly, I'm grateful that she decided she was worth fighting for, even if it took the nuclear option to make everyone else realize it too. And I'm very, very glad I was always on her side. But the story doesn't end there. Because 3 weeks ago, something happened that made me realize Mom's game was far more complex than even I had understood. I was at her house for our usual Wednesday visit, something that had become sacred to me after watching my siblings scramble to rebuild relationships they'd almost lost forever. We were in her garden, where she'd been teaching me to properly prune her rose bushes, when she said something that stopped me cold. "Emma, I need to show you something." She led me inside to her bedroom, to the old cedar chest that had belonged to my grandmother. I'd seen her open it maybe 3 times in my entire life. Inside, underneath the carefully folded quilts and my father's military uniforms, was a manila folder I'd never seen before. "What is this?" I asked, though something in my stomach was already telling me I didn't want to know. "Documentation," she said simply, settling onto her bed with a folder in her lap. "Evidence." She opened it, and I saw photographs. Dozens of them. Screenshots of my siblings' social media posts, printed emails, bank statements, credit card records. A detailed timeline spanning the last 5 years of every slight, every forgotten birthday, every time they'd asked for money or favors without reciprocating. "Mom." My voice came out as barely a whisper. "How long have you been collecting this?" "Since your father's funeral," she said matter-of-factly. I started noticing patterns in how they treated me after he died. So I began documenting everything. She flipped through pages of meticulous notes written in her careful handwriting. Dates, times, conversations. A spreadsheet tracking how often each child called, visited, or asked for something. Bank records showing loans that were never repaid, gifts that were never acknowledged. Sarah borrowed $15,000 for her car down payment in 2019. She was supposed to pay me back in monthly installments. She made 3 payments, then stopped. When I asked about it, she said she assumed it was a gift since I'm her mother. Mom's finger traced the bank statements. Marcus has borrowed over $40,000 for various business ventures. He's repaid about $6,000 of it. I felt sick. Not because I was learning about their financial irresponsibility, I'd suspected some of that. But because Mom had been silently cataloging their betrayals for years, building a case against her own children like a prosecutor preparing for trial. The twins, she continued, asked me to co-sign their mortgage because they couldn't qualify on their own. When I expressed concerns about the financial risk, Jamie told me I was being selfish and that real mothers support their children's dreams. I signed anyway. She showed me printed emails where they'd canceled visits at the last minute, screenshots of Instagram stories where they were obviously lying about their availability, photos of family gatherings I didn't even know had happened, gatherings they'd organized without inviting her. "There's more," she said, pulling out another section of the folder. Medical records. Hospital visits she'd made alone because none of them could be bothered to drive her. Emergency room trips where she'd listed me as her emergency contact because she couldn't depend on the others to answer their phones. "You went to the ER alone?" I asked, my voice breaking. 3 times last year. Once for chest pains that turned out to be anxiety. Once when I fell in the garden and thought I might have broken my wrist. Once when I had that allergic reaction to the new medication. I remembered those incidents vaguely. She'd mentioned them in passing, downplaying their severity like she always did. I'd offered to come, but she'd insisted she was fine, that it wasn't serious enough to bother anyone. "Why didn't you tell me how serious they were?" "Because you were already the only one showing up," she said gently. "I didn't want to burden you with being my only source of support." The implications hit me like a freight train. While I'd been proud of myself for being the good daughter, Mom had been protecting me from the full weight of my siblings' abandonment. She'd been handling medical scares, financial stress, and crushing loneliness largely alone rather than make me feel obligated to carry the entire emotional load of caring for her. "This folder," I said, gesturing at the evidence spread across her bed. "This is why you were so calm about the will. You didn't just decide to cut them out on impulse. You'd been building a case for years." "I had to be sure," she said. "I had to know that what I was feeling wasn't just hurt feelings or unrealistic expectations. I needed proof that the pattern was real and getting worse." She showed me the final section, a detailed analysis she'd written about each child's behavior patterns, their motivations, and her predictions about how they'd react to various scenarios. It read like a psychological profile written by someone with advanced training in human behavior. "Mom, where did you learn to do this kind of analysis?" She smiled, and for a moment she looked almost embarrassed. "I've been taking online psychology courses for the past 3 years. Initially just for fun, to keep my mind sharp. But then I realized I was learning things that helped me understand my own family better." "Online courses?" "Master's level coursework from the State University. I'm actually about 6 credits away from completing a degree in family psychology." I stared at her. My 65-year-old mother, who I'd been worried about getting lonely and bored in retirement, had been secretly pursuing advanced education in the science of human relationships. "The estate planning lawyer," I said slowly, pieces clicking into place. "He wasn't just some attorney you found in the phone book. Dr. Peterson is actually a professor in the university's psychology department. He specializes in family dynamics and inheritance issues. The legal work was handled by his partner, who focuses on estate planning for complex family situations." "You consulted with a psychology professor about how to handle your children?" "I consulted with a psychology professor about how to create a situation that would force my children to confront their behavior and make conscious choices about the kind of relationships they wanted with me." The clinical language she was using sent chills down my spine. This wasn't an emotional reaction to being hurt by her children. This was a carefully designed intervention based on academic research and professional consultation. "The timing of everything," I continued, my voice getting smaller as more pieces fell into place. "The Paris trip happening during your birthday wasn't just unfortunate coincidence. I may have mentioned to Sarah several months ago that I was thinking of planning something special for my 65th birthday. Something about wanting to celebrate this milestone with all my children together." She paused, looking almost guilty. I might have been a bit vague about what I was planning, which could have motivated them to make other arrangements if they wanted to avoid a family obligation. "You manipulated them into going to Paris instead of being here for your birthday. I created a situation where they had to make a conscious choice between their own desires and their obligation to their mother. They chose their desires. I simply documented their choice." I felt like I was seeing my mother clearly for the first time in my adult life. This wasn't a sweet, naive woman who'd been hurt by her ungrateful children. This was a brilliant strategist who'd been systematically studying her family dynamics and designing interventions to modify their behavior. "The whole week of them visiting after the will," I said. "You knew exactly how each of them would react." "I had strong hypotheses based on their established behavior patterns," she corrected. "Sarah would lead with anger and then shift to bargaining. Marcus would have an emotional breakdown and then try to prove his worth through actions. The twins would coordinate their approach and try to logic their way out of consequences." She'd been right about all of it. "And you knew I would support you. I knew you would struggle with the situation because you love them despite their flaws, but ultimately you'd recognize the justice in what I was doing." She reached over and took my hand. "I also knew you'd be the only one to visit me regardless of what was in my will." We sat in silence for several minutes while I processed everything. My mother had spent years studying psychology, documenting evidence, consulting with professionals, and designing a complex intervention to save her relationships with her children. She'd manipulated events to create the perfect teaching moment, then executed her plan with surgical precision. "Are you upset with me?" she asked finally. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "I'm impressed. I'm horrified. I'm proud of you. I'm scared of you. I'm processing a lot of conflicting emotions right now." "That's fair. Did it work?" I asked. "I mean, according to your research and Dr. Peterson's theories, did the intervention achieve its intended goals?" She considered this carefully. "Partially. Sarah and Marcus have shown genuine behavior modification that appears to be internally motivated rather than purely transactional. The twins are still in the performance phase, but their consistency suggests they may be developing genuine habits of connection. And if it hadn't worked? Then I would have known that my relationships with them were truly unsalvageable, and I could have proceeded with my life accordingly." The matter-of-fact way she said it was both admirable and terrifying. "There's something else," she said, reaching for another folder I hadn't noticed. "Something I haven't told you about the inheritance situation." My heart sank. "What now?" "The Humane Society donation was never intended to be permanent." I blinked at her. "What?" "It's what's called a conditional bequest. If my children maintain consistent, genuine relationships with me for a period of 3 years following the signing of the will, the money reverts to being split among them and their children." You're telling me that if they keep up this improved behavior for 3 years, they get the money anyway? They get most of it. The Humane Society keeps 20% regardless, as a reminder that relationships require ongoing effort. But yes, if they prove that their behavior change is sustainable, they inherit. I stared at her in amazement. They don't know about this provision. Of course not. If they knew, it would invalidate the entire experiment. Their behavior has to be intrinsically motivated, not reward-seeking. So this whole time, you've been running a 3-year psychological experiment on your own children. I've been giving them an opportunity to earn back what they almost lost through their own choices. And if they fail the 3-year test? Then the Humane Society gets a very generous donation, and I'll know I did everything possible to salvage these relationships. I laughed. I couldn't help it. It started as a giggle and built into full-blown laughter that bordered on hysteria. Emma? I'm sorry, I gasped. It's just. You're like a criminal mastermind, but for family therapy. She smiled. Dr. Peterson called it applied behavioral psychology with inheritance incentives. How did you even think of something this elaborate? Honestly? I got the idea from watching your father train his bird dogs. I stopped laughing. What? Your father was excellent at animal training because he understood that behavior change requires the right combination of consequences and rewards delivered at precisely the right timing. He could train a dog to do almost anything by carefully structuring their environment and reinforcement schedule. You applied dog training principles to your children. I applied learning theory to a family system that had developed dysfunctional patterns, she corrected, but she was smiling. The basic principles of behavior modification work on all mammals, including humans. That's either brilliant or deeply disturbing. Why not both? We spent the next hour going through her documentation in detail. She tracked not just their failures, but also every positive interaction, every sign of genuine affection, every moment when one of them had shown real consideration for her feelings. The data painted a picture of children who weren't fundamentally selfish, but who developed lazy habits in their relationship with her because she'd never required more from them. The scariest part, I told her as we packed everything back into the folders, is how well it's working. The intervention or the relationships? Both. All of it. I looked at her, this woman who'd raised me and who I thought I knew completely. Are you planning any other family experiments I should know about? Well, she said thoughtfully, I have been wondering about the dynamics between you and your siblings. There's some interesting research about how family roles shift when the identified good child is no longer unique in their positive relationship with parents. Mom. I'm kidding, she said, though her eyes were twinkling with mischief. Mostly. That night, I went home and called my sister Sarah. Not to tell her about Mom's folders or the conditional inheritance clause, but just to check in. We talked for almost an hour about work, her kids, her marriage, and somewhere in the middle of the conversation, she said something that caught my attention. You know, I actually look forward to calling Mom now, she said. It used to feel like this obligation, this thing I had to check off my list. But now we have actual conversations. She tells me things about her life that I never knew she was thinking about. Like what? Like she's thinking about taking a cooking class? And she's been reading mystery novels, apparently she's read like 30 of them this year. And she told me about this woman in her book club who's been flirting with her. Mom has a book club? You didn't know? She joined it 6 months ago. And Emma, she's kind of popular there. Apparently she's really insightful about character motivations. I bet she is, I thought. The point is, Sarah continued, I realized I didn't really know Mom as a person. I knew her as our mother, but not as Margaret the individual with her own interests and personality and opinions about things that have nothing to do with us. And you like Margaret the individual? I love Margaret the individual. She's smart and funny and has all these hidden depths I never bothered to explore because I was too busy thinking of her as just Mom. After we hung up, I sat in my apartment thinking about what Mom had accomplished. She hadn't just changed her children's behavior, she changed how they perceived her. They were building relationships with her as a person, not just as their mother. The next morning, I called Dr. Peterson's office at the university. I told his secretary that I was Margaret Mitchell's daughter and was interested in learning more about the kind of coursework my mother had been taking. Oh, Mrs. Mitchell? The secretary said warmly. She's one of our most dedicated online students. Dr. Peterson speaks very highly of her final project. Final project? Her case study on intervention strategies in dysfunctional family systems. It was exceptional work, very thorough research and documentation, creative application of behavioral modification principles, and impressive long-term planning. Dr. Peterson said it was graduate-level work. Did she write about her own family? I can't discuss specific student work, but I can tell you that her project involved designing and implementing a real-world intervention with measurable outcomes. Very ambitious for someone her age. So Mom had literally written her master's thesis about manipulating my siblings into loving her properly. Is she planning to continue with the program? She's been accepted into our doctoral program starting next fall. She's particularly interested in researching inheritance dynamics and family relationship restructuring in later life families. My mother was going to get a PhD in psychology at age 66, apparently with a specialty in exactly the kind of family manipulation she just pulled off with her own children. That evening, I went to Mom's house for dinner as usual. She was making pot roast, my father's favorite meal, and humming while she cooked. "So," I said casually while setting the table, "how's school going?" She paused in her stirring. "School? Your PhD program. Family psychology with a focus on inheritance dynamics." She set down her spoon and turned to face me. "You call the university?" "I call the university." We looked at each other for a long moment. "Are you planning to study other families," I asked, "or just keep experimenting on us?" "Both," she said, completely unrepentant. "Though I think our family has provided enough material for several research papers already." "Mom, normal people don't get advanced degrees so they can better manipulate their children. Normal people also don't need advanced degrees to maintain relationships with their children," she pointed out. "I had to develop specialized skills to address a specialized problem." She had a point. "Besides," she added, returning to her cooking, "I'm finding that I genuinely love the academic work. Your father always said I had an analytical mind that was wasted on nursing schedules and household management. So this whole thing, the will, the psychological intervention, going back to school, it's not just about us. It's about me becoming the person I was meant to be before I spent 30 years subsisting on other people's approval," she said quietly. "It's about me finally using my intelligence for something other than managing everyone else's emotions." "And if we'd failed your 3-year test?" "Then I'd have spent those 3 years building a life that didn't depend on your validation. Either way, I win." I helped her finish making dinner, and we ate while she told me about her current coursework in research methodology and advanced statistics. She was learning to design controlled studies and analyze complex data sets. She talked about her professors and fellow students with the enthusiasm of someone who'd discovered a passion she didn't know she had. After dinner, we were doing dishes when she said, "Emma, there's one more thing I should probably tell you." My stomach dropped. "What now?" "I've been asked to present my case study at the National Conference on Family Systems next spring." "Your case study about us?" "My case study about intervention strategies in adult-child-parent relationship dysfunction," she corrected. "Though yes, we are the subjects. You're going to present our family drama to a conference of psychology professionals. I'm going to present an innovative approach to relationship repair that could help other families facing similar challenges." "Are you going to tell them that the subjects were your own children?" "That information will be anonymized, of course," she said. Though the Ethical Review Board was quite interested in the personal investment aspect of the research. I started laughing again. I couldn't help it. My mother is going to become famous in academic circles for her innovative approach to manipulating adult children into proper filial behavior. "It's called strategic relationship restructuring," she said with dignity. "It's called being a psychological mastermind who should probably be running the CIA. I prefer applied behavioral scientists with personal investment in the outcomes." As I drove home that night, I realized that Mom had been right about something she'd said months ago: people only treat you as well as you insist they do. But what she'd done went beyond just insisting on better treatment. She'd completely restructured her family's dynamics, her own identity, and apparently her entire career trajectory. My siblings thought they were earning back their inheritance through good behavior. What they were actually doing was becoming the kind of people who deserve the relationships they'd taken for granted. And Mom? Mom had evolved from a woman who accepted crumbs of affection to someone who commanded respect, pursued her own interests, and designed complex psychological interventions for fun. I was proud of her. I was terrified of her. And I was very, very glad I'd always been on her side. But now I also understood that being on her side meant being part of her ongoing research into human behavior and family dynamics. My relationship with her wasn't just a relationship anymore, it was also data in her academic work. Somehow, that didn't bother me as much as it probably should have. After all, if someone was going to study my family's psychology for scientific purposes, I was glad it was someone who loved us enough to design interventions that actually made us better people. Even if she was scary good at it.
Story 6.
You don't need a birthday party. Your sister deserves the attention. My mom said this every year. On my 18th, they made it my sister's birthday and then demanded I cook and clean for 45 people. When I asked about my own celebration, my father snapped, "Stop being selfish. Your sister's achievements matter more." That evening, when everyone went partying, I flew out to London for a trip I'd secretly saved for over 2 years. When they arrived home and saw the empty kitchen, dirty dishes piled high, and the note on the fridge, they lost it. But the real surprise was still to come. Here's something I've never told anyone until now: I planned my escape for exactly 847 days. I know because I marked each one on a calendar I hid behind my dresser, red X's counting down to freedom like some kind of prison sentence. Which, honestly, wasn't that far from the truth. Every morning I'd wake up in that suffocating house, cross off another day, and remind myself that eventually, I'd disappear into thin air while they were too busy celebrating someone else to notice. My name is Elena, and for 18 years, I lived as the invisible daughter in the Rodriguez household. Not invisible because I was quiet or well-behaved, trust me, I had plenty to say. Invisible because every single milestone, achievement, and moment that should have belonged to me got handed over to my younger sister Carmen like some twisted birthday tradition. Carmen's 3 years younger than me, which means she's 15 now and has been stealing my spotlight since she learned to walk. And before you think this is just typical sibling rivalry, let me paint you a picture of what celebration equity looked like in my house. When I made honor roll freshman year, my parents threw Carmen a future honor student party. When I got accepted to 3 different colleges with partial scholarships, they bought Carmen a laptop for when she starts applying to colleges. When I turned 16, the supposedly magical birthday every teenager dreams about, they decided Carmen deserved a car because she'll be driving soon enough. I got a gift card to Target. $15. But my 18th birthday? That was the moment everything crystallized into perfect, poisonous clarity. Picture this, it's March 15th, and I wake up thinking maybe, just maybe, this year will be different. After all, 18 is significant. Legal adulthood. The threshold to independence. Surely they couldn't ignore this one, right? Wrong. I walked downstairs to find our living room decorated in Carmen's favorite colors, purple and silver streamers everywhere, balloons floating near the ceiling, and a banner that reads Happy 15th and half birthday Carmen. 15 and a half? Not even a real birthday. My mother bustles around the kitchen, flour dusting her apron, completely absorbed in preparing what looks like enough food for a small wedding. She doesn't look up when I enter. Morning, Elena. I need you to start on the appetizers. Carmen's friends will be here at 2, and your father invited some colleagues too. Oh, and clean the bathrooms, the upstairs one has that ring around the tub. I stand there blinking, wondering if I'm still asleep. Mom. It's March 15th. Yes, sweetheart. Carmen's half-birthday celebration. Didn't I mention it yesterday? The casual dismissal in her voice makes my chest tight. It's also my actual birthday. She finally glances up, and I see that flicker of annoyance cross her features, the same look she gets when I leave dishes in the sink or forget to take out the trash. Like I'm being deliberately difficult. Elena, you're 18 now. You don't need a birthday party. Your sister deserves the attention. The words come out so matter-of-factly that for a second, I wonder if this is some elaborate prank. Besides, Carmen made student council secretary, and you know how proud we are. Student council secretary. In a class of 30 kids. I made valedictorian, graduated early, and got into NYU with a scholarship that would save them $40,000 a year. But sure, let's celebrate Carmen filing meeting minutes. What about my celebration? I ask, hating how small my voice sounds. That's when my father walks in, already dressed in his good shirt, the one he saves for important occasions. He's holding his coffee mug like a weapon, and I can tell from the set of his jaw that he's heard enough of this conversation to be irritated. Stop being selfish, Elena. Your sister's achievements matter more right now. She's at a crucial age. Crucial age. As opposed to me, apparently, who's just floating through meaningless 18-year-old existence. I want to scream. I want to grab them both by the shoulders and shake them until they remember I exist, until they realize what they've done to me year after year. Instead, I nod and head to the kitchen to start chopping vegetables for Carmen's special day. The next 6 hours pass in a blur of serving trays and forced smiles. 45 people show up to celebrate my sister's half-birthday while I weave between them like hired help, refilling drinks and clearing plates. Carmen holds court in the living room, accepting congratulations and gifts with the practiced grace of someone who's never had to fight for attention. I catch fragments of conversation as I work. Carmen's so mature for her age. You must be so proud. She's going places, that one. Nobody mentions me. Nobody even seems to register that I exist beyond my function as the person making sure the spinach dip doesn't run out. Around 7, the crowd starts migrating toward the backyard where my parents have set up a fire pit. Someone suggests going to that new karaoke place downtown, the one that's apparently all the rage with teenagers and indulgent adults looking to relive their youth. Elena, my mother calls as she grabs her purse, clean up the kitchen before you go to bed. And don't forget to put the good dishes away properly, some of them were wedding gifts. Then they're gone. All 45 of them, including my own family, streaming out the door in a cloud of laughter and perfume, leaving me alone with the aftermath of someone else's celebration. I stand in the kitchen surrounded by towers of dirty plates, empty serving bowls, and the lingering smell of the birthday cake I baked but wasn't allowed to eat. The silence feels thick enough to choke on. That's when I walk to my room, pull out the calendar hidden behind my dresser, and look at the red X I drew this morning. Day 847. Today was always going to be the day. See, what my family doesn't know is that for the past 2 years and 4 months, I've been working 3 different jobs. I tutored kids in math after school, cleaned offices on weekends, and worked lunch shifts at a local cafe during summer break. Every dollar I earned went straight into a savings account my parents didn't know existed. They thought I was just being responsible, Elena, when I said I was studying late or volunteering. Really, I was building my escape fund, one $20 tip at a time. The number in that account? $4,847. Enough for a round-trip ticket to London, 2 weeks in a budget hostel, and spending money for the adventure I'd been dreaming about since I was 14 and fell in love with British literature. I'd planned every detail, the museums I'd visit, the bookstores I'd browse, the parks where I'd sit and read without anyone asking me to serve them snacks. But more than that, it was enough for me to disappear completely and let them realize, maybe for the first time ever, what it felt like when I wasn't there to make their lives easier. I pull my suitcase out from under the bed, packed and ready for months, and check my phone. My flight leaves at 11:47 p.m. It's 7:30 now, which gives me just enough time to finish what I started. I walk back to the kitchen and look at the disaster zone my family left behind. Normally, this would take me 3 hours to clean. Tonight, I have a different plan. I grab a notepad from the junk drawer and write, "Gone to find people who remember my birthday. Back in 2 weeks." The dishes are a half-birthday present for Carmen, she's at such a crucial age, after all. P.S. I graduated valedictorian today too. Thought someone should mention it. Elena. I stick it to the refrigerator with the magnet shaped like a pineapple, Carmen's favorite fruit, naturally, and take one last look around the house that never felt like home. Then I grab my suitcase, call an Uber, and walk out the front door. The driver is chatty, asking about my travel plans with the enthusiasm of someone who loves living vicariously through airport adventures. I tell him I'm visiting London for the first time, and he launches into stories about his cousin who moved there for work. "You picked a good time to go," he says as we pull up to the terminal. "Spring in London is supposed to be beautiful." Spring in London. It sounds like poetry. The airport feels electric at night, all bright lights and hurried footsteps, people rushing toward their own versions of escape. I check in, clear security, and find my gate with 2 hours to spare. Enough time to sit in one of those uncomfortable plastic chairs and really think about what I've just done. My phone buzzes with a text from my best friend Maya, "Happy birthday. How was the family dinner?" I stare at the message for a long time before typing back, "Complicated. I'll call you from London." Her response comes immediately, "Wait, what?" But I'm already turning off my phone and boarding my flight. The next 14 hours pass in a strange, dreamlike sequence. I sleep fitfully over the Atlantic, wake up to airplane coffee and a soggy breakfast sandwich, and watch the sun rise over clouds that look like cotton candy. When we finally descend toward Heathrow, I press my face to the tiny window and see the sprawling city that's about to become my temporary sanctuary. London greets me with drizzle and the kind of crisp air that makes you feel instantly awake. The hostel I booked is in Camden, a narrow building squeezed between a vintage clothing shop and a cafe that smells like cinnamon and possibility. My room is tiny, barely bigger than a closet, but it's mine. For the next 2 weeks, nobody will ask me to clean up after them or pretend their achievements are more important than my own existence. I spend that first day walking. Just walking through streets with names like Tottenham Court Road and King's Cross, feeling anonymous and free in the most delicious way possible. I buy fish and chips from a corner shop, sit in Russell Square watching pigeons fight over crumbs, and call Maya from a red phone booth because it feels like the most British thing to do. "Elena Rodriguez, you absolute lunatic," she says when she picks up. "Your parents have been calling me every hour. They're freaking out." "What did you tell them?" "That I had no idea where you were, which was true until literally this second." "Are you actually in London?" "I'm actually in London." "This is insane. This is amazing. How did you even afford this?" I tell her about the jobs, the secret savings account, the 847 days of planning. She listens without interrupting, and when I finish, there's a long pause. "Elena," she finally says, "you're my hero." That night, I lie in my narrow hostel bed and think about what's happening back home. By now, They would have returned from their karaoke celebration, expecting to find a clean kitchen and their invisible daughter safely tucked away in her room. Instead, they found exactly what they deserved: the evidence of their own selfishness piled high on every surface, and a note that probably made them realize, for the first time in 18 years, that I have a breaking point. My phone has been buzzing nonstop since I turned it back on, but I'm not ready to face those messages yet. Not when I'm finally living in a world where I matter. The next few days blur together in the most wonderful way. I visit the British Museum and stand in front of the Rosetta Stone until my feet ache. I browse the endless shelves at Foyle's bookstore and buy myself a leather journal to document this adventure. I take a boat ride down the Thames, eat afternoon tea at a cafe in Covent Garden, and sit through a matinee performance of a play I've never heard of but love instantly. Every moment feels stolen and precious, like I'm living someone else's life, someone who deserves good things just because she exists. On my 5th day, I'm sitting in Hyde Park reading when my phone rings. Not a text this time, but an actual call from my mother. I let it go to voicemail, then immediately play it back. Her voice sounds strained, almost frantic. "Elena, please call us back. We're worried sick. Your father had to take time off work to deal with the house situation. Carmen's been crying for 3 days. We just want to know you're safe. Please, sweetheart, just call us. Carmen's been crying." Interesting. I wait until evening to call back, when I know they'll all be gathered around the dinner table, probably eating takeout because nobody else in that house knows how to plan a meal. My father answers on the first ring. "Elena? Elena, where are you?" "I'm safe," I say, looking out my hostel window at the lights of Camden Market. "I'm having a wonderful vacation." "Vacation?" His voice cracks with disbelief. "You disappeared in the middle of the night. Do you have any idea how worried we've been?" "About as worried as you were about my birthday, I'd imagine." Silence. "Elena," my mother's voice comes through the phone, "they must have put me on speaker. You can't just run away because you're upset. We're a family. We work through problems together." "Funny," I say, "because for the past 18 years, it feels like I've been working through problems alone while you celebrated someone else. That's not fair. Isn't it?" I can hear the steel in my own voice, and it surprises me. "Mom, can you tell me what colleges I got into?" A pause. "Well, You got into several good schools. NYU, Columbia, and Boston University. With scholarship offers totaling $127,000. Can you tell me what grade I graduated with?" Another pause. "You did very well, sweetheart. Valedictorian. Perfect GPA. I gave the graduation speech you never came to hear because you were busy at Carmen's track meet." Each word lands like a stone in still water. "Can you tell me what I've been doing after school for the past 2 years?" This pause stretches so long I wonder if the call dropped. "We thought. Studying?" My father finally ventures. "Working. 3 jobs. Saving money for this trip while you spent my college fund on Carmen's car, Carmen's Sweet 16, Carmen's everything." The words pour out of me like water through a broken dam. I have been invisible in my own family for so long that you literally didn't notice I was planning to leave the country. "Elena." Carmen's voice, small and shaky. "I didn't know. I never asked for any of that stuff." And there it is, the crack in my armor I wasn't expecting. Because she's right. Carmen never asked to be the golden child any more than I asked to be the forgotten one. But that doesn't make it hurt less. I know, I tell her, and I mean it. But that doesn't change what happened. "When are you coming home?" my mother asks, and I can hear the tears in her voice. "In 9 days. But not to the same house I left." "What does that mean?" I take a deep breath and watch a double-decker bus navigate the narrow street below. "It means that when I come back, things are going to be different. It means I'm not your built-in caterer and cleaning service anymore. It means my achievements matter too. And it means that if you want me to be part of this family, you need to start treating me like I already am." The silence on the other end of the line stretches so long I start to think they've hung up. Finally, my father speaks. "Elena, we didn't realize how we've been treating you. We love you so much, and we're sorry." "I love you too," I say, because it's true despite everything. But love isn't enough anymore. I need you to see me. After I hang up, I sit in that tiny hostel room and cry, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming relief of finally being heard. The remaining days of my trip take on a different quality. I still visit museums and explore neighborhoods, but now I'm also planning. thinking about what it means to go home to a family that might actually be ready to change. I write in my leather journal every evening, documenting not just the sights and sounds of London, but the feeling of discovering who I am when nobody's expecting me to be invisible. I'm funnier than I thought, braver than I imagined. And apparently, I have excellent taste in street food. On my last full day, I visit Westminster Abbey and light a candle in the chapel, not for any specific prayer, but as a kind of blessing for whatever comes next. The old stone walls seem to hold centuries of stories about people who had to fight to be remembered, and I feel connected to something larger than my own small rebellion. That evening, I call Maya to check in before my flight home. So, she says, "Are you ready to face the music?" "I think the music's changed," I tell her. "They've been texting me every day since our phone call. Real texts, not just call us back." My mom sent me a picture of the rejection letter I got from Harvard. Apparently she kept it because she was proud I even applied. My dad forwarded me an article about gap year programs because he thought I might want to defer college for a year to explore my options. And Carmen sent me a playlist called Songs for My Sister Who's Braver Than Me. Wow. Yeah. Wow. The flight home feels different from the one that brought me to London. I'm not running towards something unknown anymore, I'm returning to something that might actually be worth staying for. When I walk out of customs at JFK, they're all waiting for me. All three of them, holding a sign that says "Welcome Home," Elena in Carmen's careful handwriting. My mother rushes forward and hugs me so tightly I can barely breathe. "We missed you so much," she whispers into my hair. "The house was so quiet without you." My father clears his throat awkwardly. "Elena, I took 2 weeks off work to clean the kitchen and think about what you said. And, we have some things we want to show you when we get home." The ride back is different too. Instead of everyone talking around me, they're asking me questions about London, about the places I visited, about what it felt like to be completely on my own in a foreign country. Carmen wants to know everything about the bookstores, and my mother keeps shaking her head in amazement that I managed to plan such an elaborate trip without them knowing. "I'm proud of you," my father says as we pull into our driveway. I should have said that a long time ago. When we walk into the house, I immediately notice changes. There's a small pile of wrapped gifts on the kitchen table with a card that says "Happy 18th birthday, Elena, better late than never." The refrigerator, which used to be covered exclusively with Carmen's school papers and achievement certificates, now displays my acceptance letters, my graduation photo, and a printed copy of the valedictorian speech I gave to an audience of strangers. "We framed your scholarship letters," my mother says, pointing to the wall near the dining room. "I didn't realize how incredible they were." Carmen appears at my elbow, looking nervous. "Elena, I made you something while you were gone." She hands me a thick scrapbook with my name on the cover. "It's all the stuff I could find of yours that didn't get celebrated properly." I flipped through pages documenting achievements I'd forgotten I'd earned, photos from school events they'd never attended, even a copy of a short story I published in the school literary magazine. On the last page, she's written, "To my sister, who deserves all the attention in the world." That's when I start crying again, but this time, we're all crying together. "I'm sorry," Carmen says through her tears. "I'm so sorry I took your birthdays." "You didn't take them," I tell her. "They gave them to you." There's a difference. My parents exchange a look that I recognize, the kind of silent communication that happens between people who've realized they've made a terrible mistake and don't know how to fix it. "Elena," my mother says, "we want to make this right. We want to celebrate all the birthdays we missed, and we want to start over. But more than that, we want you to feel at home here." "I want that too," I admit. "But it's going to take time. And it's going to take change." "We know," my father says. "We're ready." Over the following weeks, they prove it. My mother starts asking for my opinions on family decisions instead of just announcing them. My father takes me out for coffee and asks about my college plans, really asks, like he genuinely wants to know what I think. Carmen and I have long conversations about what it was like growing up as the favorite versus growing up invisible, and we both learn things about each other that we never had the space to discover before. It's not perfect. 18 years of patterns don't change overnight, and there are still moments when I feel that familiar sting of being overlooked. But now, when it happens, I speak up. And they listen. The real test comes in June, 3 months after London, when Carmen's actual 15th birthday arrives. I wake up that morning to find my parents in the kitchen planning a small family celebration, cake, a few presents, dinner at Carmen's favorite restaurant. "What can I do to help?" I ask, and my mother looks surprised. "Elena, it's Carmen's birthday. You don't have to do anything. I want to, I say, and I mean it. She's my sister. I want her to have a good birthday. Carmen appears in the doorway wearing pajamas and bedhead, looking younger than her 15 years. Really? Really. But next year, on March 15th, we're throwing the most ridiculously over-the-top 18th and a quarter birthday party this family has ever seen. Deal? She grins. Deal. That evening, as we sit around the table singing happy birthday to Carmen, I catch my mother watching me with an expression I've never seen before. Later, she pulls me aside. You've changed, she says. Since London. You're stronger. I've always been strong, I tell her. You just never noticed. She nods, and for the first time in my life, I think she really sees me. Now, 6 months later, I'm writing this story for my dorm room at NYU, where I'm studying English literature with a focus on travel writing. My scholarship covers most of the costs, and my parents are proudly contributing the rest. They even drove down to help me move in, all three of them. Carmen texts me almost every day, usually sending memes or asking for advice about high school drama. My parents call every Sunday to check in, and they actually listen to my answers instead of just waiting for their turn to talk. But the most important change is this: I finally understand that I didn't need their permission to matter. I mattered all along. I just needed to believe it myself. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that girl who spent 847 days planning her escape. She saved every dollar, marked every calendar day, and built her courage one invisible moment at a time. She taught me that sometimes the bravest thing you can do is disappear completely, just to prove that you were there all along. I keep that calendar in my desk drawer now, not as a countdown to freedom, but as a reminder that I am capable of saving myself. The red X's mark time I spent becoming the person who could walk away from everything familiar and discover that I was worth celebrating, even when I was the only one doing the celebrating. London gave me 2 weeks of being seen by strangers. But coming home gave me something better, a family that finally learned to see me too. The note I left on the refrigerator is framed in my parents' bedroom now, not as a trophy, but as a promise. A reminder that love isn't enough if it's invisible, and that sometimes the people who care about you the most need to be shocked into remembering that you exist. Every March 15th now, we have 2 celebrations, my birthday, and the anniversary of the day I taught my family that I was worth missing. But here's the thing nobody tells you about family transformations: they're messy, incomplete, and sometimes they come with unexpected consequences that make you question whether the fight was worth it. 3 weeks into my freshman year at NYU, I get a call that changes everything again. It's Carmen, and she's crying so hard I can barely understand her words through the phone. Elena, you have to come home. Something's wrong with Mom. My stomach drops like I'm in a free-falling elevator. What do you mean wrong? She's been different since you left for college. Really different. She barely leaves her room, she won't eat dinner with us, and yesterday I found her sitting in your old room just staring at the wall for like 2 hours. I sink onto my dorm bed, mind racing. Did you tell Dad? He's pretending nothing's happening. You know how he gets when things are uncomfortable, he just works more and acts like everything's fine. But Elena, it's not fine. She keeps talking about how she failed as a mother, how she wasted 18 years, how she doesn't know how to fix what she broke. The irony isn't lost on me. I spent 18 years being invisible, and now my mother can't handle a few weeks of my voluntary absence. I'm coming home this weekend, I tell Carmen, even though I have 3 midterms and a paper due Monday. Thank you, she whispers. I don't know what to do. I never had to take care of anyone before. The train ride back to Westchester gives me 3 hours to think about what I'm walking into. Part of me, the part that's still angry about all those forgotten birthdays, wants to feel vindicated. See? This is what happens when you realize what you've lost. But mostly, I just feel scared. When I walk through the front door, the house feels different. Not physically, everything's in the same place, but there's a heaviness in the air that wasn't there before. The silence feels intentional, like everyone's tiptoeing around something fragile. Carmen rushes to hug me, and I notice she looks older somehow. More serious. She's upstairs, she says quietly. She's been up there since this morning. I find my mother in my old bedroom, sitting on the edge of my bed and holding the stuffed elephant I've had since I was 7. She looks smaller than I remember, like she's shrunk in on herself. Mom? She looks up, and her eyes are red-rimmed and hollow. Elena. You came back. Carmen called me. She's worried about you. My mother laughs, but it's a bitter sound. Of course she is. Carmen's always been the good one. The one who cares about other people. She looks down at the elephant in her hands. I found this under your bed when I was trying to understand who you are. Really understand, I mean. Not just who I wanted you to be. I sit down beside her, careful to leave space between us. What do you mean? I've been going through your things. The things you left behind. Your journals, your photo albums, your school papers. She gestures toward my desk, where I can see stacks of notebooks and folders I'd forgotten about. Do you know what I found? I shake my head. Stories. Dozens of stories you wrote in high school about girls who disappear. Girls who run away to find families who actually see them. Girls who have to become invisible before anyone notices they exist. Her voice cracks. And I realize that you've been telling me for years how unhappy you were, but I was too busy planning someone else's life to pay attention to yours. This conversation isn't going the way I expected. I thought I'd find my mother being dramatic, maybe playing for sympathy. Instead, I'm looking at someone who's genuinely devastated by her own reflection. Mom, I didn't leave those stories for you to find. They were private. I know. That's what makes them true. She finally looks at me directly. Elena, I need to tell you something, and I need you to let me finish before you say anything. I nod. When I was your age, I was invisible too. My parents had 4 kids, and I was the third, not the oldest, not the baby, not the only boy. Just there. I swore that when I had children, I would never make them feel the way I felt. She takes a shaky breath. But somewhere along the way, I started seeing Carmen as a second chance. A chance to give someone all the attention and celebration I never got. And I told myself it was fine because you were so capable, so self-sufficient. You didn't need me the way she did. But I did need you. I know that now. And I know it's too late to give you those birthdays back, or those moments when you needed me to choose you instead of her. Tears are streaming down her face. But Elena, I need you to know that losing you, even temporarily, was the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Not because of the dishes or the cooking or any of that. Because I realized I don't actually know my own daughter. I feel my own tears starting. You know me, I know that you're responsible and smart and helpful. But I don't know your favorite book, or what you want to study, or what you dream about when you're alone. I don't know if you've ever been in love, or what scares you, or what makes you laugh until your stomach hurts. She's sobbing now. I don't know you at all, and you're my child. How is that possible? The question hangs between us like a bridge I'm not sure I'm ready to cross. My favorite book is The Secret Garden, I say quietly. I want to study travel writing because I think stories about places can help people understand themselves. I dream about writing a novel someday, something that matters. I've never been in love, but I have a crush on this guy in my Victorian literature class who always smells like coffee and old books. I'm scared of ending up invisible again, and nothing makes me laugh harder than watching Carmen try to parallel park. My mother stares at me like I've just spoken a foreign language. The Secret Garden, she repeats. About the girl who brings a dead garden back to life. About the girl who was neglected until she learned to take care of herself and others. We sit in silence for a few minutes, both crying quietly. I don't know how to fix this, she finally says. Maybe you don't have to fix it. Maybe you just have to start over. Is that possible? Can we start over? I think about the girl who counted down 847 days until she could escape, and the woman I'm becoming in college, someone who speaks up in class, who joins clubs, who takes up space without apologizing for it. I think so. But Mom, it has to be real this time. Not just guilt, not just fear of losing me again. You have to actually want to know who I am, even if I'm different from what you expected. She nods. I do want that. I'm scared I've lost the right to ask. You haven't lost the right. But you have to earn it back. That weekend turns into a strange kind of intensive therapy session for our family. We sit around the kitchen table, the same table where I felt invisible for years, and we talk. Really talk. About the birthdays, yes, but also about deeper things. My father admits that he threw himself into work because dealing with family emotions made him uncomfortable, and it was easier to let my mother make all the decisions about celebrations and attention. Carmen confesses that she always knew something was wrong with how they treated me, but she was afraid that speaking up would mean losing her special status. And I tell them about the loneliness. About feeling like a ghost in my own house, about wondering if I'd even be missed if I disappeared, about the crushing weight of being responsible for everyone else's happiness while my own went unnoticed. But the worst part, I say, surprising myself with the admission, wasn't that you didn't celebrate my birthdays. It was that you made me feel selfish for wanting them to matter. My father flinches like I've hit him. We made you feel selfish for having normal human needs. Yeah. You did. I'm so sorry, Elena. We're all so sorry. The apologies feel real this time, not just panic at the prospect of losing me. But I also know that apologies aren't enough. If we're going to do this, really do this, there have to be ground rules, I say. I'm not coming home to be the family caretaker anymore. I'm not cooking for your parties or cleaning up your messes. And Carmen, I love you, but your achievements don't automatically trump mine anymore. Carmen nods eagerly. I want that too, actually. I'm tired of being the golden child. It's a lot of pressure, and it's not fair to either of us. And Mom, Dad, I need you to ask me about my life. Not just how my grades are, but what I'm reading, who I'm meeting, what I'm learning about myself. I need you to be curious about who I'm becoming, not just proud of what I'm accomplishing. They both nod, and I can see they mean it. But I also know that good intentions and actual change are two different things. Over the next several months, they prove me both right and wrong. There are relapses, times when they slip back into old patterns without thinking. But there are also breakthroughs that take my breath away. My mother starts sending me care packages filled not just with snacks, but with articles about travel writing programs and bookmarks from independent bookstores. My father calls me every other week just to hear about my classes, and he actually listens to my answers. Carmen and I develop our own relationship separate from our parents' interference, texting about boys and books and the general weirdness of growing up in our family. But the real test comes in December, when I'm home for winter break and my parents announce they want to throw me a belated 18th birthday party. Elena, my mother says over breakfast, we know we can't give you back your actual birthday, but we want to celebrate you properly. A real party, with your friends, with everything you would have wanted. My first instinct is to say no. The gesture feels too little, too late, and part of me doesn't want to let them off the hook that easily. But then I look at their faces, really look, and I see something I've never seen before, genuine eagerness to make me happy, not as penance for their guilt, but because they're starting to understand that my happiness matters for its own sake. Okay, I say. But I want to plan it myself. And I want it to be exactly what I want, not what you think I should want. Deal, my father says immediately. Even if what I want is weird or different or not what you would choose? Especially then, my mother says. So I plan a party that's completely me. Instead of a big celebration with extended family and my parents' friends, I invite 6 people, Maya and my other close friends from high school, plus Carmen. We have it at a bookstore in town that stays open late for special events. There's cake, yes, but also poetry readings and a playlist of songs that make me feel like the main character in my own story. My parents don't try to take over or suggest improvements. They just show up, listen to me read a piece I wrote about London, and look genuinely proud when my friends compliment my courage in leaving the country alone. At the end of the night, as we're cleaning up, my mother pulls me aside. This party, this is who you are, isn't it? Books and words and quiet celebration with people who really know you. Yeah. It is. She nods. I love learning who you are. That's when I know we're going to be okay. Not perfect, probably never completely healed from those 18 years of imbalance, but okay. Different. Better. Spring semester brings new challenges. I join the campus literary magazine, start dating the coffee-scented guy from Victorian Lit, his name is Marcus, and he writes poetry about urban landscapes, and begin planning a summer study abroad program in Ireland. When I call home to tell them about the Ireland opportunity, I brace myself for the old reactions, worry about money, concerns about safety, suggestions that maybe I should stay closer to home. Instead, my father says, "That sounds incredible. Do you need help with the application?" And my mother adds, "Will you write about it? I'd love to read your travel stories." These moments still surprise me. I keep expecting them to revert to the people they were before, the ones who saw me as a supporting character in Carmen's story. But more and more, they seem genuinely committed to seeing me as the protagonist of my own life. The real revelation comes in March, as my 19th birthday approaches. Instead of anxiety about whether they'll remember or celebrate it properly, I find myself looking forward to it. Not because I need their validation anymore, but because I'm curious to see how we'll mark this milestone together. Carmen calls me 3 weeks before my birthday. "Elena, I have an idea for your party this year, but I want to make sure you're okay with it first." "This is new," Carmen asking my permission instead of just assuming. What's your idea? What if we made it a tradition? Every year on March 15th, we celebrate not just your birthday, but also the anniversary of your London trip. Like, we could call it Elena Independence Day or something. A celebration of you becoming the person who could save herself. I'm quiet for so long that Carmen starts to worry. Is that stupid? I just thought, it's not stupid, I interrupt. It's perfect. And it is perfect. Not because it erases the past or makes up for all those forgotten birthdays, but because it acknowledges that my journey to visibility started with my own courage, and it honors both the girl I was and the woman I'm becoming. On my 19th birthday, we have the first annual Elena Independence Day celebration. It's small and strange and exactly right, cake shaped like a suitcase, decorations in the colors of the Union Jack, and a toast to the girl who learned that sometimes you have to disappear completely before people realize you were there all along. As I blow out the candles, I make a wish that has nothing to do with my family and everything to do with my own future. I wish for the courage to keep taking up space, to keep believing I matter, and to never again accept invisibility as the price of keeping peace. Later that night, as I'm getting ready to drive back to the city, my mother hands me a wrapped package. This isn't a birthday present exactly, she says. It's more of an acknowledgement. Inside is a leather-bound photo album filled with pictures I've never seen before, me at various ages, achieving things, growing up, existing. Pictures my mother apparently took and saved but never shared because she was always focused on documenting Carmen's milestones instead. I found these when I was going through old photos, she explains. I realized I'd been seeing you all along. I just forgot to tell you. The last page contains a letter in her handwriting. Elena, I can't give you back the birthdays we missed or the attention we withheld. But I can promise you this, I see you now. I see your strength, your independence, your beautiful way of finding magic in ordinary moments. I see the woman you're becoming and the girl you always were. Most importantly, I see that you don't need us to validate your worth, you know it yourself. That might be your greatest achievement of all. Happy 19th birthday, and happy Independence Day. Love, Mom. I close the album and hug her, and for the first time in my life, it feels like she's hugging me back, not the helpful daughter or the responsible one, but me, Elena, exactly as I am. Every March 15th now, we have two celebrations, my birthday, and the anniversary of the day I taught my family that I was worth missing. And you know what? I've never had a better birthday present than the sound of my own voice finally being heard. But the real gift isn't that they learned to listen. It's that I learned to speak. There's an epilogue to this story that I'm living right now, 3 years later. I'm sitting in a cafe in Dublin, yes, I made it to Ireland for that study abroad program, writing the final chapter of my senior thesis on invisible narratives, how travel writing gives voice to the unseen. It's about people who disappear from their own lives and find themselves in foreign places, and it's been accepted for publication in a literary journal. My phone buzzes with a text from Carmen, who's now 18 herself and about to graduate high school. She's been accepted to 5 colleges, and my parents are handling it completely differently than they did with me. Instead of assuming they know what's best for her, they're asking her what she wants. They're letting her choose her own path without making it about their dreams or fears. The text says, Elena, guess what? Mom and Dad offered to throw me a huge graduation party, but I told them I wanted something small like yours was. Just a few friends, some books, maybe poetry reading? Turns out I'm more like you than anyone realized. This makes me smile. Carmen has spent the last 3 years figuring out who she is when she's not performing the role of golden child, and it turns out she's thoughtful, creative, and much more interested in meaningful conversations than elaborate celebrations. She's also become my closest friend, which is something I never saw coming during those years when we were competing for scraps of attention. Another text comes through, this one from my mother, Elena, your father and I are planning a surprise for when you get home from Ireland. We found the journal you kept during your London trip, you left it in your desk drawer, and we had it bound into a real book. We thought you might want to give copies to Maya and Marcus as graduation gifts. We're so proud of the writer you've become. The fact that they found my journal and didn't read it without permission, that they recognized it as something valuable and treated it with respect, this small gesture tells me more about how far we've come than any grand apology could. I think about that girl who spent 847 days planning her escape, who felt so invisible she thought disappearing was the only way to be seen. She saved every dollar and marked every calendar day, building her courage one invisible moment at a time. She taught me that sometimes the bravest thing you can do is leave everything familiar behind, not to punish the people who hurt you, but to discover who you are when nobody else's expectations are weighing you down. The red X's on that hidden calendar didn't just mark time passing, they marked the days I spent learning that I was worth saving, even if I had to save myself. Tomorrow I fly back to New York for graduation. My whole family will be there, not because they have to be, but because they genuinely want to celebrate this milestone with me. They'll probably cry when I walk across the stage, and for the first time in my life, those tears will be about my achievement, not their guilt. Marcus will be there too, along with Maya and the friends I've made who see me clearly from the beginning. People who never had to learn to notice me because I never let myself become invisible to them. After graduation, I'm moving to London for a year. I got a fellowship to write a book about young women who use travel as a form of rebellion and self-discovery. My parents' reaction when I told them? Pure excitement. No worry about safety, no suggestions that I should stay closer to home, no attempts to make my adventure about them. "You're living your dreams," my father said when I called with the news. "That's all we've ever wanted for you." And the beautiful thing is, I think he actually means it now. The story I'm telling isn't just about a girl who ran away to London and forced her family to see her. It's about what happens when you finally understand that your worth isn't determined by other people's ability to recognize it. It's about learning that visibility isn't something that can be granted or taken away, it's something you claim for yourself, one brave choice at a time. Every March 15th now, we have two celebrations, my birthday, and the anniversary of the day I taught my family that I was worth missing. And you know what? I've never had a better birthday present than the sound of my own voice finally being heard. But the real gift isn't that they learned to listen. It's that I learned to speak.
Story 7.
When my 6-year-old was dying of cancer, I begged my millionaire siblings for help with her treatment, but they said, "Not my child, not my problem," and hung up. My sister added, "Maybe if you'd chosen a better career, you could afford the bills yourself." My brother laughed, "We're saving our money for things that matter." After she died alone in a hospital bed while I worked 2 jobs to pay her medical bills, I discovered their dark secrets and planned my revenge. That was 3 weeks ago. This morning, I woke up to desperate banging on my front door and 128 frantic messages from them, begging me to stop what I had just started. I'm going to tell you something that will make you question everything you think you know about family loyalty, and I need you to listen carefully because what I did 3 weeks ago is about to destroy lives in ways that will haunt me forever. My daughter Emma died alone in a hospital bed on October 15th while I was working my second job at a gas station, trying to scrape together money for her next round of chemotherapy. She was 6 years old. 6. And when the nurses called to tell me she was gone, I was counting out change for a customer buying cigarettes, my hands shaking so badly I dropped coins all over the floor. The customer, some middle-aged guy in a wrinkled shirt, just stared at me as I sobbed over scattered quarters, probably thinking I was having some kind of breakdown over pocket change. But let me back up, because you need to understand how we got there. You need to understand what kind of people my siblings really are, and what they turned me into. My husband Marcus died 2 years before Emma got sick. House fire, except it wasn't an accident. Marcus was a firefighter, and I found out later that one of his crewmates, a guy named Rodriguez who'd been passed over for promotion after promotion, had sabotaged his oxygen tank during a routine warehouse call. The internal investigation was buried deeper than a mob victim. Rodriguez quietly transferred to another station across state lines, and I was left with a dead husband, a traumatized 4-year-old, and a mountain of legal bills that led absolutely nowhere. The lawyers spoke in careful, measured tones about insufficient evidence and workplace accidents while I sat in their offices watching the clock tick away billable hours I couldn't afford. They made it sound like Marcus had simply been unlucky, like faulty equipment was just one of those things that happened in dangerous jobs. But I knew better. Marcus had checked that tank himself, he was obsessive about equipment safety. He'd lost a partner early in his career to faulty gear and never got over it. So when Emma started getting sick 18 months later, started losing weight, bruising easily, complaining about bone pain that kept her up crying at night, I was already drowning financially. The pediatric oncologist at Children's Hospital used words like acute lymphoblastic leukemia and aggressive treatment protocol while I sat there calculating whether I could afford to miss work for her appointments, whether I could cover parking fees, whether the hospital cafeteria sandwiches were really $8 or if I was hallucinating from stress. Dr. Martinez was kind but direct. The treatment would take 2 years minimum. The costs would be astronomical even with insurance. Emma would need to be in the hospital for weeks at a time during the intensive phases. I would need to be there with her. But I can't, I remember telling him, Emma sleeping fitfully in my lap after her first bone marrow biopsy. I mean, I want to be here, but I can't afford not to work. I'm already behind on everything. He looked at me with that expression doctors get when they're about to deliver news that will change everything. Mrs. Chen, I need you to understand something. Without proper treatment, without consistent care, Emma's survival chances dropped significantly. This isn't optional. That's when I called my siblings. I have two of them, Victoria and James. Both millionaires, both successful beyond anything our working-class parents ever dreamed of. Victoria owns a chain of high-end boutiques called Luxe across 3 states, the kind of places where a single handbag costs more than my monthly salary. James made his fortune in tech before he was 30, some kind of cybersecurity company that landed massive government contracts. Meanwhile, I was Sarah Chen, elementary school teacher married to a firefighter, living paycheck to paycheck even before Marcus died. The family screw-up who chose love over money, who picked a career that mattered over one that paid. You'd think blood would matter when a child is dying. You'd think watching their 6-year-old niece waste away would mean something to people who had more money than they could spend in 3 lifetimes. You'd be wrong. Victoria answered on the 3rd ring. I remember because I was sitting in my car outside the oncology office, Emma sleeping in her car seat behind me, bald head wrapped in the pink scarf Victoria had sent for her birthday, the only gift she'd given Emma in 2 years. I need help, I said without preamble. My voice was steady, professional. I'd practiced this conversation. Emma's treatment is going to cost over $200,000 over the next 2 years. Insurance covers maybe 60% if we're lucky. I've maxed out credit cards, taken loans against the house, sold everything we own of value. I need $40,000 to start treatment and guarantee it continues. Sarah. Victoria's voice had that tone she'd used since we were kids when I'd asked to borrow something. Condescending. Tired. Bored. Like I was asking her to explain simple math to a slow student. This is unfortunate, but it's not my responsibility. Not my child, not my problem. The line went quiet except for the sound of Emma's labored breathing behind me and the distant hum of traffic in the hospital parking lot. She's your niece, I whispered, watching a woman in scrubs hurry past my car, probably rushing to save someone else's child. Maybe if you'd chosen a better career, you could afford the bills yourself, Victoria said, and I could hear her typing on her laptop like this conversation was just another interruption in her busy day. I mean, teaching at elementary school? Really, Sarah? What did you think was going to happen when real life hit? Then she hung up. I sat there staring at my phone for 10 minutes, Emma's soft snoring the only sound in the world that mattered. Then I called James. He was in a meeting, his assistant said, but when I explained it was a family emergency involving his niece, he picked up after 5 minutes of hold music. Look, Sarah, I heard about Emma from Victoria already. His voice had that distracted quality that meant he was multitasking, probably checking emails while he talked to me about my dying daughter. It's sad, really sad, but we all make choices in life. You chose to be a teacher. You chose Marcus. You chose to have kids you couldn't afford to take care of properly. I could hear him typing, clicking, the sounds of someone who couldn't be bothered to give me his full attention while I begged for my daughter's life. James, please. I'm not asking for charity. I'll pay you back. Every penny, with interest. I'll mortgage the house again. Sarah, stop, he sighed like I was being dramatic. Victoria and we've worked hard for our money. We've made smart investments, built businesses, created wealth. We're not going to just throw it away on medical bills that probably won't even work anyway. I felt something cold settle in my chest. What do you mean, won't work? Come on. Childhood leukemia? The survival rates aren't that great, especially with substandard care because you can't afford the best doctors. We're saving our money for things that matter. Real investments. Business opportunities. Not throwing money at a lost cause. Then he laughed. Actually laughed. Things that matter, I repeated, my voice barely audible. Look, if Emma pulls through this on her own, great. If not. He paused, and I heard him take a sip of something. Well, at least you'll be free to focus on rebuilding your life. Maybe find a career that actually pays. A lost cause? That's what he called my dying daughter. A lost cause? I hung up and screamed until my throat was raw and the hospital security guard knocked on my window to make sure I was okay. For the next 8 months, I watched Emma fight for her life while I fought to keep us afloat financially, emotionally, physically. I worked at the elementary school during the day, teaching 28 third graders while my heart was breaking. At night, I worked at Quick Stop, a gas station on the highway, dealing with truckers and insomniacs and people buying lottery tickets with money they couldn't afford to lose. Weekends, I cleaned office buildings downtown, pushing a cart full of supplies through empty corporate spaces that smelled like industrial carpet and broken dreams. The janitorial company paid cash under the table, no questions asked, and I was grateful for every dollar even though the work made my back ache and my hands crack from harsh chemicals. I sold everything we owned piece by piece. Marcus's tools went first, expensive firefighter equipment that brought decent money from guys still working the job. Then our furniture, replaced with thrift store finds or just empty spaces. Emma's toys, The one she was too sick to play with anymore. My wedding dress. My grandmother's jewelry. Marcus's motorcycle that he'd spent years restoring. I begged strangers on GoFundMe, writing updates about Emma's progress that made me feel like a carnival barker advertising tragedy. I pawned Marcus's wedding ring, his firefighter badge, the watch his department gave him for 10 years of service. Everything that connected me to the man I'd loved disappeared into pawn shop displays, traded for cash that never seemed to be enough. Emma got sicker. Without consistent treatment, without the best medications, without the private room and specialized care that rich kids got, her body couldn't keep up with the cancer. The treatments were too expensive, too far apart. We had to skip sessions when I couldn't scrape together copays. We delayed procedures while I waited for credit approvals that never came. The doctors looked at me with pity that made my skin crawl, but what could I do? I was already giving everything I had, working 18-hour days, sleeping in hospital chairs, eating vending machine food because the cafeteria was too expensive. Victoria and James? They posted pictures on social media from their vacations. Victoria's Instagram was full of shots from Paris, Rome, some private island in the Caribbean where the water was impossibly blue and the drinks came with little umbrellas. New cars appeared in James's Facebook feed, a Tesla, then a vintage Porsche, then something Italian with a name I couldn't pronounce. Victoria renovated her summer house in the Hamptons. James bought a yacht named Liquid Assets that probably cost more than Emma's entire treatment protocol. They attended charity galas where they bid thousands on auction items, smiling for society page photographers while my daughter grew weaker by the day. Sometimes I would stare at their pictures at 3 a.m, sitting beside Emma's hospital bed, wondering how people could sleep in silk sheets knowing their 6-year-old niece was dying from something they could fix with a phone call to their accountant. Emma died on a Tuesday in October. I was at work because I couldn't afford to take the day off, even though the nurses had gently suggested maybe I should stay with her. The doctors had been saying any day now for weeks, and I'd already burned through my sick days, my personal days, my bereavement leave from when Marcus died. Staying meant no paycheck, and no paycheck meant losing the house, and where would I go after I buried my daughter? So I kissed her forehead at 7 that morning, promised I'd be back after my shift, and left her there in that sterile room with machines beeping and monitors glowing and nurses who were kind but too busy to hold her hand when she got scared. She died at 2:17 p.m. while I was making change for a pack of Marlboros and an energy drink for a construction worker who complained about the price of everything these days. The nurse called while I was cleaning the coffee machine, her voice gentle but professional, telling me Emma had passed peacefully in her sleep, that she hadn't been in pain, that they'd done everything they could. I dropped the phone and collapsed behind the counter, sobbing so hard that customers started backing away like grief was contagious. My manager, a decent guy named Pete who had kids of his own, sent me home and told me not to worry about coming back until I was ready. The funeral was small. Just me, a few teachers from school, some neighbors who barely knew us but showed up anyway because that's what people do when a child dies. Emma's friends from school before she got too sick to attend, little kids in their Sunday best who didn't really understand why Emma was in a box in the ground. Victoria sent flowers with a note, thinking of you during this difficult time. Lilies in an expensive arrangement that probably cost more than I spent on groceries in a month. James didn't even do that. For 3 weeks after we buried Emma, I sat in her room and planned. See, here's what my dear siblings didn't know about me. Before I became a teacher, before I met Marcus and decided I wanted to shape young minds instead of corporate networks, I had a very different career. I worked in cybersecurity for Morrison Defense Systems, a federal contractor that specialized in protecting government networks from foreign threats. I know things about computers, about networks, about encryption and surveillance and the dark corners of the internet where people's secrets live like digital cockroaches. I know how to crack passwords, how to trace financial transactions, how to dig through layers of corporate shell games until I find the truth hiding underneath. And I know things about Victoria and James that would make your skin crawl. It took me exactly 17 days to crack into Victoria's business accounts. Not her personal stuff, I'm not a common criminal, but her business records, tax documents, employee files, financial statements. Everything that Luxe Boutiques claimed as legitimate business expenses. Victoria's been skimming money from her employees' health insurance contributions for 3 years. Taking their premiums and pocketing them while letting their coverage lapse. Dozens of her workers think they're insured when they're not. They've been paying into a system that was supposed to protect them while Victoria treated their contributions like a personal slush fund. One woman, Maria Santos, found out when she tried to get treatment for breast cancer. Went to the doctor, discovered her insurance had been canceled months earlier, ended up having to choose between rent and chemotherapy. She's in debt now, fighting for her life the same way Emma did, while Victoria bought another handbag that cost more than Maria's annual salary. But that's not even the worst part. Victoria's been running a side business through her boutiques. Money laundering for some very unpleasant people. Drug money, specifically. Those expensive handbags and designer dresses? Perfect for washing dirty cash. $1,000 purse bought with drug money gets returned for store credit, then exchanged for legitimate merchandise that can be resold clean. The records were all there, encrypted but not well enough to keep me out. Purchase orders that didn't match inventory. Returns without receipts. Cash transactions that violated every banking regulation on the books. Shell companies buying merchandise that never made it to store floors. A whole network of financial fraud that would make a mob accountant proud. James was easier to crack, maybe because he was cocky about his tech skills. He figured anyone trying to hack him would be some amateur with basic tools, not someone who'd spend 5 years protecting federal systems from state-sponsored cyber attacks. His company, Pinnacle Security Solutions, landed a government contract 2 years ago worth $50 million over 5 years. They were supposed to provide cybersecurity services for federal agencies, protecting sensitive data from foreign intrusion. The contract came after James bribed a federal procurement officer named Thomas Hendricks. The evidence was sitting right there in his email, because apparently being rich makes you sloppy about digital security. Payments disguised as consulting fees. Gifts that violated federal ethics regulations. A job offer for Hendricks' son at one of James's subsidiary companies. But here's the beautiful part, James has been using that government contract to sell backdoor access to federal systems to foreign buyers. Not just any foreign buyers, the kind that intelligence agencies get very, very cranky about. Chinese military hackers. Russian intelligence services. North Korean cyber warfare units. Every system he was supposed to protect, he'd been compromising for the right price. Selling access to personnel files, military communications, diplomatic cables. Treason dressed up as business opportunities, justified by profit margins that would make a defense contractor weep with joy. The evidence was overwhelming. Bank records showing payments from overseas accounts. Technical specifications for backdoor access. Communications with known foreign agents. A whole digital paper trail that would keep federal prosecutors busy for years. So 3 weeks ago, on the anniversary of Emma's diagnosis, I made some calls. The IRS got an anonymous tip about Victoria's tax evasion and employee insurance fraud, complete with detailed financial records, bank statements, and documentation going back 4 years. The FBI got information about her money laundering operation, including names and addresses of her criminal associates. The DEA got transaction records showing exactly how drug money moved through her boutiques and came out clean. James? The FBI got his bribery evidence, every email and financial transaction that proved his corruption. The Department of Defense got documentation of his backdoor sales, complete with technical specifications and communications logs. The IRS got records of the overseas accounts he'd been using to hide the profits. The CIA got a list of every foreign agent he'd dealt with and every classified system he'd compromised. I didn't stop there. I also sent copies of everything to investigative journalists at The Washington Post, The New York Times, and 60 Minutes. With photos. With bank statements. With recorded phone conversations I'd been collecting for weeks using some old surveillance equipment and techniques I'd learned in my contractor days. The story was too big, too documented, too explosive for them to ignore. This wasn't some conspiracy theory from a grieving mother, this was a federal prosecutor's dream case, wrapped up with a bow and delivered to their doorstep. This morning, I woke up to my phone buzzing like an angry wasp. 128 messages. Victoria, Sarah, we need to talk right now. James, what the heck did you do? Victoria, the FBI is at my office. They have a search warrant. Call me. James, Sarah, answer your phone. We can fix this. Whatever you think you know, we can work it out. Victoria, I know this was you. There's no one else who could have gotten this information. We need to talk before this gets out of hand. James, Sarah, please. They're freezing my accounts. All of them. I can't even access my checking account. Victoria, the employees are asking questions about their insurance. The union is getting involved. This is spiraling. James, they took my passport. Sarah, they think I'm a flight risk. They mentioned terrorism charges. Victoria, the newspapers are calling. They want to interview me about money laundering. Money laundering, Sarah. Do you understand what you've done? James, my lawyers say this is federal. Multiple agencies. They're talking about RICO charges, espionage, treason. Sarah, this could be life in prison. Victoria, my investors are pulling out. The bank called my loans. I could lose everything. The messages got more desperate as the morning went on. More frantic. More pathetic. These people who'd spent their lives believing money made them untouchable suddenly discovering that some things couldn't be bought or intimidated or wished away. By 10 a.m., they were both at my door. I watched through the peephole as they pounded and shouted, These two people I'd once called family now looking like strangers in expensive clothes. Victoria looked haggard, her perfect hair messy, no makeup, the kind of raw desperation that money usually shields wealthy people from experiencing. James was sweating through his expensive suit, his usual confidence replaced by something that looked like genuine terror. The kind of fear that comes from realizing you've built your entire life on a foundation of lies and someone just lit the fuse. Sarah. Victoria's voice was shrill, nothing like the controlled, professional tone she used in business meetings. Open the door. We need to talk. This is family business. We can fix this, James shouted, pounding on the door hard enough that my neighbors were starting to look out their windows. Whatever you want, we'll make it right. We'll pay for everything. I made coffee and sat at my kitchen table, the same table where Emma used to do her coloring books before she got too weak to hold crayons steady. The same table where I'd paid medical bills and counted change and figured out which utilities I could let go to afford another week of treatment. Sarah, please. Victoria was crying now, the kind of ugly crying that rich people aren't supposed to do in public. They're going to arrest me. My employees are filing lawsuits. The newspapers have photographers outside my house. We'll pay for Emma's treatment. James screamed, his voice breaking. We'll pay everything. Every penny. All the bills, all the funeral expenses, we'll set up a foundation in her name. Just make this stop. I took a sip of coffee and opened my laptop. The news articles were already online. Luxury boutique owner accused of massive insurance fraud. Tech CEO linked to foreign bribery scandal. Federal investigators probe money laundering ring. The photos were particularly unflattering. Surveillance shots of Victoria meeting with known criminals, James shaking hands with a corrupt procurement officer, both of them looking guilty as sin. The comment sections were brutal. People who'd worked for Victoria sharing stories about denied medical claims and cancelled coverage. Federal employees talking about security breaches they'd suspected for months. Customers demanding refunds from a business built on criminal foundations. Sarah. They were both sobbing now, these two people who'd once looked down on me for choosing love over money, for picking a career that mattered over one that paid. We're sorry. We're so sorry. Please make them stop. I walked to the door but didn't open it. Not my siblings, not my problem, I said loudly enough for them to hear. The pounding stopped. The crying got louder. Maybe if you'd chosen better careers, I continued, my voice carrying through the door like a blade through silk, you could afford better lawyers. I heard Victoria collapse against the door, her sobs muffled but still audible to anyone walking by. I'm saving my energy for things that matter, I finished. It's been 8 hours since they left my porch. Victoria's boutiques are closed pending federal investigation, yellow tape across the doors like crime scenes. James's company's stock has crashed so hard that trading was suspended twice. The FBI has seized most of their assets as evidence, frozen their accounts, and placed holds on their properties. And me? I'm sitting in Emma's room, holding the pink scarf Victoria sent for her birthday, feeling something I haven't felt in months. Not satisfaction, exactly. Emma's still gone. Nothing will bring her back or erase those final 8 months of watching her suffer while my siblings counted their money and planned their next vacation. But there's something else. Call it justice. Call it balance. Call it the natural consequence of looking at a dying 6-year-old and calculating whether she was worth your investment portfolio. I know what you're thinking. You're wondering if I feel guilty, if I regret destroying their lives the way they helped destroy mine. You're wondering if this makes me a bad person, if grief has turned me into something monstrous. Here's the thing, I don't care what it makes me. Victoria's employees who lost medical coverage because she stole their premiums? They deserve justice. The communities James endangered by selling access to federal systems? They deserve protection. The families destroyed by the drug money Victoria helped launder? They deserve accountability. My siblings didn't just fail Emma and me. They built their fortunes on other people's suffering, other people's trust, other people's vulnerability. They got rich by taking advantage of the very people who should have been able to count on them for protection. I just made sure the world found out. The reporters have been calling. They want to interview the whistleblower who exposed the corruption. They don't know it was me, and I don't plan to tell them. This isn't about fame or recognition or having my name in headlines next to theirs. This is about a little girl who died alone because the people who could have saved her decided she wasn't worth the inconvenience. Victoria called again 2 hours ago. Her voice was barely a whisper, nothing like the confident businesswoman who'd dismissed my pleas for help. Sarah, I know you can hear this. I know you're screening my calls. She was crying so hard I could barely understand her words. They're going to indict me tomorrow. Federal charges. Racketeering, money laundering, insurance fraud. My lawyer says I could go to prison for 20 years. She paused, sniffling, and I could hear sirens in the background. James's passport's been flagged. He can't leave the country. They think he's a flight risk. The Defense Department is talking about treason charges. Treason, Sarah. They could give him life in prison or worse. Her voice broke completely. We were wrong. We were so wrong about Emma. If I could go back, if I could change what we said to you. She was sobbing now, the kind of grief-stricken crying I recognized from my own worst nights. She was just a baby. She was just a little baby and we let her die for money we didn't even need. The voicemail cut off there, but she called back 10 minutes later. I dream about her every night now. Emma. I see her in that hospital bed, and she asks me why I didn't help her mama. Why I chose money over her life. Victoria's voice was hollow, broken. I wake up screaming. My husband. He's talking about divorce. Says he can't be married to someone who let their niece die. The kids at his school are asking questions. Our children are ashamed of me. Another long pause. I have a daughter too, Sarah. She's 8 now, 2 years older than Emma ever got to be. And every time I look at her, I wonder what kind of mother I am. What kind of person lets a child die when they could have saved her with pocket change? The line went quiet except for her breathing. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. But I need you to know that losing Emma. It broke something in me. Something I didn't even know was there until it was gone. She hung up. James called 20 minutes later, his voice steady but defeated. Sarah, I'm sorry. I know that doesn't mean anything now, but I need to say it. I'm sorry for what I said about Emma. I'm sorry for laughing when you needed help. I'm sorry for calling your daughter a lost cause. His voice cracked on the last words. How could I say that about a child? How could I be so cruel to someone I'm supposed to love? He was quiet for a long moment, and I could hear him moving around, probably packing. They're going to arrest me tomorrow. My lawyers are good, but the evidence. Whoever compiled this case, they were thorough. They have everything. Bank records, communications, contracts, technical specifications. It's over. Another pause. Emma would be alive right now if we'd helped. We could have saved her and it wouldn't have even made a dent in our accounts. Victoria spent more on her bathroom renovation than Emma's entire treatment would have cost. I bought a car last month that cost more than your annual salary. His voice turned bitter. We were so proud, so arrogant. We thought being rich made us better than you, smarter than you. We thought your problems were beneath us, like poverty was contagious and helping you might somehow diminish what we built. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. I used to tell people at parties about my sister the teacher, like it was this quaint little career choice that proved how charitable my family was. Sarah chose service over success, I'd say, like I was being generous by acknowledging your existence. The line went quiet again. I hope whoever exposed us is sleeping well tonight. They did the right thing. We deserved this. We deserved worse. And Emma. Emma deserved so much better than us. The call ended. I'm sleeping well, James. Better than I have in months. Tomorrow, I'm going to visit Emma's grave. I'll tell her that the people who failed her are finally facing consequences. Not because it brings her back, but because in this world where money talks and the powerful rarely fall, sometimes, justice finds a way to balance the scales. I'll also tell her that her mama loves her, that I fought for her until the very end, and that I'll keep fighting for kids like her as long as I draw breath. Because here's what Victoria and James never understood: when you have nothing left to lose, when the worst thing that could happen to you already has, when grief becomes your fuel instead of your weakness, that's when you become truly dangerous. They thought being rich made them untouchable. They thought their money was a shield, their connections a safety net, their wealth a kind of moral armor that protected them from the consequences of their choices. They were wrong. And now, as I sit here in the quiet of Emma's room, surrounded by the toys she'll never play with and the books she'll never read, I'm planning my next move. Because Victoria and James aren't the only ones who failed my daughter. The insurance companies that denied coverage for treatments they knew would save lives. The pharmaceutical companies that price medications out of reach just because they can. The hospital administrators who treat medical care like a luxury service instead of a human right. The whole system that lets children die because their parents can't afford to save them. Emma's death taught me something valuable. There are a lot of people in this world who profit from other people's suffering. People who sleep soundly in their mansions while families like mine crumble under the weight of medical bills and grief. But I also learned something else. Something that would terrify them if they knew. I learned that I'm very, very good at finding secrets. And I learned that when you have nothing left to lose, you can do things that people with something to protect would never dare attempt. The phone is ringing again. Victoria, probably, or James, still begging for mercy they never showed a dying 6-year-old. Still hoping that family loyalty might work in reverse, that the sister they abandoned might somehow find it in her heart to save them. I'm not going to answer. I have work to do. Because Emma wasn't the only child who died while rich people counted their money. She wasn't the only family destroyed by a system that treats healthcare like a business opportunity instead of a moral obligation. Tomorrow, after I visit Emma's grave, I'm going to start looking into some other people. Insurance executives who bonus themselves millions while denying coverage to sick children. Pharmaceutical CEOs who price insulin out of reach for diabetic kids. Hospital board members who close children's wards to improve profit margins. People who've built empires on the backs of suffering families, who justify their wealth by telling themselves that poor people don't deserve the same chances as rich ones. They have secrets too. Everyone does. And I have time. All the time in the world. The beautiful thing about grief is that it burns away everything that used to matter. Social niceties. Career advancement. What people think of you. Fear of consequences. All of it just evaporates, leaving behind something pure and focused and absolutely terrifying. Love for a dead child, weaponized. Victoria and James learned that lesson today. Soon, others will too. But let me tell you about the 3 days that followed their arrests, because that's when things got really interesting. Victoria was arrested first, at her flagship boutique in downtown Atlanta. I watched it happen on the local news, standing in my kitchen with Emma's favorite mug in my hands, a little pink thing with unicorns that I can't bring myself to put away. Federal agents in windbreakers swarmed through the store while customers and employees streamed out onto the sidewalk, confusion and fear written across their faces. The reporter, some young woman with perfect hair and a serious expression, explained how Victoria had been led away in handcuffs while her lawyer shouted about her constitutional rights. But what caught my attention wasn't Victoria's perp walk or her lawyer's protests, it was the faces of her employees watching from behind police tape. Maria Santos was there. The woman with breast cancer whose insurance Victoria had stolen. She was crying, but not from sadness. From relief. From validation. From the knowledge that someone had finally believed her when she said the system was rigged against people like her. She stole from us, Maria told the reporter, her voice shaking with emotion. She took our premiums and left us with nothing. My little boy, he needed surgery last year, and I had to choose between his operation and keeping our apartment. I chose the surgery and we lived in our car for 3 months. The camera panned across other employees, all of them with similar stories. A man whose wife died because her cancer treatment was denied by insurance that didn't actually exist. A young mother whose premature baby spent weeks in the NICU racking up bills she couldn't pay because Victoria had pocketed her health insurance contributions. These weren't just financial crimes. These were lives destroyed by greed, families torn apart by someone who had more money than she could spend in 3 lifetimes but couldn't resist stealing from people who had nothing. I turned off the television and called in sick to work. For the first time since Emma died, I had something more important to do than teaching 3rd graders about multiplication tables. I drove to the children's hospital where Emma had spent her final months. Walking through those hallways again felt like drowning in reverse. Instead of sinking into grief, I was rising up through layers of memory and pain until I could breathe again. The smell of disinfectant and hope, the sound of machines keeping small bodies alive, the sight of parents who looked exactly like I had 8 months ago, desperate, exhausted, clinging to faith they weren't sure they still had. I found Dr. Martinez in his office, the same kind man who delivered Emma's diagnosis with gentle honesty and fought with insurance companies on our behalf more times than I could count. "Mrs. Chen," he said, standing up from behind a desk covered in case files. His face showed surprise, then concern. "How are you holding up?" "I think about Emma often. She was such a brave little girl." "She shouldn't have had to be brave," I said, settling into the chair across from his desk. "Children shouldn't need to be warriors just to survive treatable diseases." He nodded, understanding immediately what I meant. We'd had this conversation before, in different words, during Emma's treatment. "What can I do for you today?" he asked. "I want to know about the other families. The ones like us. The ones who can't afford treatment." Dr. Martinez leaned back in his chair, studying my face. "That's a difficult question. Patient confidentiality. I'm not asking for names or details. I want to understand the scope. How many children are we losing because their parents can't pay?" He was quiet for a long moment, then opened his desk drawer and pulled out a thick folder. "These are just from the last 6 months," he said, placing it between us. "Children who needed treatment we couldn't provide because of financial constraints. Some got partial care. Some got delayed care. Some..." He trailed off. "Some died," I finished. "Some died," he confirmed. I opened the folder and stared at page after page of medical records with notes like treatment delayed pending insurance approval and family unable to afford recommended protocol and discharged against medical advice due to financial hardship. 17 children. Just in the last 6 months. Just at this one hospital. "Dr. Martinez," I said, closing the folder carefully, What would happen if someone were to establish a foundation? Something that could help families like mine afford treatment? His eyes lit up with something that looked like hope. That would change everything for a lot of families. But it would take significant funding. Pediatric cancer treatment is expensive, and there are so many children who need help. How much are we talking about? To make a real difference? He pulled out a calculator and started running numbers, muttering to himself about average treatment costs and patient loads and administrative expenses. Finally, he looked up at me. To fully fund treatment for every child who walks through these doors, regardless of their family's ability to pay, we'd need about $12 million annually. Maybe 15 to be safe. $12 million. The exact amount James had made from selling backdoor access to federal systems over the past 2 years, according to the financial records I'd uncovered. I left the hospital with a new sense of purpose and drove straight to the office of Rebecca Kim, the best attorney in the city who specialized in asset forfeiture and victim restitution. I'd done my research on her too, former federal prosecutor who'd gone into private practice and made a career out of getting money back for people who'd been wronged by corporate criminals. "Mrs. Chen," she said, after I'd explained who I was and why I was there. "I've been following the Victoria Laron and James Chen cases. Fascinating work, whoever compiled that evidence. The FBI is calling it one of the most thorough investigations they've ever seen." "I want to file civil suits," I said. "Against both of them. For wrongful death." She raised an eyebrow. "That's creative. But difficult to prove. They didn't directly cause your daughter's death. They had the means to save her life and chose not to. In some states, that's called depraved indifference. In others, it's criminal negligence. I want to argue that their refusal to help constitutes a form of homicide." Rebecca leaned forward, suddenly very interested. "That's a novel legal theory. Risky, but intriguing. If we could establish that they had a duty to help and that their refusal directly contributed to Emma's death." "I have recordings," I said. "Phone conversations where they explicitly refused to help and mocked me for asking. I have evidence of their wealth, proof that the amount I needed was insignificant to them. I have medical records showing how delays in treatment affected Emma's prognosis." She was quiet for several minutes, making notes on a legal pad. "This could work," she said finally. "It's unprecedented, but it could work. And given their current legal troubles, they might be willing to settle rather than fight a public wrongful death suit on top of everything else." "I don't want to settle," I said. "I want to go to trial. I want the world to hear what they said to me. I want other families to know that sometimes, the people who could help you choose not to. That's admirable, but trials are expensive and unpredictable. What if we lose? Then we lose. But at least Emma's story gets told." She agreed to take the case on contingency, and we spent the next 3 hours planning a legal strategy that would make Victoria and James squirm even more than their federal charges already did. That evening, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. "Is this Sarah Chen?" The voice was female, young, nervous. "Yes. My name is Jennifer Woods. I worked for your sister Victoria at the downtown boutique. I saw the news about her arrest." "Okay. I wanted to thank you." I sat down hard on Emma's bed, caught off guard. "Thank me? You exposed her, didn't you? You're the one who gave the FBI all that evidence." I didn't answer. "My daughter has type 1 diabetes," Jennifer continued, her voice getting stronger. "She's been rationing insulin because I couldn't afford her prescriptions. Victoria told us we all had health insurance, took money out of our paychecks every month for premiums. But when I tried to use it, I found out the policy had been canceled a year ago." She started crying. "My little girl could have died because Victoria wanted to buy another handbag. She's 7 years old, and she was rationing medication that costs pennies to manufacture because someone with millions of dollars decided my daughter's life wasn't worth the cost of health insurance." I closed my eyes, seeing Emma in every story like this. The FBI agent who interviewed me, she said there are dozens of us. Dozens of families who lost coverage because Victoria stole our premiums. But now, with the civil suits and the criminal restitution, we might actually get our money back. Our children might get the care they need. "Good," I managed to say. "I just wanted you to know that whatever you did, however you found out about all this, you saved lives. You saved my daughter's life." She hung up, leaving me sitting in Emma's room with tears streaming down my face. The next morning brought news that James had been arrested at his house in an upscale suburb, led away in handcuffs while his neighbors watched from behind carefully maintained lawns. His wife stood in the driveway holding their 2 young children, her face a mask of shock and betrayal. But it was the evening news that really got my attention. A federal prosecutor named David Harrison held a press conference announcing the charges against both of my siblings. Racketeering, money laundering, bribery, treason. The list went on for nearly 10 minutes, each charge carrying potential sentences that would keep them in prison for the rest of their lives. These defendants used their wealth and influence to victimize some of the most vulnerable members of our society, Harrison said, standing behind a podium bristling with microphones. They stole from their employees, betrayed their country, and laundered money for criminal organizations, all while living lives of luxury built on other people's suffering. He paused, looking directly into the cameras. But what makes these crimes particularly heinous is the callous disregard they showed for human life. We have evidence that both defendants were aware of the harm their actions were causing to real families, real children, and they simply didn't care. A reporter raised her hand. Can you elaborate on that, Mr. Harrison? Victoria Laurent stole health insurance premiums from employees who trusted her to protect them. Some of those employees have children with serious medical conditions. At least one employee's child nearly died because of her theft. He shuffled through his notes. James Chen sold access to federal systems that protect American citizens from foreign threats. His actions endangered national security and potentially put lives at risk. But beyond that, we've discovered evidence that both defendants were approached by a family member seeking help with a child's medical treatment and refused to help despite having the means to do so. My heart stopped. The child subsequently died, and we're exploring whether additional charges might be appropriate related to that death. The press conference continued, but I couldn't hear anything over the sound of my own heartbeat. They knew. Somehow, the federal prosecutors had found out about Emma, about my calls for help, about my siblings' refusal to save her. My phone rang. Rebecca Kim. Are you watching the news? She asked. Yes. This changes everything. If the federal prosecutors are considering charges related to Emma's death, our civil case just became a lot stronger. We might not need to establish new legal precedent, they might do it for us. How did they find out? I don't know. But federal investigations are thorough. They probably found your phone records, maybe recordings of your conversations with Victoria and James. If there's evidence out there, they'll find it. After I hung up, I realized what must have happened. When I compiled the evidence against my siblings, I'd included everything, not just their crimes, but the context around them. Bank records showing their massive wealth. Travel receipts from expensive vacations taken while Emma was dying. Social media posts flaunting their lifestyle while their niece suffered. The federal investigators had put together the timeline. They'd seen the pattern of callous indifference that made Victoria and James not just criminals, but monsters. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Jennifer Woods and her diabetic daughter, about Maria Santos and her choice between rent and chemotherapy, about all the families who'd been hurt by my siblings' greed. But mostly I thought about Emma, and about the conversation I'd had with Dr. Martinez earlier that day. At 3 a.m., I got up and started making phone calls. First, I called Rebecca Kim's emergency line. I want to do something with any money we recover from the civil suits, I told her. I want to establish a foundation. What kind of foundation? One that pays for children's medical treatment. Specifically for families who can't afford care. That's actually a beautiful idea. Very fitting, given the circumstances. But you realize there might not be much left after Victoria and James pay their legal fees and federal restitution? Then we'll start small and grow it. But I want to make sure that what happened to Emma never happens to another child if I can prevent it. Next, I called Dr. Martinez, waking him up but not apologizing for it. If I could guarantee funding for families who can't afford treatment, would you help me set up a program? Sarah, it's 3 a.m. Would you help me? A long pause. Then, yes. Of course I would. Good. Start making a list of every child who needs help. Every family who's been turned away or given substandard care because of money. I'm going to fix this. How? However I can. My last call was to the FBI tip line. I left a message for Agent Sarah Chen, no relation, just a coincidence that made the whole thing feel cosmically appropriate. This is regarding the Victoria Laurent and James Chen cases. I have additional information about victims who were harmed by their crimes. Medical records. Financial documents. Evidence of other children who suffered because of their actions. I hung up and went back to Emma's room. I'm going to make sure it means something, baby, I whispered to the empty space where she should have been. Your death is going to save other children. It's going to protect other families. I could almost hear her voice, the way she used to sound when she was excited about something. Really, Mama? We're going to help other kids? Really, Emma? We're going to help as many as we can, because Emma Chen died alone in a hospital bed while her family counted money, and her mama has decided that's not going to happen to another child if she can help it. Not ever again. But this is just the beginning. Victoria and James were just the start, two people who happened to be related to me and stupid enough to leave evidence of their crimes lying around in poorly encrypted files. There are others out there. Insurance executives who deny coverage to increase profits. Pharmaceutical companies that price medications out of reach. Hospital administrators who prioritize shareholders over patients. People who've built empires on the backs of suffering families, who justify their wealth by telling themselves that poor people don't deserve the same chances as rich ones. They have secrets too. Everyone does. And I have time. All the time in the world. And now, apparently, I have federal prosecutors who are willing to listen. The beautiful thing about grief is that it burns away everything that used to matter. Social niceties. Career advancement. What people think of you. Fear of consequences. All of it just evaporates, leaving behind something pure and focused and absolutely terrifying. Love for a dead child, weaponized. Victoria and James learned that lesson today. Soon, others will too.